can hear nothing. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh no. Hi everybody. It is I, Lobster Alix, slightly tangled but figuring it out. 1 second. Hi Fritz. I know. Hi sweet boy. If you could read, I think you'd probably do a better job, huh, bud?
Your positively stellar attendance has not gone unnoticed.
My gosh.
Space Cat,
Green
we salute you.
Holly. Hello. Thank you. Lobster hearts are probably going to be superior. Check this out. Oh, yeah, that's a good heart. Hearts. Hearts to you. All right. Hey, everybody. I'm still figuring this out. Fritz being here complicates things, but it looks like he's hearing something else going on, and he might be moving. Although if he moves my lap, then I'm trapped like this, which is not the plan, but that's okay. We'll figure it out, won't we, buddy? Hi, dude. How you doing? Hi. But look, I'm a lobster. Look at how many arms I have. I have so many arms. My job is estimating the waste of snacks, so give them to me for disposal. Yes. Hi everybody. I'm a lobster. Green Holly, thank you so much for the subscribe. Thank you for your hard-earned money dollars and your support. It really does mean a lot. This is quite possibly
You should be
the
feline
grumpiest
proud
I've
of your
been
dedication. Space
around
Cat,
in
we
public,
salute
quote
you.
unquote, in a very long time, and I really need to fix that. I should go out grocery shopping in this or something. Oh my gosh, Macanisto! You've been around for more than 72 hours. Subscribe 7 months. Macanisto, thank you so much. Thank you. Hi everybody. Hi Pandarius. Hi Derwolfman. Hi Nova Bella. Hi Captain. Hi Montresor and Shiny and Foji. I have to look over there to see the chat. Can I get any further up? Will that be acceptable to you, Lord Fritz? Can I? Oh. Get my lobster tail. Don't want to crumple it. Can you even see the lobster eyes? Oh, there's one. There you go, Derwolfman. Oh boy! Foji, the fish machine. Oh no, are the coins out of my reach? I didn't think of everything, did I? Oh my god, can I get them? Oh no, did I push a Fritz? Hi Fritz, I'm sorry, hold on. They're so close. Oh, there. Oh. I got him. Oh no. Ah. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. Ah. Okay. Wow. Almost catastrophe. Hi. Oh my god, this is... I'm... rotational blinking. You know how sometimes you try to be lazy and it ends up being way more work? That was definitely something with that vibe. All right. Give me a moment. Now that Fritz is gone, I can actually kind of get settled in. Lobster tail. All the arms. Claw. All right. So that was... Oh no, chat goes so fast. Okay. Give me a second. Ah! Nope, I can't reach anything. No! No! Oh God! Future gift idea, wireless headset. The problem is the microphone part of that. I have such a specific setup, you know? It's tricky. Okay, that was Foji. Oh my god. And now I have a pen. And the other things I might need are slightly with more more close. Here we go. Okay. All right. Whoops, excuse me. Hi, Hans. Oh my God, I'm sweating. Oh no. If I'd done this a week ago, I'd be so comfy and cozy. And instead, it's a little bit warm. Hi. I am Lobster Alix. Hello. Hi, Jen. Hi, anxiety. Hi. Oh my God, so many names are flying by and I can't, because I have to embiggen the chat so that I can actually read it from this distance. So if I don't say your name and I didn't say hi and you wanted to hear me say hello to you, which I want to be able to do, make sure you don't give up. You may have to post it a couple of times in the current chat situation because I can only see half of the size of chat that I usually can. Cressiter, Night Pyro, good meowing. Monterthor, did I say hi to you? Shadox, hello. All right, so we have tokens. We have Fish Machine. I have a pen to write Foji's name on whatever happens here. Put these on the ground. I just can't. All right, Foji, let's do it. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. I'm a lobster. What am I doing? I have to keep these on. I'm 100% going to stick my lobster claw into my coffee cauldron here. Oh, no! It went so far. I see it. It's a fishy, I think. Got it. Got it. I mean, with my lobster claw. Let's see if I can open this. This is the lobster times. Yes. Oh, that's smart. Rabbit's listening and he's like, here, have a tablet that you can actually look at chat from. That's very smart. Hi. I only kind of thought this through, as is the general way that I do most things. Human lobster, that's me. That's right, the name Alix and Lobster almost work together to make a sort of, okay, I have managed to open, ooh, Foji. It's a cute little axolotl. You see this little guy? Look at him, look at this little boy. Little pink and yellow axolotl. Oh, it's really cute. Can you see it? Oh my God, I can't tell. The reason the cables are doing what they're doing is because
positively stellar attendance
this
has
side
not
of my
gone
headset,
unnoticed.
and
Space
I
Cat,
can't reverse my entire existence, and I cannot reverse where it goes. Ares! Oh my gosh! Hold on. I put down Foji's cute little. Ooh, he's sliding down the book. To give you some hearts. Ares, thank you. Lobster hearts. Hearts. Thank you, Ares. It's always so good to see you. It's always lovely getting that little Ares is lurking, regardless of how little your presence might seem to matter. I notice it. You might think, oh, I'm just lurking. I notice you come in, and it's so nice. Because you have that little command. Hi, Jabblebob. No, I'm a lobster. Shh. I don't want to write this so unintelligibly that I can't see it ever again. So I'm just going to write Foji on here with my human hands. There we go, Foji. Lobster-ish. It's like lobster bisque, because lobster-ish. And I will have to place this cute little thing. Hey! Hi, Sean! Purple! My lobster belly is kind of purple. It's actually just a dark red, but that's okay. What did I just drop? It was a pillow. My planet pillow. Tried to make this space look very comfy and be very comfy because I'm going to be here for a little while with all of you reading the island of Dr. Moreau, and other stories. I'm going to read the little back bit of this. I think. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take my glasses off now that I don't have to peer over at the computer screen for everybody. Although this does turn off. I have to remember to poke at it. You. You're reminded of oh, Bjork! Oh my gosh! I've seen a couple of Bjork's music videos. They are pretty interesting. Oh my god, my little feelers. Am I lobstery enough for you all? Is this an acceptable amount of lobster? I didn't want these feelers to fall on my face all the time! Ah! This is fine. There we go. Hi, Husky! This isn't even her final four. All right. Story time. That's right. Stargate, hello! I'm gonna do my best, just like with the plan for the cooking stream, with my hands inside of these claws. Aw, thanks, Fenorio. Oh no, I can't touch the screen. The screen doesn't like lobster claws.
You should be feline
Aaron,
proud of your
welcome back
dedication.
yet again.
Space Cat,
Also,
we
have
salute you.
What? Oh, and what? What? Who? What? Calfman! Oh my gosh! I support this decision. Calfman! You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Hearts, hearts, hearts. I honestly didn't think about this until literally the first person subscribed, and then I realized this claw makes a pretty good heart. Look at that. Heart, 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 heart. Salutes. Oh, the salutes are a little bit more eye pokey, though. I have to be careful. Salutes and hearts to everybody supporting this channel, whether it's because you are a mod, or because you do something financial, or because you show up and you say nice things to me. It's all very impactful and means a lot. That's true, Tiny Meows. Also, good morning. Eder Wolfman, I love you. It's good to see you. Franco, it's so nice to see you. Franco, if you haven't been here often recently, it's probably it's fine. It is the same person. Robot turned into Rabbit. They changed their name. They had been Robot on the internet for almost as long as I've known them, and they decided that they wanted to stop focusing on the idea of being smart and start being grateful for being lucky, kind of. Something like that. I don't know. He probably could give you better words for it, but he wanted a meaningful change. Oh my gosh. Stay on, little thing. No. Button. Oh my god, how does this work? Oh, top button. This is, why is it so bright? No, I don't want to take any pictures. How did I do that? Oh god. Okay, I'm back. I think. Oh boy. I think I missed a few. That's okay. Why'd the change? He did the change about a year or so ago. Oh, okay. So we have our cute little Fuji axolotl. Oh,
Space station occupancy
Surprise!
increase
Hello!
or gravitational anomaly has occurred.
Lobster. It's like badger, except it's all lobsters. Peak seekers. Well, you might be witnessing my channel peaking right now, because I don't know if it's ever gonna get as crazy as human Alix dressed as a lobster reading The Island of Dr. Moreau. We're just about to get into it though. So I want to chat with you all just for a tiny bit first, because while I'm reading, I don't really want to get super distracted and talk with chat every 2 seconds and not be able to finish a sentence, which is how my brain will want to do this. So just keep that in mind while you're chatting. I know you're all sweet and you're going to hang out and talk to each other and all that stuff anyways. I just, after yesterday's absolute chaos, I felt like today would be the perfect time to do the opposite and have it be a very chill time. Oh, Zervalis, thank you so much. Thank you, Kipup, for doing the shout out. Thank you, mods. Zervalis, I hope you had a good stream. Everyone from Zervalis' raid, welcome in, by the way. Danny Mallow, the Luna. What was Zervalis up to since they can't stick around and talk? I hope you had a really good stream, Zervalis. Thank you so much for thinking of me at the end. Here, I'll give you some lobster hearts, too. Oh, Krasider, yesterday was a, as we like to call them here, a chaos stream. We had all kinds of extra redeems that like dropped anvils on Spork's head and all kinds of other chaos and madness. It was just everybody got to be a gremlin for a day kind of thing. Yeah, it might actually be a fairly fun VOD to watch just because there was like no clear anything happening. It felt like it was just nonsense. I tried to play 7 Days to Die. I did not get very far. Aw, thank you, Zervalis. Much love. You're so sweet. Oh, it's Lenzor. All right. Oh. Yeah, attempts were made. Yeah, it was fun though. I kind of feel like that would be an interesting game to like really try to get into, like if I hosted a server or something. My only problem is generally that type of thing, people want to be able to play it every day, and I'm not that reliable, you know. So I don't want to start a thing and then do, oh yeah, so many clangs. Oh my god, there were so many anvils. All right, let's get comfortable here. Where's my tail? I don't want to squish my tail. It's got this lovely lobster tail here. I want to make sure it's beautiful. Beautiful lobster tail. There you go. Yeah. Okay. It might be easier. Yeah, it might be easier with more people and exactly. Cup of Katie's here. Exactly though. Kind of just having me there opening the crates and getting sent all the monsters is 100% overwhelming. So, hold on. Let me get some head support. Lobster heads need support too. How's this? Is this working? Is this lobstery enough for you? Is this story time good? Oh, 4 of them. Look at my love. Yes, they're so pretty. I did specifically search through my entire, quite extensive, sock collection to try to find socks that were red. I could only find one superhero sock. I think it's a Flash sock that was given to me years ago. That was red. And then I found some Japanese tabby socks. I have these little, I don't even know what these are on them. There's like these little like ogre guy face. I don't even know. I think that's supposed to be a nose. I don't know. So I have on these they're red though. I'm a lobster. I'm a lobster. Okay, let's see. Well, that's why I'm wearing socks, Cup of Katie. That's why I'm wearing socks. Also, hi, Frosty. Hope you're doing well, too. You and Cup of Katie. Well, all lobsters have cuttlefish for feet. Didn't you know that? Jeez. Go check your marine biology classes. I'm sure it's accurate. Okay, so I will read the kind of, I believe these are supposed to be kind of sort of spooky or spooky adjacent stories. But my recollection of this book is a little bit hazy. It's been a long time. And this is not the actual book that I read. It's like a lot of little short stories in here, I believe. So this could be neat. There's like a little introduction. I'm going to skip that part in the thing. But on the back of this, oh, actually, one thing. Oh, yeah, it's a beanbag chair. It is. It's very comfy. It is. It's big enough that you could like squish it down a little bit and like lay on it like a bed almost. Yeah, Norgard. Yes, aquarium live stream. Okay, everybody. You're all lovely, and it's nice to have you here. And I am not going to be checking chat very often. So actually, what I'm going to ask, I know Kip-Up's currently here. Mods, don't forget that there's that command, the hey listen, I believe it was, to get my attention and make a little audio ping. This would be a good day to use that if something needs to come to my attention, if something important happens. Hi, FaZe. Yes, the island of Dr. Moreau. Yeah, so you gotta be a moderator. Pedarius, naughty. Brave, hello, Brave. Hi, Fritz, you wanna come back up here? You can come back. Yeah. Hi, cutie. Come here. Oh, hi, Meow. I don't wanna, I would pet him with the lobster claw to stay in character, but that'll just build up static on his little body, and that's not fair. Hi, sweet boy. I know, this is weird, huh? You're not used to hanging out with a lobster. Hi, bud. Kitty. Oh, what? Oh, he's already run off. So fast. Fenorio loves you. Come back. Come back. I pet him with my feet. There we go. Fenorio loves you. You're so loved. Look at you being so cute. Come here. Come here. Where you going? You're just going to sit there and stare at me? Okay. Well, I'm ignoring you then. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Oh, Kip-Up, that's so smart. Can you pin that? I'm guessing you're already doing that. Hi, Jason. Good to see you. So, oh, there he is. Hey, handsome. Hi. What are we doing? Where are you going? Please don't break my stuff. That's all I ask, buddy. Don't put your feet in my coffee. I need that to live. Where did my eyeballs go? There. I want them to stay up. Why don't they want to stay up? There. Eyeballs. Okay. We got this, right? We got this. Kip-Up's so smart. Aw, hi, bud. You gonna hang out with me? I would love that. I'll read you stories anytime, buddy. Alright, so this is what the back of the book says. Moreau's highly controversial methods and ambitions conflict with the religious, moral, and scientific norms of his day, and Wells, the author, H.G. Wells, later called the island of Dr. Moreau a youthful exercise in blasphemy. Today, his vivid depictions of beast people. Beast people? Oh no! Me? His vivid depictions of beast people still strike modern readers with an uncanny glimpse of the animal in the human. Well, the behaviors of humans leave us wondering who is the most monstrous after all. So yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is the island of furries, I guess. No, you'll see. We're gonna read this. This is good. Alright. I hope you're all ready for this, and I hope this is enjoyable. I do think if you like this kind of thing, it's more likely that I would try and record something like this as a YouTube video because of the lack of... Oh my god, I can't see! Because of the kind of lack of really being able to look at chat so easily. I can't I'm gonna try to keep an eye on it every once in a while and stuff. I'm gonna be here, but I am trying to. Oh no, President. Yeah, hey, you know, having an alternate interpretation of a story is a very valid and legitimate thing. Okay, let's go. I think I can. Oh yeah, I could definitely turn pages in this. We're. Oh boy, this is gonna be good. Okay. Okay. We got this. Aw, pet the kitty. Fritz, you're so handsome. Are you gonna settle? Are you gonna settle? You're just gonna sit there. Come here. I'm reading stories. You wanna sit on my lap? He's such a good boy. What are you doing, bud? Where'd my tail go? There. Lobster tail. Okay, introduction. Skippity. Oh, wait. Oh, no. No. I'm not reading this book without the lobster clause. It's the only form of anything unique that I'm adding to this story time. Oh, hi, Chrono. Welcome. Oh, and now he's running off because I think he's heard something in the hallway. Welcome to Lobster Alix story time. This is something that was a reward for the Sporktoberfest. And so here during our spooky Spork time, I thought it'd be perfect. I was going to read the sequel to Alice in Wonderland because I'd read Alice previously. I was going to read Through the Looking Glass, but I thought it was kind of fitting to read this book because it's kind of horror. It's horror adjacent. It's a little bit of a spooky. I cannot with these pages. Oh my God. Come on. Ooh. That's like 17. Okay. Come on. No! They're all clumping together. Stop it. I'm pretty sure it's just this next page. I may have to declaw myself. Oh no. Don't do that. Ah! Ah! Ha ha! Look! Look! I got there! The Island of Dr. Moreau and other stories. This one's The Island of Dr. Moreau. Chrono, welcome in. This is why lobsters are generally. That's right. This is generally why lobsters can't read and haven't taken over the world. Contents. Forward. In the dinghy of the Lady Vane. That's where we'll be. Oh boy, how fun. All right. Oh, come on. I feel like I'm going to get a technique and it's going to be okay. This is my book and it was cheap, so it's okay if I crumple the pages a little bit. I don't like disrespecting books, but for the sake of entertainment, I think we may have to be okay with that. Well, maybe one day they will rule. That's right, Highland win. That's right. All right. Lobster tail. Lobster arms. Chat. We got this. My lobster has an Alix in it. No. Okay, here we go. Forward. Oh my God. What an ordeal. You know, I probably could have just not been a lobster and y'all would have been happy. But here I am being a lobster. This is me going the extra mile for you all, even though you didn't really ask for it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. On the 1st of February, 1887, the Lady Vane was lost by collision with a derelict when about the latitude that's a 1, the font is weird, of the latitude 1 south and a longitude of 107 west. On January 1888, nearly an entire year later, that is 11 months and 4 days after, my uncle, Edward Prendrick, a private gentleman who certainly went aboard the Lady Vane at Callao and who had been considered drowned, was picked up in a latitude 53 south and a longitude 101 west in a small open boat, of which the name was illegible, but which is supposed to have belonged to the missing schooner Ipecanumbra. He gave such a strange account of himself that he was supposed demented. Subsequently, he alleged that his mind was a blank from the moment of his escape from the Lady Vane. His case was discussed amongst psychologists at the time as a curious instance of the lapse of memory consequent upon physical and mental stress. The following narrative was found among his papers by the undersigned, his nephew and heir, but unaccompanied by any definite request for publication. The only island known to exist in the region in which my uncle was picked up on is Noble Isle, a small volcanic islet and uninhabited. It was visited in 1891 by the HMS Scorpion, sort of like a land lobster. Scorpion. A party of sailors then landed, but found nothing living thereon except certain curious white moths, some hogs and rabbits. Some hogs and rabbits and some rather peculiar rats. No specimen was secured of these, in view of which this narrative is without confirmation in its most essential particular. With that understood, there seems no harm in putting this strange story before the public in accordance, as I believe, with my uncle's intentions. There is at least this much in its behalf. My uncle passed out of human knowledge about latitude 5S and longitude 105S, east, and reappeared in the same part of the ocean after a space of 11 months. In some way he must have lived during the interval, and it seems that a schooner called the Ipecanumbra, with a drunken captain, John Davies, did start from Africa with a puma and certain other animals aboard in January of 1887. That the vessel was well known at several ports in the South Pacific, and that it finally disappeared from those seas with a considerable amount of copra aboard, sailing to its unknown fate from Baina in December of 1887, a date that tallies entirely with my uncle's story. So 1887 was the same year that the Lady Vane was lost, which is where the uncle stuff happened. And then that page is signed Charles Edward Prendrick. So hold on, there's some little numbers. What do those little numbers mean? Are those things that I'm supposed to like reference somewhere? It's like the Baina has a little number next to it. What does that mean? Are those just locations? Where do I look for that? Notes. Oh, that's fun. There are, yeah. Okay. A fictitious island, a fictitious ship. Oh, that's cute. Because this was written a while back. It's important to make sure people know it's not real, I guess. I'm not quite sure. Hold on, let me check on chat. Hi, everybody. Is my reading volume okay? Exactly, Elkin. Honestly, the timing of this is very deliberate in a sense. Ooh, should we get opposable thumbs first? Cats, lobsters, or buttons? In Space Cat Command, button is basically the poll that you press when you want to be able to participate in the poll, but you don't actually care what the outcome is. You're happy with whatever. Buttons is a contentment, but I want to participate deal. Yeah, just like Kip Up did answer it in chat, but I know sometimes hearing it is also good. The volume is perfect. Oh, I'm so glad. I do apologize for any scuffling that happens because I am trying to, there's like a hood and stuff, and I'm trying not to have it bump into the microphone or anything, but I'm also trying to be comfortable, and this is hard. This is weirdly challenging. I just want you all to know. This is ridiculous. Oh, Lobster's gonna get opposable thumbs first. Lucky Lobsters. Their reading comprehension skills will go up so much higher with that. I'm glad there's a lot of text on these pages because I don't. Hi, I hope you're all doing well. Just don't mind me. I'm just trying to turn pages. Got it. Okay. That might get annoying. I may have to take the claws off if it switches from being kind of silly to not good. But also, hold on. I need a sip of my coffee. Ooh. Full, entire shift of space. I'm definitely not going to... Oh dear. Okay, there we go. Okay. One cauldron of coffee later. Oh, fair enough, Crasitor. Oh my gosh. Okay. Back to it. Get my lobster tail displayed beautifully. Lobster. Oh. You there. Ah ha ha. Perfect. So cozy. All right. Edward Pendrick's story. So this is basically going to be, I believe, told in the from the perspective of somebody's like journal entries, kind of, which is neat. I appreciate this. This is kind of cool. This is a creative writing endeavor by H.G. Wells, by the way. If you don't know who H.G. Wells is, they are, unless I'm absolutely mistaken, they are the creators of the War of the Worlds story, which you might have heard of. That one's a really famous one. Because people really freaked out when they heard it on the radio, supposedly. I'm going to try to while we're chatting, I'm just going to try to get to the next page. Did I? This one says 8, but this one's blank. It doesn't say any number. I think it's one page. Okay. Also, oh, hair tickle in my face. Hello, hair. All right. In we go. Yeah, he wrote War of the Worlds. Thanks, Zikikri. Also, hi. Good to see you. All right. We are just starting. Here we go. Chapter 1 of The Island of Dr. Moreau. I do not propose to add anything to what has already been written concerning the loss of the Lady Vane. As everyone knows, she collided with a derelict when 10 days out from Callao. The longboat, with 7 of the crew, was picked up 18 days later by, I said later, but the text said after, so good job me. Up 18 days after by HM gunboat Myrtle, and the story of their terrible privations has become quite as well known as the far more horrible Medusa case. But I have to add to the published story of the Lady Vane another, possibly as horrible and far stranger. It has hitherto been supposed that the 4 men who were in the dinghy perished, but this is incorrect. I have the best of evidence for this assertion. I was one of the 4 men. But in the first place, I must state that there never were 4 men in the dinghy. The number was 3. Constance, who was, quote unquote, seen by the captain to jump into the gig, luckily for us and unluckily for himself, did not reach us. He came down out of the tangle of ropes under the stays of the smashed bowsprit, not brow pit. That's not a thing. Bowsprit. Bowsprit? Bowsprit. Bowsprit. Words are hard, especially when they're about boats and you know nothing about boats. Some small rope caught his heel and as he let go, and he hung for a moment head downwards and then fell and struck a block of spar floating in the water. We pulled towards him, but he never came up. I say lucky for us, he did not reach us, and I might also say luckily for himself, for we only had a small breaker of water and some sodden ship's biscuits with us. So sudden had been the alarm, and so unprepared the ship for any disaster. We thought the people on the launch would be better provisioned, though it seems they were not, and we tried to hail them. They could not have heard us, and the next morning when the drizzle cleared, which was not until past midday, we could see nothing of them. We could not stand up to look about us because of the pitching of the boat. The 2 other men who had escaped so far with me were a man named Helmar, a passenger like myself, and a seaman, whose name I don't know, a short, sturdy man with a stammer. We drifted, famishing, and after our water had come to an end, tormented by an intolerable thirst, for 8 days altogether. So that means that they had to have 6 days of water because, in case you didn't know, you can only live like 3 days without water at the most. Your body will just absolutely not handle it. Okay, let's see. Checking Lobster, checking chat as they turn the page. Ugh. Oh no, Machinista, did you redeem a fish and I didn't see it? I am so sorry. You most certainly can get a fish. Can I scroll up till I can see it, or is it lost in the winds? I can scroll all the way up to when Zervalis raided. Was it after that? Or before that? Just want to make sure. I want to see if I missed anything else too. The button is basically shiny. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the Cauldron Cup. I got that for Sporktoberfest last year. It looked so cute and also like comfy to hold. No one special. Hello. I didn't see you sneak in. That sounds super yummy. I want some of that. It sounds like a dessert. Buckaroo Bonsai prevented them from winning the war across the 8th dimension. Oh, I love it. Yes, Buckaroo Bonsai. Wow. That's why I said supposedly. I wasn't sure what happened. I'm sure a few people were like, what's going on? But hopefully the chaos was greatly over dramatized. All right. That's fine, Machinista. Let's do it. I trust you. And I can confirm later too. It's not a big deal. And not that it's whatever. I appreciate everybody. These are meant to be appreciation, and I trust you all. Ugh. 1 token. Coming up. Okay. The hood is not very stable. Get the token in there with my hand, and I will then spin it with the lobster claw because we are a lobster today. And I'm trying not to cheat with my human hands. Oh, that's, yeah, right, Shadows? And being like out in the sun, it'd be terrible. All right, here we go. Oh, I heard it. What do you mean, Lenzor? I do have lobster hands. There we go. I got it. Oh, it's another fishy. Oh, hold on. Human claws, yes. Aw, it is. I don't know how well you can see these. They're so, the camera is different, you know? I might be able to. Can you see it? Oh no. It is another one of those little, like, sea bunnies. This one is like a kind of,
Greetings, citizen.
lemonade
Welcome
color.
to Space Cat
Oh,
Command. Please
you.
exit the airlock.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to a very weird stream. Normally this channel is predominantly VTubing Space Cat time, but once in a while I come out. I get a little sassy with everyone. Today I'm dressed as a lobster. Yay. Hello, welcome. Just to build your expectations next time, this is not what you're gonna see. Absolutely not. Today is a special event, and it's a mess. This is absolutely a nightmare. I am not generally set up for this kind of thing. Thank you so much for the follow, though. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, so I gotta put your name on this. Okay, I'm gonna double check that I spell it right. So give me a second. All right, so this is Macanisto with a QU. Oh, Kip Up. You know what? You actually could do that. You could get the little capsules, aren't super expensive, and you could just daily portion out your meds into the capsules. That's fun. I like that idea. But get your vitamins in there. Brain, what am I doing? Right, Macanisto. Right, writing a name on the bottom of these fishies, like Toy Story, like Andy from Toy Story. He puts his name on the foot. Q-U-I-N-I-S-T-O. That S needed. There we go. I got it. Macanisto. I'll put you next to the cute little axolotl that Foji got earlier. And then once I get up to do something, I can put them in the jar. I'd like to actually show them off in higher detail on the cat camera that's normally there instead of the lobster camera. Did you notice? Did anyone notice? I made it. This is normally the cat cam scene. Did you notice? Did you notice up there, right here? See that? Did you notice? Did you notice? This is lobster. It's a lobster cam. I'm so witty and funny. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Must get hair out of face. Lobster-ish. Wow, no, but you're so picky. Gosh. Why you gotta be so hard to please? I'm doing my best. Oh, okay. All right, back to it. So this is from the chapter 1 or 2 or whatever, in the dinghy of the Lady Vane. That's chapter 1. Here we go. Okay, let's see. So I finished this one. Oh yeah, we drifted famishing, which is quite, I do enjoy the like different writing styles of the eras. You know, like when you read Shakespeare, you get lost because some of the words are just so bizarre and not used anymore. It's like a dead language in parts.
Oh! Space station occupancy increase
that?
or gravitational
What?
anomaly has
Hello?
occurred.
Hold on. Oh. Snowy! Hello, Snow. Hi, Snow. Hello to Snow in chat. How are you? I'm not a balloon wizard today, but I am a lobster. Thank you for thinking of me after your stream. I'm a lobster. The crab. Aww. Thank you. You're so funny. Yeah, I had this silly idea, and now it's a thing. It's a thing now. We are reading a sort of scary story, but not really. I don't know how to describe it. It's called The Island of Dr. Moreau. The Isle of Dr. Moreau. We are currently reading basically the journal of a survivor of a shipwreck. Ooh. I think he's going to end up on this island. But so far he's talking about the situation, and it's very hard to turn pages with lobster claws. That's the biggest takeaways I've got for you all so far. How was your stream? I have to take a human hand out. Hold on. I cannot. The tablet refuses to listen to my lobster claws. It's like, those aren't fingers. They don't work. Let me just catch up really quick. What were you up to, Snowy? And oh, thank you, Music Geekery, for the shout out. Also, Music Geekery, I'm not sure if you were in chat yet when I said this, but if anything happens that needs my actual attention, like if there's something I need to do as a streamer, or if there's something important for me to see or read in chat, I do have an alert that I don't think you've ever had to use, and it is at mods only, and it's ! Hey listen, and it'll play a sound so that I know. It'll be like meow. It'll meow at me, so that I know that I need to check the stream. Just in case you need to use that for any reason today. Oh, Greek mythology. Oh, how fun. Hi, Cyberspace Nut. Good to see you. I am a friend shape. I'm a lobster. Look at all my arms. I have so many arms.
Has arrived.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're just basically... This is just so silly. Just basically being ridiculous today, but also reading an interesting book. Thank you for the follow! Oh my goodness, that's so sweet of you. Thank you. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I'm here. Hi. Half covered in lobster. Oh, yeah, Venorio. Aw, Snowy, yeah, enjoy your dinner. I hope it's something yummy. All right, so he is currently aboard a dinghy, escape dinghy. And they were just talking about how they had run out of water, and that's kind of where we're at. So let's see. After the second day, the sea subsided slowly to a glassy calm. It is quite impossible for the ordinary reader to imagine those 8 days. He has not, luckily for himself, anything in his memory to imagine with. After the first day, we said little to one another and lay in our places on the boat and stared at the horizon, or watched with eyes that grew larger and more haggard every day, the misery and weakness gaining upon our companions. The sun became pitiless. The water ended on the 4th day, and we were already thinking strange things and saying them with our eyes. But it was, I think, the 6th, before Helmar gave voice to the thing we had all been thinking. I remember our voices were dry and thin, so that we bent towards one another and spared our words. I stood out against it with all my might, was rather for scuttling the boat and perishing together among the sharks that followed us. But when Helmar said that if his proposal was accepted, we should have drink, the sailor came round to him. I would not draw lots, however, and in the night the sailor whispered to Helmar again and again. I sat in the bows with my clasp knife in my hand, though I doubt if I had the stuff in me to fight. And in the morning I agreed to Helmar's proposal, and we handed halfpence to find the odd man. The lot fell upon the sailor, but he was the strongest of us and would not abide by it, and attacked Helmar with his hands. They grappled together and almost stood up. I crawled along the boat to them, intending to help Helmar by grasping the sailor's legs. But the sailor stumbled with the swaying of the boat, and the two fell upon the gunwale and rolled overboard together. They sank like stones. I remember laughing at that and wondering why I laughed. The laugh caught me suddenly, like a thing from without. There's a hair tickling my nose. Ah! Oh, sorry. Oh, microphone. Oh, God, where'd you go? Sorry. Oh! Help! Ah! Okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. Being a lobster is the best. I love it. It's not itchy at all. Okay. I don't know what a thwart is outside of thwarting somebody else's stuff. So I'm going to check the little glossary of terms sort of thing at the back here. The heck is a thwart? And a gunwale also. The edge is around the side of a ship. And then a gunwale are the lateral beams. Oh, no. The gunwale are the edges around the sides of the ship, and thwarts are lateral beams that strengthen a boat's structure. All right, okay. The more you know. Okay, good, great. Actually, hold on. Let me check on all of you. You all having fun? Is this good? Is this cozy? Hi, Mill. Good to see you. Valka, hello. Aw, cyberspace not. It's okay. I don't need you to worry about it, if that makes sense, as far as like describing me goes. I am just a me-shaped person. I've never really liked being judged by the way I physically am. I prefer you judge me for being here in a lobster, lobster onesie, versus like this, you know, like the shape of my nose, the color of my eyes, my general body, right? That's stuff I, for the most part, don't get much say in as a being, and I try to do my best to not judge people by those things either, just because it's like, you know, there are some things you have some say over, like your hair, you get to control a little bit, and your weight, you can sort of, you know, like what shape your body is, depending on your situation, you get some say in it. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you end up having an illness or a disability or something that honestly takes a lot of that control away from you. So even that is something that I try not to judge people on either, you know? But the lobster, yes, that you can, that's, that I want to be judged on. That's all me. I'm okay with that. All right, let's see. Where was I? I lay across one of the thwarts. So those are the beams that go, like if the boat if this was the tip of the boat and it went back this way, they'd be going to the sides like that, I think. That's what I think. For I know not how long, thinking that if I had the strength, I would drink seawater and madden myself to die quickly. And even as I lay there, I saw, with no more interest than if it had been a picture, a sail come up towards me over the skyline. My mind must have been wandering, and yet I remember all that happened quite distinctly. I remember how my head swayed with the seas, and the horizon with the sail above it danced up and down. But I also remember as distinctly that I had a persuasion that I was dead, and that I thought what a jest it was that they should come too late for such a little to catch me in my body. For an endless period, as it seemed to me, I lay with my head on the thwart, watching the schooner. She was a little ship, schooner-rigged, fore and aft, come up out of the sea. She kept tracking to and fro in a widening compass, for she was sailing dead into the wind. It never entered my head to attempt to attract attention, and I do not remember anything distinctly after the sight of her side until I found myself in a little cabin aft. There's a dim half memory of being lifted up to the gangway and of a big red countenance covered with freckles and surrounded with red hair staring at me over the bulwarks. I also had my hair is in my face. I want it to stop. I also had a disconnected impression of a dark face with extraordinary eyes close to mine, but that I thought was a nightmare until I met it again. I fancy I recollect some stuff being poured in between my teeth, and that is all. So they gave him some water, and they stared at him a little. Why is my hair tickling my face so badly? Oh my god. Ah! Okay. And that is chapter 1. I'm going to have another sip of my coffee here. Oh, of course. Oh, no worries, Yuzukikuri. Yeah, this is Year of Confidence, right? And I'm trying my best to get beyond, and I think I've already been well on my way. I don't think it makes me as uncomfortable as it used to when people would comment on just the way that I look. So don't worry about getting in trouble. Hey, Tank Hair! Good to see you. Hello! Welcome to Storytime. I am going to do my best to fix my absolutely wayward hair here. Hi, Big Fire Lizard! Yes, it is! It is, Big Fire Lizard. Welcome to Lobster Storytime. Give me a second. I really desperately need to fix my everything here. If I can pin back all of my hair with my headphones, it should be a little more well-behaved. Spork Power! Hello! Hi, I'm a lobster today. Eric, hello! Oh, Shiny, I just opted for being slightly uncomfortable instead of dealing with the cardboard tube with the sound foam inside of it. Spork Power, welcome in. I am a lobster today, and I'm going to be reading Chapter 2 of The Island of Dr. Moreau. We started, Chapter 1 is them getting shipwrecked, basically. And this is all being told in, the style of, like, their memoir / log, like they're writing journal entries or something, kind of. I'm not sure if I'd exactly call it that. So this is the book written by H.G. Wells. The book is right here. The Island of Dr. Moreau and Other Stories. So actually I wonder where it ends. It's not a very big book. It's like maybe 150, 200 pages. 150, yeah. And that's with all the extra stuff. I wonder what the other stories are. The Empire of Ants? Or is it literally, is that the whole name of the book? Hold on, wait. What have we got? Oh, okay, yeah, there's 3 short stories after it. There is Apiornis Island, The Sea Raiders, and The Empire of Ants. And those are all like 10-page stories, 10 to 20 pages. So they're really short stories. Well, that's kind of cool. I'm excited for that. Salty McGee! Yes! Lobster! Lobster sticks to magnet. I wonder if that's still somewhere on the internet. That's really old. That's something that Rabbit showed me from like ye olden internet times. I have cat hair on me. Hello, cat hair. Bleh. I'm a very fluffy lobster. Lobster. Yeah, big fire lizard. Yeah. We're on chapter 2. I guess we'll just kind of find out how much of the story from the movie is the same. I don't know if I recall the movie. I don't know if I've seen it. All right. Let's see. The man who was going... The man who was going nowhere. That's the next part. My lobster tail. There. Gotta keep my lobster tail from getting wrinkled. All right. The cabin in which I found myself was small and rather untidy. A youngish man with flaxen hair, a bristly, straw-colored mustache, and a dropping nether lip. Dropping nether lip. Like he holds his mouth open? Is that what he means? The heck is a dropping nether lip? Also, I need some chapstick. Like a nether portal? I don't know. Why is everyone saying it says lobster-ish? It just says lobster. I know, there's a fish. It's because of the fish thing. I know. I finally figured that out shortly after everyone else was saying it. But yeah, that was 100% an accident. His nether lip, his lower lip. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Back to... Oh, no! My planet pillow keeps falling into the hole. No. There. All right. Onwards. Why do I do this to myself? I have been fairly adeptly actually finding that next page. Like, look at that. That's one page. And I did that with claws. Lobsters should be able to read. They have no excuse. All right. Okay, so we got the description of the man. He's got pale hair and mustache and a dropping nether lip. Was sitting and holding my wrist. For a minute, we stared at each other without speaking. He had watery gray eyes, oddly void of expression. Then, just overhead, came a sound like an iron bedstead being knocked about, and the low, angry growling of some large animal. At the same time, the man spoke. He repeated his question. How do you feel now? I think I said I felt all right. I could not recollect how I had got there. He must have seen the question in my face, for my voice was inaccessible to me. You were picked up in a boat, starving. The name on the boat was Lady Vane, and there were spots of blood on the gunwale. At the same time, my eyes caught my hand, thin so that it looked like a dirty skin purse full of loose bones. And all the business of the boat came back to me. "Have some of this," he said, and gave me a dose of some scarlet stuff, iced. It tasted like blood and made me feel stronger. "You are in luck," he said, "to get picked up by a ship with a medical man aboard." He spoke with a slobbering articulation, with the ghost of a lisp. "What ship is this?" I said slowly, hoarse from my long silence. "It's a little trader from Erica and Callow. I never asked where she came from in the beginning. Out of the lands of born fools, I guess. I'm a passenger myself from Erica. The silly butt who owns her. He's captain, too, named Davies. He's lost his certificate or something. You know the kind of man. Calls the thing the Ipecanumbra of all silly infernal names. Though, when there's much of a sea without a wind, she certainly acts according." Then the noise overhead began again, a snarling growl and the voice of a human being together. Then another voice telling some heaven-forsaken idiot to desist. "You were nearly dead," said my interlocutor. Is that how you pronounce that? I've never had to say that word out loud before. Interlocutor. Maybe? "It was a very near thing indeed, but I've put some stuff into you now. Notice your arms sore? Injections. You've been insensible for nearly 30 hours. I thought slowly. I was distracted now by the yelping of a number of dogs. Am I eligible for solid food? I asked. Thanks to me, he said. Even now the mutton is boiling. Yes, I said with assurance. I could eat some mutton. Aww. But, he said with a momentary hesitation, you know, I'm dying to hear how you came to be alone in that boat. Damn that howling. I thought I detected a certain suspicion in his eyes. He suddenly left the cabin. The cabin. Look, he suddenly left the cabin. And I heard him in violent controversy with someone who seemed to me to talk gibberish in response to him. The matter sounded as though it ended in blows, but in that I thought my ears were mistaken. Then he shouted at the dogs and returned to the cabin.
Greetings, citizen.
Oh.
Welcome to Space Cat Command.
Welcome.
Please exit the airlock.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, I hope you're having a good time here. Thank you so much. This is a abnormal stream, just to warn you. I often will be gaming here. Occasionally there'll be music, and even more occasionally there'll be a human Alix instead of Lobster Alix doing some crafts or cooking or something like that. But those are more rare. Most of the time we're doing little game tastings and just having a kind of cozy but hectic time together. But I'm glad that this is enjoyable for you. Let's see. All right. Yeah, these chapters are like 2 pages long. All right. The man who was going nowhere. Let's see. Just where was I? Mutton. He suddenly left the cabin. Blah, 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 blah. He shouted at dogs. He thought maybe they got violent, but then was like, probably not. And then he comes back. Well, he said in the doorway, you were just beginning to tell me. I told him my name, Edward Pendrick, and how I had taken to natural history as a relief from the dullness of my comfortable independence. He seemed interested in this. I've done some science myself. I did my biology at University College, getting out of the ovary of the earthworm and the radula of the snail and all that. Lord, it's 10 years ago. But go on, tell me about the boat. He was evidently satisfied with the frankness of my story, which I told in concise sentences enough, for I felt horribly weak. And when it was finished, he reverted at once to the topic of natural history and his own biological studies. He began to question me closely about Tottenham Court Road and Gower Street. Is Capalzi still flourishing? What a shop that was. He had evidently been a very ordinary medical student and drifted incontinently to the topic of the music halls. He told me some anecdotes. Left it all, he said. 10 years ago. How jolly it all used to be. But I made a young ass of myself. Played myself out before I was 21. I dare say it's all different now. But I must look up that dork of a cook and see what he's done to your mutton. He uses the word the butt word. I don't mature language in this book. My God. So mature. The growling overhead was renewed, so suddenly and with so much savage anger that it startled me. What is that? I called after him, but the door had closed. He came back again with the boiled mutton, and I was so excited by the appetizing smell of it that I forgot the noise of the beast that had troubled me. After a day of alternate sleep and feeding, I was so far recovered as to be able to get from my bunk to the scuttle and see the green seas trying to keep pace with us. I judged the schooner was running before the wind. Montgomery, that was the name of the flaxen-haired man, came in again, and I stood there. I asked him for some clothes. He lent me some duck things of his own. Duck things? Like, was he running around on this boat dressed like a duck now? I'm guessing that just means like work clothes or something. For those I had worn in the boat had been thrown overboard. They were rather loose for me, for he was large and long in his limbs. He told me casually that the captain was 3 parts drunk in his own cabin. As I assumed the clothes, I began asking him some questions about the destination of the ship. He said the ship was bound for Hawaii, but that I had to land him first. Oh, there we go. Where? Said I. It's an island, where I live. So far as I know, it hasn't got a name. He stared at me, with his nether lip drooping, and looked so willfully stupid of a sudden that it came into my head that he desired to avoid my questions. I had the discretion to ask no more. And that's that chapter. The man going nowhere. It's not that it's going nowhere, it's that he doesn't know the name of the island. That's different. Just checking. Chat. How's everybody doing? Oh, you have a lobster beanie to... Aw, little beanie baby. That's cute, Shiny. Heck yeah. Moonwalker, it's good to see you. Hello. Oh, popcorn. Ooh, yum. Hi, Stamptron as well. If you came in and I didn't say hi to you and you don't know what's going on, welcome to Lobster Alix story time. We're reading The Island of Dr. Moreau. I'm a lobster. Oh, beans. I don't know if you're going to be happy with these beans, Beamier. This is all I got. Do these count? Beans. I look a little heart though. Beans. Beans also. Also, my hair is already sneaking out and getting in my face. Pimer! Lamp! The lamp should be lighting up. Is it not? Wait, I was looking the other day. Oh, it is! It's lighting up! Oh, good. Lamp! It's just behind the lobster a little bit. All right. I hope you're all having a cozy time. This is a very cozy Saturday. We are in chaos stream recovery mode. I deliberately scheduled this to be after the chaos stream because I was like, I'm gonna just want to relax and not worry about a thing and just take it easy for a day after all that chaos. So I'm glad that I did. This is nice. It's a little uncomfortable because I'm a lobster, and being a lobster is apparently just uncomfortable. I feel bad for lobsters. So uncomfortable. Nendilai, by the way, if I'm saying your name right, if everybody's enjoying this, if you let me know that you like this storytime thing, I am thinking about making it something I might do on YouTube occasionally, like making a story time there, just because Twitch distracts me so much. If I'm honest, that's so like I'm trying my best to not to like in between chapters, because these are really short chapters. Like each chapter is usually a couple of pages. So I'm trying to like catch up on chat in between. But oh yay! I like it when I actually manage to pronounce someone's name right. It's one of those interesting things that like streamers just have to deal with. That's right, the brain damage from yesterday, Foji. Is your blip not working, Moonwalker? Blips might be broken, it's possible. Crazy Fox, you know. There's definitely lobsters in them there fish mines. For sure. Okay. Ooh, ooh! Oh no. Right, must lobster the pages. Must lobster the pages. Okay. The Strange Face is the next chapter. So the book we're reading is The Island of Dr. Moreau. It's by H.G. Wells, and they're the ones that wrote brain died. I said it like 10 minutes ago. The War of the Worlds? That's the one. Oh! Spork! Why am I getting yelled at? What did I do? Blips are not working. All right, hold on. Bear with me one moment, please, folks. I will just refresh the blips. That should fix it. Oh, one moment. Oh. I have to take my headphones to be able to reach the computer. Sorry, this is scuffed. Ah! Here we go again. See if I can get all. Ooh, that's twisty. All the hair away. Hair be gone. There we go. If I had to be a lobster all the time, I would just shave my head. Lobsters, there's a reason why when you see lobsters in the store, they don't have any hair. I'm living proof of that. You know what? This is I believe they're a lot of times they're just called onesies now, but the original term for them was kigurumi, I believe. I think they're from like a thing in Japan. And they're just basically big zip up onesie things that are just always kind of really, they're just big and baggy and soft and warm. Hey, Captain. Good to see you. Hello, hello. It is I, Lobster, Alix. We are here reading The Island of Dr. Moreau and complaining about being a lobster, but only a little bit. Only because it's ridiculous. I did this to myself. It is really cozy. This is the second one that I've ever purchased. The first one I have is like a Godzilla kind of, like a big old dino monster kind of vibes. I can pretend to be reading to an astronaut. This is a stand-in for all of you. There we go. Oh, I like that. There we go. We're reading to a little astronaut. I actually might put my glasses on. Just read like this. I am slightly nearsighted. Just ever so slightly. Boop. And I put my thumb... No, okay, I breathed on it. That's why it was blurry. Okay, we're good. Yes. Yes, wonderful. These are my Husky Rose glasses. Husky and Rose Chaos bought these for me a long, long time ago. Captain Fox, I'm doing all right. Yeah, Easy Geekery, sorry. I guess I was holding out on you. I didn't mean to. All right, so this next thing says, man at the companion, and then there's a 17. So let's just really quickly find out what 17 is. Companion is a ladder or staircase linking a cabin and the deck. Also, duck things are, actually I know about duck fabric. It's made out of a specific type of fabric. It's like a thinner canvas. So it's like a thick woven cotton. Okay. Neato, neato. Yeah, a lot of the terms are literally just parts of a ship. Aha! Let's see, words to just preload in your head. Let's just preload a few of these for the next few pages. So the companion is ladder or staircase linking cabin and deck. Then we have the coaming, which is the raised lip of the hatchway. The forward, which is the front of the ship below deck. Flush deck, a deck all on one level. I don't know why that matters. It's flush. I get that. Spankers, which are sails set aft of the mizzen mast. Forecastle was a raised deck at the front of the ship, and shrouds are part of the rigging. And then also, there's also sawbones, which is slang for a surgeon or doctor. All right, so those are the words we're going to learn. Also, in here, I didn't check this one. I forgot to. The Medusa case was an actual, quite possibly, French frigate wrecked in 1816, which became notorious for the ordeal and cannibalism of its survivors, immortalized in the painting The Raft of the Medusa in 1818 by Theodore Géricault. I can't read foreign names ever. I tried. So that's some terminology we'll be seeing here in this chapter. What kind of ship? It's a I don't know. I don't know what kind of ship it is. I forgot already. I want to say scuttle something, or what did it say? It's only been we're only like 7 pages in. Oh my gosh. I was thinking this is a short book and we might be able to read all of it today, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Schooner. It's schooner rigged, I think. Does that sound right? I think that's it. A lot of heavy lifting for the ship. Yeah, look at you, Fenorio, knowing stuff about ships. Also, my microphone is way in the wrong place. Hi, everybody. I'm a professional. Okay. Here we go. Okay, my hand in the lobster hand. We got this. Okay. We left the cabin and found a man at the companion, obstructing our way. He was standing on the ladder with his back to us, peering over the combing of the hatchway. He was, I could see, a misshapen man, short, broad, and clumsy, with a crooked back, a hairy neck, and a head sunk between his shoulders. He was dressed in dark blue serge, and had peculiarly thick, coarse black hair. I heard the unseen dogs growl furiously, and forthwith he ducked back, coming into contact with the hand I put out to fend him off from myself. He turned with animal swiftness. In some indefinable way, the black face thus flashed upon me shocked me profoundly. It was a singularly deformed one, the facial part projecting, forming something dimly suggestive of a muzzle, and the huge, half-open mouth showed big white teeth as I had ever seen in a human mouth. His eyes were bloodshot at the edges, with scarcely a rim of white round the hazel pupils. There was a curious glow of excitement in his face. "Confound you," said Montgomery. "Why the devil don't you get out of the way?" This seems like he described earlier in this that I don't know. This is weird. I don't feel comfortable saying this line, but I'm going to read the line in the book as it is said. The black-faced man started aside without a word. I went on up the companion, staring at him instinctively as I did so. Montgomery stayed at the foot for a moment. "You have no business here, you know," he said in a deliberate tone. "Your place is forward." That's a part of the ship. We read that. The black-faced man. It's so weird. Why is he called that? Why don't they just give him a name? It's fine. That's just their description. As far as the way their face forms a muzzle, I guess. Like, I'm assuming they're actually, like, their skin is a non-human color. But also this was written at a time where maybe this was a perfectly acceptable way to describe someone. I don't know. Please discuss in chat. Oh God. Okay. "They won't have me forward," he spoke slowly with a queer, hoarse quality in his voice. "Won't have you forward," said Montgomery in a menacing voice. "But I tell you to go." He was on the brink of saying something further, then looked up at me suddenly and followed me up the ladder. I had paused halfway through the hatchway, looking back, still astonished beyond measure at the grotesque ugliness of this black-faced creature. I had never beheld such a repulsive and extraordinary face before, and yet, if the contradiction is credible, I experienced at the same time an odd feeling that in some way I had already encountered exactly the features and gestures that now amazed me. Afterwards it occurred to me that probably I had seen him as I was lifted aboard. Oh, turning pages. Come on, Claus, you can do this. So they'd seen him as he lifted aboard. Come on, that is clearly too... Ah! Did not want to separate. Book. There we go. Yet, so they'd seen him when they lifted me aboard. Yet, that scarcely satisfied my suspicion of a previous acquaintance. Yet how one could have set eyes on so singular a face and yet have forgotten the precise occasion passed my imagination. Montgomery's movements to follow me released my attention, and I turned and looked about me at the flush deck of the little schooner. I was already half prepared by the sounds I had heard for a while for what I saw. Certainly, I'd never beheld a deck so dirty. It was littered with scraps of carrot, shreds of grain stuff, and indescribable filth. Fastened by chains to the mainmast were a number of grisly staghounds, who now began leaping and barking at me, and by the mizzen, a huge puma was cramped in a little iron cage, far too small even to give it turning room. Farther under the starboard bulwark were some big hutches containing a number of rabbits, and a solitary llama was squeezed in a mere box of a cage forward. Dogs were muzzled by leather scraps. The one human being on deck was a gaunt and silent sailor at the wheel. The patched and dirty spankers, which was the term for certain I want to say flags. It's not flags. Sails. That's the word. Flappy fabric. The patched and dirty spankers were tense before the wind, and up aloft the little ship seemed carrying every sail she had. The sky was clear, the sun midway down the western sky. Long waves, capped by the breeze with froth, were running with us. We went past the steersman. To the taffrail. I love that one's not described. What the heck is a taffrail? I don't know what that is. And we saw the water come foaming under the stern, and the bubbles go dancing and vanishing in her wake. I turned and surveyed the unsavory length of the ship. "Is this an ocean menagerie?" said I. "Looks like it," said Montgomery. "What are these beasts for? Merchandise? Curios? Does the captain think he's going to sell them somewhere in the South Seas?" "It looks like it, doesn't it?" said Montgomery, and turned towards the wake again. Suddenly we heard a yelp and a volley of furious blasphemy from the companion hatchway, and the deformed man with the black face came up hurriedly. He was immediately followed by a heavy red-haired man in a white cap. At the sight of the former, the staghounds, who had all tired of barking at me by this time, became furiously excited, howling and leaping against their chains. I hate that I don't like reading this. This is clearly has it's just spoken with such, I don't know. I'm going to read this, but like I said, I don't like it. I don't. This is weird, but I don't know how to fix it. The black hesitated before them, and this gave the red-haired man time to come up with him and deliver a tremendous blow between the shoulder blades. The poor devil went down like a felled ox and rolled in the dirt among the furiously excited dogs. It was lucky for him that they were muzzled. The red-haired man gave a yawp of exultation and stood staggering, and as it seemed to me, in serious danger of either going backwards down the companion hatchway or forwards upon his victim. So soon as the second man had appeared, Montgomery had started forward. "Steady on there!" he cried in a tone of remonstrance? A couple of sailors appeared in the forecastle. The black-faced man, howling in a singular voice, rolled around under the feet of the dogs. No one attempted to help him. The brutes did their best to worry him, butting their muzzles at him. There was a quick dance of their lithe, gray-figured bodies over the clumsy, prostrate figure. The sailors forward shouted, as though it was an admirable sport. Montgomery gave an angry exclamation and went striding down the deck. I followed him. The black-faced man scrambled up and staggered forward, going and leaning and glaring over his shoulder at the dog. The red-haired man laughed a satisfied laugh. "Look here, Captain," said Montgomery, with his lisp a little accentuated, gripping the elbow of the red-haired man. "This won't do." I stood behind Montgomery. The captain came half around and regarded him with the dull and solemn eyes of a drunken man. What won't do? He said, what won't do? He said, and added after looking sleepily into Montgomery's face for a minute. Blasted sawbones? So that's the doctor, sawbones. With a sudden movement, he shook his arm free, and after 2 ineffectual attempts, stuck his freckled fists into his side pockets. That man's a passenger, said Montgomery. I'll advise you to keep your hands off him. Go to hell, said the captain loudly. He suddenly turned and staggered towards the side. Do what I like on my own ship, he said. I think Montgomery might have left him then, seeing the brute was drunk, but he only turned a shade paler and followed the captain to the bulwark. Look you here, Captain, he said. That man of mine is not to be ill-treated. He has been hazed ever since he came aboard. For a minute, alcoholic fumes keep the captain speechless. Blasted sawbones was all he considered necessary. This guy's bad news. Oops, I turned the page without my lobster claw. I'm cheating. No. We're one more page to the next chapter, and then I'll check on all of you in there in chat. Or maybe it'll be nap time. Oh no. Let's see. I could see that Montgomery had one of those slow, pertinacious tempers that will warm day after day to a white heat and never again cool to forgiveness. I saw, too, that this quarrel had been some time growing. The man's drunk, I said, perhaps officiously. You'll do no good. Montgomery gave an ugly twist to his dropping lip. He's always drunk. Do you think that excuses his assaulting his passenger? My ship, began the captain, waving his hand unsteadily towards the cages, was a clean ship. Look at it now. It was certainly anything but clean. Crew, continued the captain, clean, respectable crew. You agreed to take the beasts. I wish I'd never set eyes on your infernal island. What the devil do you want beasts for on an island like that? Then that man of yours understood he was a man. He's a lunatic, and he has no business aft. Do you think this whole damn ship belongs to you? Your sailors began to haze the poor devil as soon as he came aboard. That's just what he is. He's the devil, an ugly devil. My men can't stand him. I can't stand him. None of us can't stand him. Nor you either. Montgomery turned away. You leave that man alone, anyhow, he said, nodding his head as he spoke. But the captain meant to quarrel now. He raised his voice. If he comes this end of the ship again, I'll cut his insides out, I tell you. Cut out his blasted insides. Who are you to tell me what I'm to do? I tell you, I'm captain of this ship, captain and owner. I'm the law here, I tell you. And the law and the prophets. I bargained to take a man and his attendant to and from Arica and bring back some animals. Never bargained to carry a mad devil and a silly sawbones. Well, never mind what he called Montgomery. I saw the latter take a step forward and interposed. He's drunk, said I. The captain began some abuse even fouler than the last. Shut up, I said, turning on him sharply, for I had seen danger in Montgomery's white face. With that, I brought the downpour on myself. However, I was glad to avert what was uncommonly near a scuffle, even at the price of the captain's drunken ill will. I do not think I have ever heard quite so much vile language come in a continuous stream from any man's lip before. Although I have frequented eccentric company enough. I found some of it hard to endure, though I am a mild-tempered man. But certainly, when I told the captain to shut up, I had forgotten that I was merely a bit of human flotsam, cut off from my resources and with my fare unpaid. a mere casual dependent on the bounty or speculative enterprise of the ship. He reminded me of it with considerable vigor, but at any rate, I prevented a fight. The next chapter is called At the Schooner Rail. Let's check chat, and I'm going to take a short break. Ooh! Ah! Here. That's what you get. Hi, buddy. He's being good. He's barely on camera. Come on, camera. Let us see just a smidge more of Fritz. We don't need the fish machine as much as we need cute little Fritz face. He's so good. All right. Lobster sticks to magnet. Anyhow. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's such a sweetie. All right. Well, I hope you're all ready. I hope you're all tucked in and cozy because story time continues. We are reading The Island of Dr. Moreau, and I would love to actually get to a part of it that's kind of creepy. So far, we've gotten just to some parts where it's just vaguely racist, but also, like, it didn't seem... It was like that casual racism of the, like, late 1800s kind of... Hey, Green Tea Cat, where it was like... It wasn't like he was speaking in a hateful way. He was just describing them in a way that we now know is really not okay, you know? If that makes sense. I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying to process it for myself. Okay. Let's do this. Green Tea Cat, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to Lobster story time. This lobster eye keeps getting droopy over here. We gotta keep it up. There we go. Lobster eyes. Can you see the other one? Is it up? It is up. Okay, there we go. Aw, Fritz, he's so good. Oh my god, he's right here. Aw. Put the camera down even more. I want you to be able to see him. He's so cute. There we go. That's a little better. Who needs to see my face when you can see a kitty? Right? All right. Lobster tail. Untangled. There we go. One lobster tail. All my lobster arms. Music Geekery, thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a lovely day with all the things you're up to. It's D&D, right? Yeah, D&D. I am going to admittedly unclaw this hand because I will be petting Fritz. You can't stop me. I have to pet him if he's within vicinity. That's just the law. Also, I kind of want like a hair clip or something to keep this eye up. It's annoying. It's okay. It's fine. Okay. All right. Get cozy, chat. Here we go. Back into the island of Dr. Moreau. So, oh, Kitty is a consolation prize. Oh, and my face is here. We're good. It's fine. Oh, look. I mean, look at this belly. Isn't that miraculous? It's so good. It's so good. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Flippers flipping. That's right, Fenorio. All right, so far, to catch everybody up on the story, thus far, he is a snuggly boy. Hi. You don't care if I'm a lobster or not, huh? You just want the belly rubs? So good. Aw. Guy gets AOH! Hi! It's so good to see you. Normally bellies are a trap for cats, but not with these. Not with these two. Sometimes Fritz will do like one murder kick, you know, with the back legs. But like then he instantly like snuggles up to you. It's just like some weird instinct that he doesn't want almost. It's kind of cute. What are we doing? Oh, hi. Okay. Hi, bud. Hello. Okay. You're so good. Okay. So far, guy gets shipwrecked, floats. There's two other guys on board with him. They fight and die by falling into the water. Then he, just like on death's door practically, gets rescued by another ship. And that ship is where we are currently in the book. It's a schooner. The title of this next chapter is At the Schooner Rail. We just bore witness to a scene where the captain, who's constantly drunk, kind of poorly treated, and by kind of I mean very poorly treated, another passenger who is the helper, the assistant person to this Montgomery, who is the doctor who nursed him back to health, who's just on the ship for passage. They're not like the ship's official doctor. It's not that big of a boat. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Every kitty does different. AOH, you're so sweet. I hope you're doing well. And so the captain shoved the assistant of this Montgomery fellow into these dogs that were very upset by his existence. And the way that this assistant was described, I'm going to try to read it directly because I don't want to misquote it because it's pretty terrible and weird at the same time. So I will reread this section just so that you understand what's going on. In some indefinable way, the black face thus flashed upon me shocked me profoundly. It was a singularly deformed one, the facial part projected, forming something dimly suggestive of a muzzle, and the huge half-open mouth showed as big white teeth as I had ever seen in a human mouth. His eyes were bloodshot at the edges, with scarcely a rim of white round the hazel pupils, and there was a curious glow of excitement in his face. And then he continues to describe this character as the black-faced man. So I'm skirmish around that. I don't like it. But that is what the book says, and I'm going to read what the book says, even though it kind of makes me feel weird. So here we are. Ships in those days were very boozed up. Clearly. So the last little tiny bit of the scene was this Montgomery doctor kind of almost getting in a fight with the drunken captain for the captain's poor treatment of his man. And before the fight broke out, the person writing this kind of journal that we're reading, the main character, so to speak, steps in and distracts the captain by getting the captain upset at them instead, just by kind of telling them to be quiet. And it just drew his ire, so to speak. Yes. And distillery at the end there. I like that, Brave Weaver. All right, I'm closing chat so I don't get distracted, because I will. And I'm just going to snuggle Fritz with one hand and attempt to lobster read with the other. Here we go. It's lobster story time. The night land was sighted after sundown, and the schooner hove to. Montgomery intimated that was his destination. It was too far to see any details. It seemed to me then simply a low-lying patch of dim blue in the uncertain blue-gray sea. An almost vertical streak of smoke went up from it into the sky. The captain was not on deck when it was sighted. After he had vented his wrath on me, he had staggered below, and I understand he went to sleep on the floor of his own cabin. The mate practically assumed the command. He was the gaunt, taciturn individual we had seen at the wheel. Apparently, he was in an evil temper with Montgomery. He took not the slightest notice of either of us. We dined with him in a sulky silence after a few ineffectual efforts on my part to talk. It struck me, too, that the men regarded my companion and his animal in a singularly unfriendly manner. I found Montgomery very reticent about his purpose with these creatures, and about his destination, and though I was sensible of a growing curiosity as to both, I did not press him. We remained talking on the quarter-deck until the sky was thick with stars. Except for an occasional sound in the yellow-lit forecastle and a movement of the animals now and then, the night was still. Was very still. Aw, you want me to hold your feet, Fritz? Okay, I'll just hold your feet. He's so cute. Okay, The puma lay crouched together, watching us with shining eyes, a black heap in the corner of its cage. Montgomery produced some cigars. He talked to me of London in a tone of half-painful reminiscence, asking all kinds of questions about changes that had taken place. He spoke like a man who had loved his life there, and had been suddenly and irrevocably cut off from it. I gossiped as well as I could of this and that. All the time the strangeness of him was shaping itself in my mind, and as I talked, I peered at his odd, pallid face in the dim light of the binnacle. There's another weird word. Binnacle lantern. Okay, so some kind of lantern. We'll leave it at that. Then I looked out at the darkling sea, where in the dimness his little island was hidden. This man, it seemed to me, had come out of immensity merely to save my life. Tomorrow he would drop over the side and vanish again out of my existence. Even had it been under commonplace circumstance, it would have made me a trifle thoughtful. But in the first place was the singularity of an educated man living on this unknown little island, and coupled with that, the extraordinary nature of his luggage. I found myself repeating the captain's question. What did he want with these beasts? Why, too, had he pretended they were not his when I had remarked about them at first? Then again, in his personal attendant there was a bizarre quality which had impressed me profoundly. These circumstances threw a haze of mystery around the man. They laid hold of my imagination and hampered my tongue. Towards midnight, our talks of London died away, and we stood side by side, leaning over the bulwarks and staring dreamily over the silent, starlit sea, each pursuing his own thoughts. It was the atmosphere for sentiment, and I began upon my gratitude. "If I may say it," said I, after a time, "you have saved my life." "Chance," he answered, "just chance." I prefer to make my thanks to the accessible agent. I love this older terminology and dialogue. It's far less efficient than what we use now in many ways, but it is very pretty. "Thank no one. You had the need and I had the knowledge, and I injected and fed you as I might have collected a specimen. I was bored and wanted something to do. If I'd been jaded that day, or hadn't liked your face, well, it's a curious question where you would have been now." That damped my mood a little. Excuse me, sneezing. It is a little bit of an allergy day. Rabbit's got the tissues out. He's all sneezy. That damped my mood a little. At any rate, I began. "It's chance, I tell you," he interrupted, "as everything is in a man's life. Only, he said, there's that word again, only the asses won't see it. Why am I here now? An outcast from civilization instead of being a happy man enjoying all the pleasures of London? Simply because 11 years ago, I lost my head for 10 minutes on a foggy night." He stopped. "Yes," said I, "that's all." We relapsed into silence. Presently he laughed. "There's something in this starlight that loosens one's tongue. I'm an ass, and yet somehow I would like to tell you. Whatever you tell me, you may rely upon my keeping to myself, if that's it." He was on the point of beginning, and then shook his head doubtfully. "Don't," said I. "It's all the same to me. After all, it is better to keep your secret. There's nothing gained but a little relief if I respect your confidence. If I don't, well," he grunted undecidedly. I felt I had him at a disadvantage. Had caught him in the mood of indiscretion, and to tell the truth, I was not curious to learn what might have driven a young medical student out of London. I have an imagination. I shrugged my shoulders and turned away. Over the taffrail leant a silent black figure watching over the stars. It was Montgomery's strange attendant. So not shadows, just, yep, okay, cool, thanks. Thanks, racism, I think. It's so weird, the way, it's so casually, like, it's just weird. Okay, it's fine. I don't like it. The silent black figure watching the stars. It was Montgomery's strange attendant. It looked over its shoulders quickly with my movement, then looked away. Describing this character as it is weird. Describing it with it is strange. This should be he or they, right? Using it turns it directly into a non-human creature from the perspective of the reader for the most part. That's generally what that does. Interesting. It's an object if it's an it, sort of. Not always, but sort of. It may seem a little thing to you, perhaps, but it came like a sudden blow to me. The only light near us was a lantern at the wheel. The creature's face was turned for one brief instant out of the dimness of the stern towards this illumination, and I saw that the eyes that glanced at me shone with a pale green light. I did not know then that a reddish luminosity, at least, is not uncommon in human eyes. The thing came to me as stark inhumanity. That that black figure of a man, a figure of no particular import, hung over the taffrail against the starlight, and I found Montgomery was speaking to me. "I'm thinking of turning in, then," he said, "if you've had enough of this." I answered him incongruously. We went below, and he wished me good night at the door of my cabin. That night I had some very unpleasant dreams. The waning moon rose late. Its light struck a ghostly white beam across my cabin and made an ominous shape on the planking of my bunk. Then the stage hounds woke and began howling and baying, so that I dreamt fitfully and scarcely slept until the approach of dawn. And that was the chapter called At the Schooner Rail. Let's declaw here and take a peek at chat. Also, Fritz is so off the camera, I am going to switch it back to up so you can see the... Let me see if I can get it back to Lobster-ish. Oh, Fuji! Thank you! Thanks for the little tasty bit. That's so nice of you. Lobster... ish. Right? Oh, God! Oh! Perfect. Lobster-ish. That's me. Lobster-ish. Griff, welcome in, by the way. How's everybody doing? The love lamp should be working again. It did get repaired. Oh, why is the tablet not connecting to chat now? Butts. Ugh. Let me look. Lamp! Yeah, it's working! Look at that lamp. It's going, it's going. Panic. There we go. Chat's loaded now. I can see it all easily. We're back. We're back. Brainy, welcome in, by the way. I'm glad everybody's still enjoying the little report for duty thing. I hope that that continues to be enjoyable. Lobster noises. Lobster, lobster time. I want these to be on the sides of my hood, not attacking my eyes. Thank you. Okay. Is this enjoyable for everybody? Is this cozy and nice? Is this a good way to spend your Saturday morning or afternoon or what have you? I have another tenuous sip of my drink here. Aye! Yes! Oh, nice. I like reading time. The Amanda Show. There's a lobster bit in that? I have no idea what that... Oh, that's fun. We got a spork. What else do we need? Tacos? Yeah, honestly, that's true. Tacos makes just about everything better. Any occasion, any event, tacos. Yeah. Yes, Dervolfin concedes almost instantly. It's like, okay, yeah, spork and tacos. All right. Here we go. Everything's a little bit offset, but it's okay. All right. Another chapter. We are not going to get through this whole book today. There's no way I'm finishing this book. This makes me go, am I going to have to make a YouTube video of me finishing this book also in a lobster costume? I might. That might have to happen now. Ooh, tacos, Montessori, yes. Floofy Lobster Kitty Adventures. Like meters at the max. James Fields. Aw, I'm glad. I'm pretty cozy here. You can't see him anymore. He's off camera, but there is a kitty cat right here. There's a kitty right here. He's a good little floof, all curled up by me. Say hi, Fritz. Nope, the camera doesn't go that far. Aw. There will be a cooking lobster stream at some point. Although I'm pretty sure after I make cookies as a lobster, I will have to stick this lobster onesie in the wash. And then we'll see if it survives that. It was not a very expensive article of clothing, so it may not live so well once it's been washed. Yeah, Nanolai, that's fair. It is what it is, though, in that sort of sense. Well, Brave, what I would probably do is I would take this stream and I would edit out all the spots where I'm not reading. I just edit those out really choppily. Not great. I'm not an editor. And then I would just paste those onto the whatever recording I made everywhere. You know what, Montessori? I do have an apron, and I was thinking about using it. It's the same apron I used to kind of cosplay as Alice when I read the Alice in Wonderland. You want Rabbit to be the lobster, Dervolfman? Cooking lobster as I lobster? That would be pretty funny. Lobster will be cooked in the washing machine. Exactly, City Robo. Also, hi. I don't think I said hello to you today. All right, let's get on to the next chapter here. This is pretty cozy. I won't be able to see chat again for a little bit. Let's see if I can navigate a spot where I can be comfy with a cat still somewhere. All right, we're good. I got this. Oh, what a mess. Lobster, 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 lobster. All right. The man who had nowhere to go. My eye is so floppy. There. The man who had nowhere to go. In the early morning. It was the second morning after my recovery, and I believe the fourth after I was picked up. I awoke through an avenue of tumultuous dreams dreams of guns and howling mobs, and became sensible of a horse shouting above me. I rubbed my eyes and laid listening to the noise, doubtful for a little while of my whereabouts. Then came a sudden pattering of bare feet, sound of heavy objects being thrown about, a violent creaking, and the rattling of chains. I heard the swish of water as the ship was suddenly brought round, and a foamy yellow-green wave flew across the little round window and left it streaming. I jumped into my clothes and went on deck. As I came up the ladder, I saw against the flushed sky, for the sun was just rising, the broad back and red hair of the captain, and over his shoulder the puma spinning from a tackle rigged on the mizzen spanker boom. The poor brute seemed horribly scared and crouched in the bottom of its little cage. "Overboard with 'em! Overboard with 'em! We'll have a clean ship soon of the whole billin' of 'em!" He stood in my way so that I had perforce to tap his shoulder to come on deck. He came round with a start and staggered back a few paces to stare at me. It needed no expert eye to tell that the man was still drunk. "Hello?" he said stupidly, and then with a light coming into his eyes. "Why, it's Mr. Pendrick," I said. "Pendrick, be damned," he said. "Shut up, that's your name, Mr. Shut Up." It was no good answering the brute, but I certainly did not expect his next move. He held out his hand to the gangway by which Montgomery stood, talking to a massive, gray-haired man in dirty blue flannels, who had apparently just come aboard. "This way, Mr. Blasted Shut Up, that way," roared the captain. Montgomery and his companion turned as he spoke. What do you mean?" I said. "That way, Mr. Blasted Shut Up, that's what I mean. Overboard, Mr. Shut Up, and sharp! We're cleaning the ship out, cleaning the whole blessed ship out, and overboard you go." I stared at him, dumbfounded. Then it occurred to me that it was exactly the thing I wanted. The lost prospect of a journey as sole passenger with the quarrelsome sot was not one to mourn over. I turned towards Montgomery. "Can't have you," said Montgomery's companion concisely. "You can't have me," said I, aghast. He had the squarest and most resolute face I had ever set eyes upon. "Look here," I began, turning to the captain. "Overboard," said the captain. "This ship ain't for beasts and cannibals and worse than beasts and more. Overboard you go, Mr. Shut Up. If they can't have you, you goes overboard. But anyhow, you go with your friends. I've done with this blessed island for evermore. Amen. I've had enough of it." "But Montgomery," I appealed. He distorted his lower lip and nodded his head hopelessly at the gray-haired man beside him to indicate his powerlessness to help me. "I'll see to you presently," said the captain. Then began a curious three-cornered altercation. Alternately, I appealed to one and another of the three men, first the gray-haired man to let me land, and then the drunken captain to keep me aboard. I even bawled entreaties to the sailors. Montgomery never said a word, only shook his head. "You're going overboard, I tell ya," was the captain's refrain. "Law be damned, I'm king here." At last, I must confess, my voice suddenly broke in the middle of a vigorous threat. I felt a gust of hysterical petulance and went aft and stared dismally at nothing. Meanwhile, the sailors progressed rapidly with the task of unshipping the packages and caged animals. A large launch with 2 standing lugs lay under the lee of the schooner, and into this the strange assortment of goods were swung. I did not see the hands from the island that were receiving the packages, for the hull of the launch was hidden from me by the side of the schooner. Neither Montgomery nor his companions took the slightest notice of me, but busied themselves in assisting and directing the 4 or 5 sailors who were unloading the goods. The captain went forward, interfering rather than assisting. It was alternately despairful and desperate. Once or twice, as I stood waiting there for things to accomplish themselves, I could not resist an impulse to laugh at my miserable quandary. I felt all the wretcheder for the lack of breakfast, hunger, and a lack of blood, the fingers and feet? What? Hold on. Did I accidentally a page? I turned the page and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. I did. I accidentally a page. Oh, hi, Fritz. Hunger and a lack of blood corpuscles take all the manhood from a man. I perceived pretty clearly that I had not the stamina either to resist what the captain chose to do to expel me or to force myself upon Montgomery and his companion. So I waited passively upon fate, and the work of transferring Montgomery's possessions to the launch went on as if I did not exist. Presently, the work was finished, and then came the struggle. I was hauled, resisting weakly enough, to the gangway. Even then I noticed the oddness of the brown faces of the men who were with Montgomery on the launch. But the launch was now fully laden and was shoved off hastily. A broadening gap of green water appeared under me, and I pushed back with all my strength to avoid falling headlong. The hands in the launch shouted derisively, and I heard Montgomery curse at them. And then the captain, the mate, and one of the seamen helping him ran me aft towards the stern. The dinghy of the Lady Vane had been towed behind. It was half full of water, had no oars, and was quite unvictualed. Oh, like it's victuals. Those are like food. It's like unprepared. I refused to go aboard her and flung myself full length on the deck. In the end, they swung me into her by a rope, for they had no stern ladder, and then they cut me adrift. I drifted slowly from the schooner. In a kind of stupor, I watched all hands take to the rigging, and slowly but surely she came round to the wind. The sails fluttered and then bellied out as the wind came into them. I stared at her weather-beaten side, heeling steeply towards me, and then she passed out of my range of view. I did not turn my head to follow her. At first, I could scarcely believe what had happened. I crouched in the bottom of the dinghy, stunned and staring blankly at the vacant, oily sea. Then I realized that I was in the little hell of mine again, now half swamped, and looking back over the gunwale, I saw the schooner standing away from me, with the red-haired captain mocking at me over the taffrail, and turning towards the island, saw the launch growing smaller as she approached the beach. Abruptly, the cruelty of this desertion became clear to me. I had no means of reaching the land unless I should chance to drift there. I was still weak, you must remember, from my exposure in the boat. I was empty and very faint, or I should have had more heart. But as it was, I suddenly began to sob and weep, as I had never done since I was a little child. The tears ran down my face. In passion of despair, I struck with my fists at the water in the bottom of the boat and kicked savagely at the gunwale. I prayed aloud for God to let me die. Whoa, drama! Jeez, that was a wild chapter. Also, Brave Weaver with the horse jokes. Very funny. Oh, another sip. I still have a little coffee. Yay! Ah, it's the best way to start your day as a lobster. A little cauldron of coffee. There's two cats here. There's one right here by my legs. One good little kitty down here. And then Sagan is off in the distance that way. He's actually coming over. Am I getting a second kitty? Hi, bud. I don't think I've had both of you snuggle with me in this area ever. What you doing, bud? Hi. Do you want to come up and say hello? You're just gonna blink at me? He just woke up. Oh, I can't reach you because my headphones have tied me here. I'm trapped. Getting marooned is a horrible fate. They Okay, so Ultra Runner. You didn't even realize. What do you mean? What did you think was going on? Is it because I'm a lobster? So the guy that ended up in this boat, the description that you just heard, it wasn't his boat that he was on. The captain kicked him off of it. They had rescued him from being stranded. Like his ship got wrecked, the one that he was traveling on. It got destroyed, and he was adrift. And then this ship fished him out, but the captain is a jerk and has decided that he's leaving. But the island belongs to this strange, mysterious gray-haired guy, I think. And this guy was like, I know that the captain's kicking you off the ship here, but you can't come to where I am. And so the captain was just like, all right, well then, you're getting back on the little dinghy we rescued you off of, and we're just going to shove you off. No provisions, no oars, nothing. Just basically shoving him off to his death, which is not how you should behave at sea. That is not what you're supposed to do. Oh, really? Oh, I hope it was a good kind of hypnotized. Hi, Seekin. Aw, you laying over there? You're so cute. Okay. He's over there laying on the ground. Gosh, I wish sometimes I could just like press a button and you all could just see what I see for a few seconds and then switch it back. Nice Seekin. You'd get to see a whole lot more cats if that was the case. So, the Islanders. Oh, chapter 6, the evil looking boatman. Let's go on. Oh, was that Steph? Was Steph doing that? Cthulhu is... I could actually see that working because Cthulhu mythos is kind of existential, cosmic horror, you know? And so it's not... That wouldn't be so bad, I don't think. You could make that cozy. Okay, let's see. The evil-looking boatman. Back to Lobster. Okay. But the islanders, seeing that I was really adrift, took pity on me. I drifted very slowly to the eastward, approaching the island slantingly, and presently I saw, with hysterical relief, the launch come round and return towards me. She was heavily laden, and I could make out, as she drew nearer, Montgomery's white-haired, broad-shouldered companion, sitting cramped up with the dogs and several packing cases in the stern sheets. This individual stared fixedly at me without moving or speaking. The black-faced cripple was glaring at me as fixedly in the bows near the Puma. There were 3 other men besides, 3 strange, brutish-looking fellows, at whom the staghounds were snarling savagely. Montgomery, who was steering, brought the boat by me, and rising, caught and fastened my painter to the tiller to tow me, for there was no room aboard. I had recovered from my hysterical phase by this time, and answered his hail as he approached, bravely enough. I told him the dinghy was nearly swamped, and he reached me a piggin. Okay, we have to go back to there's a list of, like, terms. Hold on. The heck are they talking about? Okay. A painter is a light rope used for tying up a boat. Okay, good. A piggin is a small wooden pail-like receptacle. Okay. They just wanted to have... This is like a cult. One of the things you do with a cult is you just take things and you give them names that are different. I feel... This is just a bucket. It's a small bucket. Why name it a piggin? The heck? We're also going to see shortly words like stuck struck the lugs, which is lowering the sails. The lugs are a type of sail. And the Royal College of Science, Huxley, yeah. Biologist and Darwinist Thomas Henry Huxley, 1825 to 1895, whom Wells admired and was taught by at the Normal School of Science, which later became the Royal College. Oh, interesting. So he's name dropping an old teacher in this book. That's kind of adorable. I like that. That's cute. All right. All right, so fastened my painter to the tiller to tow me. So that's the rope for the boat. And then he gets handed a small bucket, which is called a piggin. There we go. I was jerked back as the rope tightened between the boats. For some time, I was busy bailing. It was not until I had got the water under control, for the water in the dinghy had been shipped, the boat was perfectly sound, that I had leisure to look at the people in the launch again. The white-haired man, I found, was still regarding me steadfastly, but with an expression, as I now fancied, of some perplexity. When my eyes met his, he looked down at the staghound that sat between my knees. He was a powerfully built man, as I have said, with a fine forehead and rather heavy features, but his eyes had that odd drooping of the skin above the lids which often comes with advancing years, and the fall of his heavy mouth at the corners gave him an expression of pugnacious resolution. He talked to Montgomery in a tone too low for me to hear. From him my eyes traveled to his 3 men, and a strange crew they were. I saw only their faces, yet there was something in their faces, I knew not what, that gave me a queer spasm of disgust. I looked steadily at them, and the impression did not pass. Though I failed to see what had occasioned it, they seemed to me to be brown men, but their limbs were oddly swathed in some thin, dirty, white stuff, down even to the fingers and feet. I'd never seen men so wrapped up before, and women so, only in the East. They wore turbans, too, and thereunder peered out their elfin faces at me, faces with protruding lower jaws and bright eyes. They had lank black hair, almost like horsehair, and seemed as they sat to exceed in stature any race of man I have ever seen. The white-haired man, who I knew was a good 6 feet in height, sat a head below any of the 3. I found afterwards that really none were taller than myself, but their bodies were abnormally long, and the thigh part of the leg short and curiously twisted. Oh, so they had really long torsos. So then when they sit, they're up higher. Yeah, okay, that's weird though. All right, sure, why not? Oh no, I forgot my claws. Can't get lobstery with it. Sorry. Fixing my claws. Hearts. All right, back to it. At any rate, they were amazingly ugly gang, and over the heads of them, under the forward lug, peered the black face of the man whose eyes were luminous in the dark. As I stared at them, they met my gaze, and then first one and then another turned away from my direct stare and looked at me in an odd, furtive manner. It occurred to me that I was perhaps annoying them, and I turned my attention to the island we were approaching. It was low and covered with thick vegetation, chiefly a kind of palm that was new to me. From one point a thin white thread of vapor rose slantingly to an immense height, and then frayed out like a down feather. We were now within the embrace of a broad bay, flanked on either hand by a low promontory. The beach was a dull gray sand and sloped steeply up to a ridge, perhaps 60 or 70 feet above the sea level, and irregularly set with trees and undergrowth. Halfway up was a square enclosure of some grayish stone, which I found subsequently was built partly of coral and partly of pumiceous lava. 2 thatched roofs peeped from within this enclosure. A man stood awaiting us at the water's edge. I fancied, while we were still far off, that I saw some other and very grotesque-looking creatures scuttle into the bushes upon the slope, but I saw nothing of these as we drew nearer. This man was of a moderate size, and with a black face. There's a word in there that I will not say. He had a large, almost lipless mouth, extraordinarily lank arms, long, thin feet, and bow legs, and stood with his heavy face thrust forward, staring at us. He was dressed, like Montgomery and his white-haired companion, in jacket and trousers of blue serge. As we came still nearer, the individual began to run to and fro on the beach, making the most grotesque movements. At a word of command from Montgomery, the 4 men in the launch sprang up, and with singularly awkward gestures, struck the lugs. Montgomery steered us round and into a narrow little dock excavated in the beach. Then the man on the beach hastened towards us. The dock, as I call it, was really a mere ditch, just long enough at the phase of the tide to take the longboat. I heard the bows grounding in the sand, staved the dinghy off the rudder of the big boat with my piggin, and, freeing the painter, landed. The 3 muffled men, with the clumsiest movements, scrambled out upon the sand, and forthwith set to landing the cargo, assisted by the man on the beach. I was struck especially by the curious movements of the legs of the 3 swathed and bandaged boatmen. Not stiff they were, but distorted in some odd way, almost as if they were jointed in the wrong place. The dogs were still snarling, and strained at their chains after these men, and the white-haired man landed with them. The 3 big fellows spoke to one another in odd guttural tones. The man who had waited for us on the beach began chattering to them excitedly, a foreign language, as I fancied, as they laid hands on some bales piled near the stern. Somewhere I had heard such a voice before, and I could not think where. The white-haired man stood, holding in a tumult of 6 dogs, and bawling orders over their din. Montgomery, having unshipped the rudder, landed otherwise, and all set to work at unloading. I was too faint, what with my long fast and the sun beating down on my bare head, to offer any assistance. Presently, the white-haired man seemed to recollect my presence, and came up to me. "You look," he said, "as though you had scarcely breakfast." His little eyes were a brilliant black under his heavy brows. "I must apologize for that. Now you are our guest. We must make you comfortable, though you are uninvited, you know." He looked keenly into my face. "Montgomery says you are an educated man. Mr. Pendrick says you know something of science. May I ask what that signifies?" I told him I spent some years at the Royal College of Science and had done some research in biology under Huxley. That's the H.G. Wells's teacher. He raised his eyebrows slightly at that. That alters the case a little, Mr. Pendrick," he said, with a trifle more respect in his manner. "As it happens, we are biologists here. This is a biological station of a sort." His eyes rested on the men in white who were busily hauling the puma on rollers towards the walled yard. I and Montgomery, at least," he added. Then, "when you will be able to get away, I can't say. We're off the track to anywhere. We see a ship once in a 12-month or so. He left me abruptly and went up the beach past the group, and I think entered the enclosure. The other 2 men were with Montgomery, erecting a pile of smaller packages on a low-wheeled truck. The llama was still on the launch with the rabbit hutches. The stage hounds were still lashed to the thwarts. Hey, bud, you sat up. What you doing? Hi. Something happening in the other areas? The house? You see something, bud? Kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Oh, and away he goes. Time to readjust myself anyway. Ooh, there we go. Oh, let's try to have a drink over here. Hey, I didn't spill it. Yay! Okay. Oh, I can check. I can check chat. Check chat. Check chat. Oh, Lucky Hero's here lurking. Hey, Lucky Hero. I can't see all of chat. Oh, come on. If I refresh this, will it give me all of the chat that happened while I missed it? Come on, computer. Be really cool like that. Don't load up a blank chat. Give me all... Nope, it loaded up a blank chat. That's disappointing. Oh. Okay. Hold on. What's going on? Oh, Susykins! Hey! I'm a lobster! I'm a lobster. Hello. Welcome to story time. Also, Fenorio headed off. See you later, Fenorio. Well, brave. Oh, well, I guess it depends on the nature of the story. Yes. It sounds like they were trying to sew in a element of, lobster! But there he is. Chris Swift, it is, and I'm a lobster. I don't know. This is no Spork that I've ever seen. Spork's not a lobster, are they? I'm a lobster. Oh, Erzatz, you going to bed? Hold on, let me give you a lobster heart. These claws are very good at hearts. Look at that. Heart. Sleep well, Erzatz. Aww. It's my pleasure, Susie. This is just a special day, but I probably won't get through the whole book, so I might make it into a YouTube video so that everyone can finish the story if they're enjoying this. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Erzatz. You lovely kitty. Oh, and Tiny Catastrophe, welcome in. Am I a rock lobster? I'm a lobster that rocks out. Is that good? You can't see it, but I'm doing rock hands now. Woo-hoo. All right. Back to it. No more distractions. I'm resettled and we're ready to read more. I think. I very much need like a little hair clip or something to keep this one eyeball up. It's doing a bad job of being a lobster. You need eyes. These are definitely the kind of eyes lobsters have, too. They definitely aren't on stalks or anything. They're just directly flappy on the eyes like a frog. Definitely. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Definitely. Let's see. You'd buy an audiobook if you're reading a story. Aw, Ultra Runner, I'm glad that you're finding this so calming. Ah, you dropped out once your dinner arrived. No worries, Catsitter. And yeah, let me give you all a little recap. SpongeBob. So we are reading a H.G. Wells story called The Island of Dr. Moreau. And we are reading basically the journal of the main character, this man who was shipwrecked and then rescued by a boat. And on the boat was this doctor and a bunch, and like a little bit of a menagerie, like a couple of wild, like a llama and a puma, and then a bunch of dogs and some rabbits and some other stuff like that. And the captain was drunk and belligerent, and they, instead of taking this shipwrecked guy back to mainland, he was like, "You are getting off of this boat when we reach this island. I don't care." And when the people on the island were like, "He can't come with us," the captain took him, stuck him in a boat. That was the one he had been stranded on, this little dinghy, like an emergency boat. Stuck him on the boat and set him off, and just no supplies, nothing. Basically just let him go to die again, like where he was. He was almost dead when they had found him. And the people from this little island where the doctor was bringing these wild animals and stuff, they turned around and they picked him up because they were like, "Well, we can't let that happen." And so he has just been talking. Hobbs! Hi, handsome boy. Hey, buddy. What you doing? Hello. The people who are assisting this, the two scientists / doctors, are all being described as though they are deformed, weirdnesses. And I have noticed, in case you haven't, anybody who was listening, there are points where he describes them using animal descriptors, here, one description of some of the assistants are, they had lank black hair, almost like horsehair, and seemed as they sat to exceed the stature of any race of man I had ever seen. I found afterwards that they really were none taller than myself, but their bodies were abnormally long, and their legs, and the thigh part of the leg short and curiously twisted. So they are not just standard people outside of these two scientists. It's like the Splice episode from Batman Beyond. Oh, geez, Brave Weaver. Well, I'm glad it's an old wound. Sometimes people do dumb things. The best you can do whenever anybody has hurt you in the past is to, when you're looking back on it, remember that even if it was unpleasant, it is part of what shapes you. You know, you are who you are, and those unpleasantnesses and how you react to them are part of your becoming. At least I think so. And letting go of that feeling of betrayal doesn't have to happen, but it's usually to your own benefit. Forgiveness isn't really for the other person. Forgiving somebody is really for you. It's to remove that stuff. Yeah, Brave Reaver. There's definitely this book is written in an era where I'm pretty sure that it's that ye old late 1800s, early 900s casual racism where it's just like, oh, of course, you know, everybody knows. Yuck. So, I am just reading these words. I don't like some of them. It's just, I've already said that a few times, but yeah. Anyhow, let's see. So right now, the larger gray-haired man is talking to the main character, and kind of just inviting him in, sort of being like, you know, you are our guest, even if we didn't want you, you know. And then he said he left me abruptly and went up the beach past this group, and I think entered the enclosure. The other two men were with Montgomery, erecting a pile of smaller packages on a low-wheeled truck. The llama was still on the launch with the rabbit hutches. The staghounds were still lashed to the thwarts. The pile of things completed, all three men laid hold of the truck and began shoving the ton weight or so upon it after the puma. Presently, Montgomery left them, and coming back to me, held out his hand. "I'm glad," he said, "for my own part. That captain was a silly ass. He'd have made things lively for you." "It was you," said I, "that saved me again." "That depends. You'll find this island an infernally run place. I promise you, I'd watch my goings carefully if I were you. He hesitated and seemed to alter his mind about what he was about, what was on his lips. "I wish you'd help me with these rabbits," he said. His procedure with the rabbits was singular. I waded in with him and helped him lug one of the hutches ashore. No sooner was that done than he opened the door of it and, tilting the thing on one end, turned its living contents out on the ground. They fell in a struggling heap, one on top of the other. He clapped his hands, and forthwith they went off with that hopping run of theirs, 15 or 20 of them, I should think, upon the beach. "Increase and multiply, my friends," said Montgomery. "Replenish the island. Hitherto we've had a lack of meat here." As I watched them disappearing, the white-haired man returned with a brandy flask and some biscuits. "Something to go on with, Pendrick," he said, in a far more familiar tone than before. I made no ado, but set to work on the biscuits at once, while the white-haired man helped Montgomery to release about the shore more of the rabbits. 3 big hutches, however, went up to the house with the puma. The brandy I did not touch, for I had been an abstainer from my birth. Oh, he doesn't drink. He's, okay, interesting. Interesting. And that's the end of this chapter. Yeah, that's very true. Can I call you Nenny? Is that all right? Or do you prefer Nenny Lai? Do you want the whole thing, Nenny Lai? A teetotaler, yes. Straight edge. Although he might smoke, I don't know. He hasn't been offered cigarettes yet. Aw, Nanny, that's so sweet. I'm glad that you like it. It's more just that I seem to be tongue fumbly. Not very great with people's names. And I'll probably go in between calling you various different names between those two, but so long as it doesn't make you uncomfortable. Yeah. Yeah, he was going to warn him about something. He said, "Be careful if I were you." And then he hesitated and chose to just say, "Help me with these rabbits." So who knows what that's all about. There are 2 different Dr. Moreau movies. Comically, it was the only movie where I've seen Fairuza Balk, who was from Return to Oz, look normal? Oh no, interesting. Also, Brave Weaver, I just want to say, before I turn off the chat again, I'm glad. I'm glad that things turned out pretty okay for you. I really am. Also, Admiral Ritsu, I don't think I actually said a proper hello to you. If you're still here, hi! I'm a lobster. Quack, 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 quack. And I'm reading, I think we'll have time for, what time is it, 2:42? We'll have time for one, maybe two more chapters if I'm a little bit quick about it. And if the chapters are fairly short. Let me have another sip of my little smoothie here. Nom, 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 nom. Okay. Susie, there is almost no context, really. I decided one day that it would be very funny to have a human Alix. I wanted to do something slightly different than my normal, like, cooking streams that I occasionally do, where I, like, bake cookies, or we've made lasagna, or a couple of other little things. I wanted to do something a little bit more wacky as, like, a thank you for the support kind of thing, like an event thank you. And this is what my brain decided on. It was the human Alix dressed as a lobster. This is the story time one. And sometime later in the next coming month or two, probably, there will be a baking one. I will bake cookies, and one lucky U.S. citizen will get sent a box of cookies. Hi, Hobbs. You're yelling. What are you doing? You're so handsome. Hi, buddy. What do you need? I mean, I know what you need. Snacks. Always snacks. However, I'll feed you in a little bit. Real food instead of junk food, okay? So Hobbs was given 2 months to live roughly 3 months ago. So I've been giving him some vitamin. I ordered some vitamins to give him because with when your liver isn't very good, you can get if it goes on for a long time, you can get kind of malnourished. So we don't know what's going on. He seems fine. So I got him something that's I'm a beautiful lobster. Hi, buddy. Yeah, I don't know about that, Der Wolfman. I don't know that you can fix it, but it might be a more livable thing. I did a bunch of research, and I have someone in the family who's more knowledgeable about, like, alternative medicine. And while I'm not, like, one to just dive into that generally, when there is some science backing it and there's no side effects that are negative, I'm gonna do it. Like, when it comes to the possible longevity of this handsome fellow, of course I'm gonna do it. And I found out that there's this I want to say it's milk thistle. It's not something that has any negatives to taking it. It's not something that, and there's like no allergies. There's no negative side effects to taking it. And it has, in many, many, many cases, helped the livers and the functionality of the liver of both humans and animals. And I have no idea if it's working or not. I just started giving it to him. Actually, Rabbit's giving it to him. But I just started giving that to him like this week, or because we were looking at it going, he's still here. We gotta make clearly we gotta do something. So, Hobbs, welcome, misses you. They want you back. Cat is greater than lobster. It's true. Kitty's good. All right, man. Hobbs is gorgeous. All of the kitties are gorgeous. Oh, no, it's Sagan. That's all 3 kitties have been on camera today. Hi, Sagan. Hi, buddy. What are you just being a crazy boy? Hi. Hello. Right. Suddenly cat snuggling stream. Hi, Sagan. Hi. Mwah. Kiss your head. Okay. Let's read another chapter of this book before I get too distracted. Claws off so I can pet kitties. Also, actually, I'm going to try a different approach. 1 second. This is going to be loud. I apologize. I'm thinking maybe if I put my headphones on the outside, it'll be a little less annoying for me. And I might even be able to... There we go. I don't know if that's better, but here we are. Kitty. Sagan, what you doing, bud? Hi, buddy. All right, here we go. Back into the story. Welcome to story time with an easily distracted lobster. Right, Sagan? Hi. The reader will perhaps understand that at first everything was so strange about me, and my position was the outcome of such unexpected adventures that I had no discernment of the relative strangeness of this or that thing. I followed the llama up the beach and was overtaken by Montgomery, who asked me not to enter the stone enclosure. I noticed then that the puma in its cage and the pile of packages had been placed outside the entrance to this quadrangle. What the heck is a quadrangle? That one doesn't even have a little special star by it. They just expect me to know what it is. Quad is 4. Wrangle? Quadratic? Like, it's just a little, they just mean box, right? What a uselessly large word to use. It's fine. I think it means box. Outside the entrance to this quadrangle. This feels like I'm using big words just to sound smart. I don't think that's what they were doing, because in this era, language was a little different. 'Cause this was written... When was this written, actually? Does it say? No, it just says that this book was printed... Wow, does it not have like an originally written date? Huh. I guess not. Biography of the author. Well, he was born in 1866. Does it say here when this book was written? I would really like that, please. The Island of... 1896. Okay, that puts everything into a different little bit of a perspective. So, in this story that we're reading, it was supposed to have happened like... The happenings of this tale in real time were only like 10 years ago. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Hold on. Ooh, ah, catching up on chat because I have gotten distracted. Thanks for the lamp, Ritsu. Oh, Der Wolfman, are you talking about the D&D YouTube channel? We had to move it off of Twitch because they changed their video storage policies, and we were gonna basically lose a whole bunch of the videos. Had to fix it. Okay. Okay. Where am I? I got distracted. My apologies. Okay. Oh, that's right. I was putting my lobster claws back on. That's what I was doing. Because turning pages is too easy like this. I gotta get my claws going. Where does it say quadrangle? There. Oh, I found the word quadrangle. It's an easy one to find. We're good. I turned and saw that the launch had now been unloaded, run out again, and was being beached. And the white-haired man was walking towards us. He addressed Montgomery. And now comes the problem of this uninvited guest. What are we to do with him? He knows something of science, said Montgomery. Montgomery is the doctor that rescued him on the first ship where he was a passenger. I'm itching to get to work again with this new stuff, said the white-haired man, nodding towards the enclosure. His eyes grew brighter. I dare say you are, said Montgomery, in anything but a cordial tone. Oh. Doesn't that mean in a mean way? I dare say you are, said Montgomery, in anything but a cordial tone. We can't send him over there, and we can't spare the time to build him a new shanty, and we certainly can't take him into our confidence just yet. I'm in your hands, said I. I had no idea what he meant by over there. I've been thinking of the same things, Montgomery answered. There's my room with the outer door. That's it, said the elderly man promptly, looking at Montgomery, and all three of us went towards the enclosure. I'm sorry to make a mystery, Mr. Prendrick, but you'll remember you're uninvited. Our little establishment here contains a secret or so. It's a kind of Bluebeard's chamber. I don't know what that is either. Hello. If someone wants to leave a message so I can catch up on that in a minute here. Bluebeard's chamber. In fact, nothing very dreadful really to the sane man. But just now, as we don't know you, decidedly, said I should be a fool to take offense at any want of confidence. He twisted his heavy mouth into a faint smile. He was one of those saturnine people who smiles with the corners of their mouths down, and bowed his acknowledgement of my complacence. I can words. The main entrance to the enclosure was passed. It was a heavy wooden gate, framed in iron and locked, with the cargo of the launch piled outside it. And at the corner, we came to a small doorway I had not previously observed. The white-haired man produced a bundle of keys from the pocket of his greasy blue jacket, opened this door, and entered. His keys and the elaborate locking up of the place, even while it was still under his eye, struck me as peculiar. I followed him and found myself in a small apartment, plainly but not uncomfortably furnished, and with its inner door, which was slightly ajar, opening into a paved courtyard. This inner door Montgomery at once closed. A hammock was slung across the darker corner of the room, and a small unglazed window, defended by an iron bar, looked out towards the sea. This, the white-haired man told me, was to be my apartment, and the inner door, which, for fear of accidents, he said, he would lock on the other side, was my limit inward. He called my attention to the convenient deck chair before the window and to an array of old books, chiefly, I found, surgical works and editions of the Latin and Greek classics, languages I cannot read with any comfort, on the shelf near the hammock. He left the room by the outer door, as if to avoid opening the inner one again. We usually have our meals in here, said Montgomery, and then, as if in doubt, went out after the other. Moreau, I heard him call. We now know the name for sure of the large, older, gray-haired man, the big burly guy. His name is Moreau. Well, what do you know? What happens to be the name of the book? The Isle of Dr. Moreau. It's his isle. He's the doctor. He's the problem. All right, let's see. Moreau, I heard him call, and for the moment, I did not think I noticed. Then, as I handled the books on the shelf, it came up in consciousness. Where had I heard the name Moreau before? I sat down before the window, took out the biscuits that still remained to me, and ate them with an excellent appetite. Moreau. Through the window, I saw one of those unaccountable men in white lugging a package across the beach. Presently, the window frame hid him. Then I heard a key inserted and turned in the lock behind me. After a little while, I heard through the locked door the noise of the staghounds that had now been brought up from the beach. They were not barking, but sniffing and growling in a curious fashion. I could hear the rapid patter of their feet and Montgomery's voice soothing them. I was very much impressed by the elaborate secrecy of these two men regarding the contents of this place. And for some time I was thinking of that and of the unaccountable familiarity of the name Moreau. But so that and of the unaccountable... Oh my God, I just read the same line twice. But so odd is the human memory that I could not recall that well-known name in its proper connection. From that my thoughts went to the ineffable queerness of the deformed man on the beach. I never saw such a gait, such odd motions as he pulled at the box. I recall that none of these men had spoken to me, though most of them I had found looking at me at one time or another in a peculiarly furtive manner, quite unlike the frank stare of your unsophisticated savage. Yep, racism. Yep, oh, people who don't understand my culture and my language, they clearly can't be people. Ha! Jesus. Anger. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine, but you know what I mean. I'll keep reading. Just know this, I'm angry. Racism. So stupid. Okay, we're good. It's fine. This is an old book. Help. Okay. Where am I? Indeed, they all seemed remarkably taciturn, and when they did speak, endowed with very uncanny voices. What was wrong with them? Then I recalled the eyes of Montgomery's ungainly attendant. Just as I was thinking of him, he came in. He was now dressed in white and carried a little tray with some coffee and boiled vegetables thereon. I could hardly repress a shuddering recoil as he came, bending amiably, and placed the tray before me on the table. Then astonishment paralyzed me. Under his stringy black locks, I saw his ear. It jumped upon me suddenly close to my face. The man had pointed ears, covered with a fine brown fur. Oh no! The island of Dr. Moreau, more like the Furryville. No. This is the story. Yeah, that's right. The man has a furry ear. Your breakfast, sire, he said. I stared at his face without attempting to answer him. He turned and went towards the door, regarding me oddly over his shoulder. I followed him out with my eyes, and as I did so, by some odd trick of unconscious cerebration, there came surging into my head the phrase, the Moreau Hollows. Was it the Moreau? It sent my memory back 10 years. The Moreau horrors! The phrase drifted loose in my mind for a moment, and then I saw it in red lettering on a little buff-colored pamphlet, to read which made one shiver and creep. Then I remembered distinctly all about it. That long-forgotten pamphlet came back with startling vividness to my mind. It had been a mere lad then, and Moreau was, I suppose, about 50, a prominent and masterful physiologist, well known in scientific circles for his extraordinary imagination and his brutal directness in discussion. Was this the same Moreau? He had published some very astonishing facts in the connection with transfusion of blood, and in addition was known to be doing valuable work on morbid growths. Then suddenly his career was closed. He had to leave England. A journalist obtained access to his laboratory in the capacity of laboratory assistant with the deliberate intention of making sensational exposures. And by the help of a shocking accident, if it was an accident, his gruesome pamphlet became notorious. On the day of its publication, a wretched dog flayed and otherwise mutilated, escaped from Moreau's house. It was in the silly season, and a prominent... What? It was in the silly season? What the heck is the silly season? Okay, well, anyhow, it was in the silly season, I guess. What the heck does that even mean? And a prominent editor, a cousin of the temporary laboratory assistants, appealed to the conscience of the nation. It was not the first time that conscience had turned against the methods of research. The doctor was simply howled out of the country. It may be that he deserved to be, but I still think that the tepid support of his fellow investigators and his desertion by the great body of scientific workers was a shameful thing. Yet some of his experiments, by the journalist's account, were wantonly cruel. He might perhaps have purchased his social peace by abandoning his investigations, but he apparently preferred the latter, as most men would who have once fallen under the overmastering spell of research. He was unmarried and had indeed nothing but his own interests to consider. I felt convinced that this must be the same man. Everything pointed to it. It dawned upon me to what end the puma and the other animals, which had now been brought with the other luggage into the enclosure behind the house, were destined. And a curious faint odor, the halitus of something familiar, an odor that had been in the background of my consciousness hitherto, suddenly came forward into the forefront of my thoughts. It was the antiseptic odor of the dissecting room. I heard the puma growling through the wall, and one of the dogs yelped as though it had been struck. Yet surely, and especially to another scientific man, there was nothing so horrible in vivisection as to account for the secrecy, and by some odd leap in my thoughts, the pointed ears and luminous eyes of Montgomery's attendant came back to me again, with the sharpest definition. I stared before me out the green sea, frothing under a freshening breeze, and let these and other strange memories of the last few days chase one another through my mind. What could it all mean? A locked enclosure on a lonely island, a notorious vivisector, and these crippled and distorted men. Ooh. It's offline Lobster Alix. Hi, everybody. We're going to finish the book. So I hope you're all ready. It is, it's time to get comfy. So let's do it. Chapter 8. The Crying of the Puma. Montgomery interrupted my tangle of mystification and suspicion about 1 o'clock, and his grotesque attendant followed him with a tray bearing bread, some herbs, and other edibles, a flask of whiskey, and a jug of water, 3 glasses, and knives. I glanced askance at this strange creature. There's a hair tickling my nose. And found him watching me with his queer, restless eyes. Montgomery said he would lunch with me, but that Moreau was too preoccupied with work to come. Moreau, said I. I know that name. The devil you do, said he. What an ass I was to mention it to you. I might have thought. Anyway, it will give you an inkling of our mysteries. Whiskey? No thanks. I'm an abstainer. I wish I'd been, but it's no use locking the door after the steed is stolen. It was the infernal stuff which led to me coming here. That and a foggy night. I thought myself in luck at the time, and Moreau offered to get me off. It's queer. Montgomery, said I, suddenly, as the outer door closed. Why has your man pointed ears? Damn, he said over his first mouthful of food. He stared at me for a moment and then repeated, pointed ears. Little points to them. said I, as calmly as possible, with a catch in my breath and a fine black fur at the edges. He helped himself to whiskey and water with great deliberation. I was under the impression that his hair covered his ears. I saw them as he stooped by me to put that coffee you sent to me on the table, and his eyes shine in the dark. By this time, Montgomery had recovered from the surprise of my question. I always thought, he said deliberately, with a certain accentuation of the flavoring of lisp, that there was something the matter with his ears, from the way he covered them. What were they like? I was persuaded from his manner that my ignorance was a pretense. That this ignorance was... I was persuaded from his manner that this ignorance was a pretense. Still, I could hardly tell the man that I thought him a liar. Pointed, I said, rather small and furry, distinctly furry. But the whole man is one of the strangest beings I ever set eyes on. A sharp, hoarse cry of animal pain came from the enclosure behind us. Its depth and volume testified to the puma. I saw Montgomery wince. Yes, he said. Where did you pick up the creature? San Francisco. He's an ugly brute, I admit. Half-witted, you know. Can't remember where he came from. But I'm used to him, you know. We both are. How does he strike you? He's unnatural, I said. There's something about him. I don't think me fanciful, but it gives me a nasty little sensation, a tightening of my muscles when he comes near me. It's a touch of the diabolical, in fact. Montgomery had stopped eating while I told him this. Rum, he said. I can't see it. Rum. Maybe that's kind of like hogwash? He resumed his meal. I had no idea of it, he said, and masticated, which is a very fancy word for chewing. The crew of the schooner must have felt it the same, made a dead set at the poor devil. You saw the captain. Suddenly the puma howled again, this time more painfully. Montgomery swore under his breath. I had half a mind to attack him about the men on the beach. Then the poor brute within gave vent to a series of short, sharp cries. Your men at the beach, said I. What race are they? Excellent fellows, aren't they? Said he, absent-mindedly, knitting his brows as the animal yelled out sharply. I said no more. There was another outcry, worse than the former. He looked at me with his dull, gray eyes, and then took some more whiskey. He tried to draw me into a discussion about alcohol, professing to have saved my life with it. He seemed anxious to lay stress on the fact that I owed my life to him. I answered him distractedly. Presently, our meal came to an end. The misshapen monster with the pointed ears cleared the remains away, and Montgomery left me alone in the room again. All the time he had been in a state of ill-concealed irritation at the noise of the vivisected puma. Ooh, yikes. He had spoken of this odd want of nerve and left me to the obvious application. I found myself that the cries were singularly irritating, and they grew in depth and intensity as the afternoon wore on. They were painful at first, but their constant resurgence at last altogether upset my balance. I flung aside a crib of Horace I had been reading and began to clench my fists, to bite my lips, and to pace the room. Presently, I got to stopping my ears with my fingers. The emotional appeal of those yells grew upon me steadily, grew at last to such an exquisite expression of suffering that I could stand it in the confined room no longer. I stepped out of the door into the slumberous heat of the late afternoon, and walking past the main entrance, locked again, I noticed, turned the corner of the wall, the crying sounded even louder out of doors. It was as if all the pain in the world had found a voice. Yet had I known such pain was in the next room, and had it been dumb, I believe, I have thought since, I could have stood it well enough. It is when suffering finds a voice and sets our nerves quivering that this pity comes troubling us. But in spite of the brilliant sunlight and the green fans of the trees waving in the soothing sea breeze, the world was a confusion, blurred with drifting black and red phantasms, until I was out of earshot of the house in the checkered wall. What a terribly sinister and dark terribleness. Oh my goodness. I don't even like the way that this book, that this person describes all this animal torture. It's horrendous, and it's just like, this guy's like, well, this makes me uncomfortable and feel things I don't like. I guess I'm gonna go outside. I don't know what I would do in that situation, but I'd like to think that I would rescue that poor puma. I don't know how, but I don't like that. That's not cool. And by not cool, I mean it's horrendous and atrocious and terrible. And even for science, you shouldn't make things suffer like that. There's got to be better ways. And that's my thoughts on it. Also, it used a word and it had a reference. I had a reference. I just want to check what that is. I feel very curious. It was 30-something. Let's see here. Crib of Horace. Here we go. Horace was a Roman poet. A crib was a version with both the Latin and English translations. Okay. So it was poetry from Rome, written in Latin and with the English translation. Okay. Well, we're learning. Chapter 9. The Thing in the Forest. I strode through the undergrowth that clothed the... Reading is difficult. I strode through the undergrowth that clothed the ridge behind the house, scarcely heeding whither I went, passed on through the shadow of a thick cluster of straight-stemmed trees behind it, and so presently found myself some way on the other side of the ridge, and descending towards a streamlet that ran through a narrow valley. I paused and listened. The distance I had come, or the intervening masses of thicket, deadened any sound that might be coming from the enclosure. The air was still. There was a rustle. A rabbit emerged and went scampering up the slope before me. I hesitated and sat down on the edge of the shade. The place was a pleasant one. The rivulet was hidden by the luxuriant vegetation on the banks, save at one point, where I caught a triangular patch of its glittering water. On the farther side, I saw through a bluish haze a tangle of trees and creepers, and above these again the luminous blue of the sky. Here and there a splash of white or crimson marked the blooming of some trailing epiphyte. I saw this definition when I was looking at the other thing. An epiphyte is a non-parasitic plant that grows on another plant. So kind of maybe like an ivy type concept. I let my eyes wander over this scene for a while, and then began to turn over in my mind again the strange peculiarities of Montgomery's man. But it was too hot to think elaborately, and presently I fell into a tranquil state midway between dozing and waking. From this I was aroused, after I know not how long, by a rustling amidst the greenery on the other side of the stream. For a moment I could see nothing but the waves in the Words are so hard. Okay. For a moment I could see nothing but the waving summits of the ferns and reeds. Then, suddenly, upon the bank of the stream appeared something. At first I could not distinguish what it was. It bowed its round head to the water and began to drink. Then I saw it was a man, going on all fours like a beast. He was clothed in a bluish cloth, and was of a copper-colored hue, with black hair. It seemed that grotesque ugliness was an invariable character of these islanders. I could hear the suck of the water at his lips as he drank. I leaned forward to see him better, and a piece of lava, detached by my hand, went pattering down the slope. He looked up guiltily, and his eyes met mine. Forthwith he scrambled to his feet, and stood wiping his clumsy hand across his mouth and regarding me. His legs were scarcely half the length of his body, so staring one another out of countenance, we remained for perhaps the space of a minute. Then, stopping to look back once or twice, he slunk off among the bushes to the right of me. I heard the swish of the fronds grow faint in the distance and die away. Long after he had disappeared, I remained sitting up, staring in the direction of his retreat. My drowsy tranquillity had gone. I was startled by a noise behind me, and, turning suddenly, saw the flapping white tail of a rabbit vanishing up the slope. I jumped to my feet. The apparition of this grotesque, half-bestial creature had suddenly populated the stillness of the afternoon for me. I looked around me rather nervously, and regretted that I was unarmed. Then I thought that the man I had just seen had been clothed in bluish cloth, had not been naked as a savage would have been, and I tried to persuade myself from the fact that he was, after all, probably a peaceful creature, that the dull ferocity of his countenance belied him. Yet I was greatly disturbed at the apparition. I walked to the left along the slope, turning my head about and peering this way and that among the straight stems of the trees. Why should a man go on all fours and drink with his lips? Presently I heard an animal wailing again, and taking it to be the puma, I turned about and walked in a direction diametrically opposite to the sound. This led me down to the stream, across which I stepped and pushed my way up through the undergrowth beyond. I was startled by a great patch of vivid scarlet on the ground, and going up to it found it to be a peculiar fungus, branched and corrugated like a foliaceous lichen, but deliquescing into slime at the touch. What fun words, deliquescing. I guess that's kind of like changing or transforming, deliquescing into slime at the touch. And then, in the shadow of some luxuriant ferns, I came upon an unpleasant thing. The dead body of a rabbit covered with shining flies, but still warm and with the head torn off. I stopped aghast at the sight of the scattered blood. Here at least was one visitor of the island disposed of. There were no traces of other violence about it. It looked as though it had been suddenly snatched up and killed. And as I stared at the little furry body, came the difficulty of how the thing had been done. The vague dread that had been in my mind since I had seen the inhuman face of the man at the stream grew distincter as I stood there. I began to realize the hardihood of my expedition among these unknown people. The thicket about me became altered to my imagination. Every shadow became something more than a shadow, became an ambush. Every rustle became a threat. Invisible things seemed watching me. I resolved to go back to the enclosure on the beach. I suddenly turned away and thrust myself violently, possibly even frantically, through the bushes, anxious to get clear space about me again. I stopped just in time to prevent myself emerging upon an open space. It was kind of a glade in the forest, made by a fall. Seedlings were already starting up to struggle for the vacant space, and beyond, the dense growth of stems and twining vines and splashes of fungus and flowers closed in again. Before me, squatting together upon the fungoid ruins of a huge fallen tree, and still unaware of my approach, were 3 grotesque human figures. One was evidently a female, the other 2 were men. They were naked, save for swathings of scarlet cloth about the middle, and their skins were a dull pinkish drab color, such as I had seen in no savages before. They had fat, heavy, chinless faces, retreating foreheads, and a scant, bristly hair upon their heads. I never saw such bestial-looking creatures. They were talking, or at least one of the men was talking to the other 2, and all 3 had been too closely interested to heed the rustling of my approach. They swayed their heads and shoulders from side to side. The speaker's words came thick and sloppy, and though I could hear them distinctly, I could not distinguish what he said. He seemed to me to be reciting some complicated gibberish. Presently, his articulation became shriller, and spreading his hands, he rose to his feet. At that, the others began to gibber in unison, also rising to their feet, spreading their hands and swaying their bodies in rhythm with the chant. I noticed then the abnormal shortness of their legs and their lank, clumsy feet. All 3 began to slowly circle round, raising and stamping their feet and waving their arms. A kind of tune crept into their rhythmic recitation, and a refrain, Alula or Balula, it sounded like. Their eyes began to sparkle, and their ugly faces to brighten, with an expression of strange pleasure. Saliva dripped from their lipless mouths. Suddenly, as I watched their grotesque and unaccountable gestures, I perceived clearly for the first time what it was that had offended me, what had given me the 2 inconsistent and conflicting impressions of utter strangeness, and yet the strangest familiarity. The 3 creatures engaged in this mysterious rite were human in shape, and yet human beings with the strangest air about them, of some familiar animal. Each of these creatures, despite its human form, its rag of clothing, and the rough humanity in its bodily form, had woven into it, in its movements, into the expression of its countenance, into its whole presence, some now irresistible suggestion of a hog, a swinish taint, the unmistakable mark of the beast. I stood overcome by this amazing realization, and then the most horrible questioning came rushing into my mind. They began leaping in the air, first one and then the other, whooping and grunting. Then one slipped, and for a moment was on all fours, to recover, indeed, forthwith. But the transitory gleam of the true animalism of these monsters was enough. I turned as noiselessly as possible, and becoming every now and then rigid with the fear of being discovered, as a branch cracked or a leaf rustled, I pushed back into the bushes. It was long before I grew bolder and dared to move freely. My only idea for the moment was to get away from these foul beings, and I scarcely noticed that I had emerged upon a faint pathway amidst the trees. Then, suddenly traversing a little glade, I saw with an unpleasant start 2 clumsy legs among the trees, walking with noiseless footsteps parallel with my course, and perhaps 30 yards away from me. The head and upper parts of the body were hidden by a tangle of creeper. I stopped abruptly, hoping the creature did not see me. The feet stopped as I did. So nervous was I that I controlled an impulse to headlong flight with the utmost difficulty. Then, looking hard, I distinguished through the interlacing network the head and body of the brute I had seen drinking. He moved his head. There was an emerald flash in his eyes as he glanced at me from the shadow of the trees, a half-luminous color that vanished as he turned his head again. He was motionless for a moment, and then, with a noiseless tread, began running through the green confusion. In another moment, he had vanished behind some bushes. I could not see him, but I felt that he had stopped and was watching me again. What on earth was he, man or beast? What did he want with me? I had no weapon, not even a stick. Flight would be madness. At any rate, the thing, whatever it was, lacked the courage to attack me. Setting my teeth hard, I walked straight towards him. I was anxious not to show the fear that seemed chilling my backbone. I pushed through a tangle of tall, white-flowered bushes and saw him 20 paces beyond, looking over his shoulder at me and hesitating. I advanced a step or two, looking steadfastly into his eyes. "Who are you?" said I, as I yawned. Oh my God, okay. "Who are you?" said I. He tried to meet my gaze. "No," he said suddenly, and turning went bounding away from me through the undergrowth. Then he turned and stared at me again. His eyes shone brightly out of the dusk under the trees. My heart was in my mouth, but I felt my only chance was bluff and walked steadily towards him. He turned again and vanished into the dusk. Once more I thought I caught a glint of his eyes, and that was all. For the first time I realized how the lateness of the hour might affect me. The sun had set some minutes since. The swift dusk of the tropics was already fading out of the eastern sky, and a pioneer moth fluttered silently by my head. Unless I would spend the night among the unknown dangers of the mysterious forest, I must hasten back to the enclosure. The thought of a return to that pain-haunted refuge was extremely disagreeable, but still more so was the idea of being overtaken in the open by the darkness and all that darkness might conceal. I gave one more look into the blue shadows that had swallowed up this odd creature, and then retraced my way down the slope toward the stream, going as I judged in the direction from which I had come. I walked eagerly, my mind confused with many things, and presently found myself in a level place among scattered trees. The colorless clearing. I need a drink. Okay. The colorless clearness that comes after the sunset flush was darkening. The blue sky above grew momentarily deeper, and the little stars, one by one, pierced the attenuated light. The interspaces of the trees, the gaps in the farther vegetation that had been hazy blue in the daylight, grew black and mysterious. I pushed on. The color vanished from the world. The treetops rose against the luminous blue sky in inky silhouette, and all below that outline melted into one formless blackness. Presently the trees grew thinner, and the shrubbery undergrowth more abundant. Then there was a desolate space covered with a white sand, then another expanse of tangled bushes. I did not remember crossing the sand opening before. I began to be tormented by a faint rustling upon my right hand. I thought at first it was a fancy, for whenever I stopped there was silence, save for the evening breeze in the top tree. Then, when I turned to hurry on again, there was an echo to my footsteps. I turned away from the thickets, keeping to the more open ground, and endeavoring by sudden turns now and then to surprise something in the act of creeping upon me. I saw nothing, and nevertheless my sense of another presence grew steadily. I increased my pace, and after some time came to a slight ridge, crossed it, and turned sharply, regarding it steadfastly from the farther side. It came out black and clear-cut against the darkening sky, and presently a shapeless lump heaved up momentarily against the skyline and vanished again. I felt assured now that my tawny-faced antagonist was stalking me once more, and coupled with that was another unpleasant realization that I had lost my way. For a time I hurried on, hopelessly perplexed and pursued by that stealthy approach. Whatever it was, the thing either lacked the courage to attack me, or it was waiting to take me at some disadvantage. I kept studiously to the open. At times I would turn and listen, and presently I had half persuaded myself that my pursuer had abandoned the chase, or was a mere creation of my disordered imagination. Then I heard the sound of the sea. I quickened my footsteps almost into a run, and immediately there was a stumble in my rear. I turned suddenly and stared at the uncertain trees behind me. One black shadow seemed to leap into another. I listened, rigid, and heard nothing but the creep of the blood in my ears. I thought that my nerves were unstrung, and that my imagination was tricking me, and turned resolutely towards the sound of the sea again. In a minute or so the trees grew thinner, and I emerged upon a bare, low headland running out into the sombre water. The night was calm and clear, and the reflection of the growing multitude of stars shivered in the tranquil heaving of the sea. Some way out, the wash upon an irregular band of reef shone with a pallid light of its own. Westward, I saw the zoological light mingling with the yellow brilliance of the evening's. Zoological? Hold on, let me reread that line again. Westward, I saw the zodiacal light mingling with the yellow brilliance of the evening star. The coast fell away from me to the east, and westward it was hidden by the shoulder of the cape. Then I recalled the fact that Moreau's beach lay to the west. A twig snapped behind me, and there was a rustle. I turned and stood facing the dark trees. I could see nothing, or else I could see too much. Every dark form in the dimness had its ominous quality, its peculiar suggestion of alert watchfulness. So I stood for perhaps a minute, and then, with an eye onto the trees still, turned westward to cross the headland. And as I moved, one among the lurking shadows moved to follow me. My heart beat quickly. Presently, the broad sweep of the bay to the westward became visible, and I halted again. The noiseless shadow halted a dozen yards from me. A little point of light shone on the farther bend of the curve, and the gray sweep of the sandy beach lay faint under the starlight. Perhaps 2 miles away was that little point of light. To get to the beach, I should have to go through the trees, and the shadows lurked, and down a bushy slope. I could see the thing rather more distinctly now. It was no animal, for it stood erect, and that I opened my mouth to speak and found a hoarse phlegm choked my voice. I tried again and shouted, "Who is there?" There was no answer. I advanced a step. The thing did not move, only gathered itself together. My foot struck a stone. That gave me an idea. Without taking my eyes off the black form before me, I stooped to pick up this lump of rock, but at my motion the thing turned abruptly, as a dog might have done, and slunk obliquely into the further darkness. Then I recalled a schoolboy expedient? That's the word. Expedient. Okay. Then I recalled a schoolboy expedient against big dogs, and twisted the rock into my handkerchief, and gave this a turn round my wrist. I heard a movement farther off among the shadow. can't turn the page even without the lobster claws. Oh no. There we go. I am so competent today. Also, just a note, every time I'm reading the thing did this, the word thing is capitalized, which usually denotes like a name or something like that. So thing, the thing, it's capitalized each time. So, right, I got this. I heard a movement farther off among the shadows, as if the thing was in retreat. Then, suddenly, my tense excitement gave way. I broke into a profuse perspiration and fell a-trembling, with my adversary routed and this weapon in my hand. It was some time before I could summon resolution to go down through the trees and bushes upon the flank of the headland to the beach. At last I did it at a run, and as I emerged from the thicket upon the sand, I heard some other body come crashing after me. Okay. Okay. I'm good. I got this. Everything is fine. I'm not uncomfortable and allergies aren't making me itchy. Everything is great. Okay. All right. Where am I? All right. Back to it. Let's try that again. I heard a movement farther off among the shadows, as if the thing was in retreat. Then suddenly my tense excitement gave way. Oh my god! Why? Okay. It was some time before I could summon resolution to go down through the trees and bushes upon the flank of the headland to the beach. At last I did it at a run, and as I emerged from the thicket upon the sand, I heard some other body come crashing after me. At that I completely lost my head with fear, and began running along the sand. Forthwith there came the swift patter of soft feet in pursuit. I gave a wild cry and redoubled my pace. Some dim black things, about 3 or 4 times the size of rabbits, went running or hopping up from the beach towards the bushes as I passed. So long as I live, I shall remember the terror of that chase. I ran near the water's edge, and heard every now and then the splash of the feet that gained upon me. Far away, hopelessly far, was the yellow light. All the night about us was black and still. Splash, splash, came the pursuing feet, nearer and nearer. I felt my breath going, for I was quite out of training. It whooped as I drew it, and I felt a pain like a knife at my side. I perceived the thing would come up with me long before I reached the enclosure, and, desperate and sobbing for my breath, I wheeled round upon it and struck at it as it came up to me, struck with all my strength. The stone came out of the sling of the handkerchief as I did so. As I turned, the thing, which had been running on all 4s, rose to its feet, and the missile fell fair on its left temple. The skull rang loud, and the animal man blundered into me, thrust me back with its hands, and went staggering past me to fall headlong upon the sand with its face in the water, and there it lay still. I could not bring myself to approach that black heap. I left it there with the water rippling round it under the still stars, and giving it a wide berth, pursued my way towards the yellow glow of the house, and presently, With a positive effect of relief came the pitiful moaning of the puma, the sound that had originally driven me out to explore this mysterious island. At that, though I was faint and horribly fatigued, I gathered together all my strength and began running again towards the light. I thought I heard a voice calling me. Chapter 10. As I drew near the house, I saw that the light shone from the open door of my room, and then I heard coming from out of the darkness at the side of the orange oblong of light the voice of Montgomery shouting, "Prendrick!" I continued running. Presently I heard him again. I replied by a feeble hello, and in another moment had staggered up to him. "Where have you been?" said he, holding me at arm's length so that the light from the door fell on my face. "We have both been so busy that we forgot you until about half an hour ago." He led me into the room and set me down in the deck chair. For a while I was blinded by the light. We did not think you would start to explore the island of ours without telling us," he said, and then, "I was afraid, but what? Hello!" My last remaining strength slipped from me, and my head fell forward on my chest. I think he found a certain satisfaction in giving me brandy. "For God's sake," said I, "fasten that door." "You've been meeting some of our curiosities, eh?" said he. He locked the door and turned to me again. He asked me no questions, but gave me some more brandy and water and pressed me to eat. I was in a state of collapse. He said something vaguely about his forgetting to warn me, and asked me briefly when I left the house and what I had seen. I answered him as briefly, in fragmentary sentences. "Tell me what it all means," said I, in a state bordering on hysterics. "It's nothing so very dreadful," said he, "but I think you have had about enough for one day. The puma suddenly gave a sharp yell of pain. At that he swore under his breath. "I'm damned," said he, "if this place is not as bad as Gower Street with its cats." "Montgomery," said I, "what was that thing that came after me? Was it a beast or was it a man?" "If you don't sleep tonight," he said, "you'll be off your head tomorrow." I stood up in front of him. "What was that thing that came after me?" He looked me squarely in the eyes and twisted his mouth askew. His eyes, which had seemed animated a minute before, went dull. "From your account," said he, "I'm thinking it was a boggle." I felt a gust of intense irritation, which passed as quickly as it came. I flung myself into the chair and pressed my hand on my forehead. The puma began once more. Montgomery came round behind me and put his hand on my shoulder. "Look here, Prendrick," he said, "I had no business to let you drift out into this silly island of ours. But it's not so bad as you feel, man. Your nerves are worked to rags. Let me give you something that will make you sleep. That will keep on for hours yet. You must simply get to sleep, or I won't answer for it." I did not reply. Replow? I just accidentally combined the next two words. I did not reply. I bowed forwards and covered my face with my hands. Presently he returned with a small measure containing a dark liquid. This he gave me. I took it unresistingly, and he helped me into the hammock. When I awoke, it was broad day. For a little while I lay flat, staring at the roof above me. The rafters, I observed, were made out of the timbers of a ship. Then I turned my head and saw a meal prepared for me on the table. I perceived that I was hungry, and prepared to clamber out of the hammock, which, very politely anticipating my intention, twisted round and deposited me upon all fours on the floor. Hammocks do that I can guarantee you, I have definitely come in contact with before, thanks to a hammock helping me before. I got up and sat down before the food. I had a heavy feeling in my head, and only the vaguest memory at first of the things that had happened overnight. The morning breeze blew very pleasantly through the unglazed window, and that and the food contributed to the sense of animal comfort which I experienced. Presently the door behind me, the door inward toward the yard of the enclosure, opened. I turned and saw Montgomery's face. "All right," said he. "I'm frightfully busy," and he shut the door. Afterwards I discovered that he forgot to relock it. Then I recalled the expression of his face the previous night, and with that the memory of all I had experienced reconstructed itself before me. Even as that fear came back to me, there came a cry from within, but this time it was not the cry of a puma. I put down the mouthful that hesitated upon my lips and listened. Silence. Save for the whisper of the morning breeze, I began to think my ears had deceived me. After a long pause, I resumed my meal, but with my ears still vigilant. Presently, I heard something else, very faint and low. I sat as if frozen in my attitude. Though it was faint and low, it moved me more profoundly than all that I had hitherto heard of the abominations behind the wall. There was no mistake this time in the quality of the dim, broken sounds, no doubt at all of their source, for it was groaning, broken by sobs and gasps of anguish. It was no brute this time. It was a human being in torment. As I realized this, I rose, and in 3 steps had crossed the room, seized the handle of the door in the yard, and flung it open before me. "Pendrick, man, stop!" cried Montgomery, intervening. A startled deerhound yelped and snarled. There was blood, I saw, in the sink, brown and some scarlet, and I smelled the peculiar smell of carbolic acid. Then through an open doorway beyond, in the dim light of the shadows, I saw something bound painfully upon a framework, scarred, red, and bandaged, and then, blotted this out, appeared the face of old Moreau, white and terrible. In a moment he had gripped me by the shoulders with the hand that was smeared red, had twisted me off my feet, and flung me headlong back into my own room. He lifted me as though I was a little child. I fell at full length upon the floor, and the door slammed shut out of the passionate intensity of his face. Then I heard the key turn in the lock, and Montgomery's voice in expostulation. "Ruin the work of a lifetime," I heard Moreau say. "He does not understand," said Montgomery, with other things that were inaudible. "I can't spare the time yet," said Moreau. The rest I did not hear. I picked myself up and stood trembling, my mind a chaos of the most horrible misgivings. Could it be possible, I thought, that such a thing as the vivisection of men was carried on here? The question shot like lightning across a tumultuous sky, and suddenly the clouded horror of my mind condensed into a vivid realization of my own danger. Oh boy. Coffee break. Posture check for all of you. I hope you're comfortable. Chapter 11. Things are getting heated here. Oh boy. Chapter 11. The Hunting of the Man. It came before my mind with an unreasonable hope of escape that the outer door of my room was still open to me. I was convinced now, absolutely assured, that Moreau had been vivisecting I'd like my mouth to be able to do the things that I'm trying to make it do very much right now. Okay. I was convinced now, absolutely assured, that Moreau had been vivisecting a human being. All the time since I had heard his name, I had been trying to link in my mind in some way the grotesque animalism of the islanders with his abominations, and now I thought I saw it all. The memory of his work on the transfusion of blood recurred to me. These creatures I had seen were the victims of some hideous experiment. These sickening scoundrels were merely intended to keep me back, to fool me with their display of confidence, and presently to fall upon me with a fate more horrible than death, with torture, and after torture, the most hideous degradation it is possible to conceive, to send me off a lost soul, a beast, to the rest of their common route. Comus is capitalized, and it has a little number next to it, so let's just quickly. Comus route. This is a reference to John Milton's Masque Comus, in which Comus is the son of Circe, a sorceress in Greek mythology, who turns people into animals. It also alludes to Edwin Landseer's painting, The Defeat of Comus, which depicts Comus's drunken revels with animal-headed women. The more you know. All right. I looked for some weapon. Nothing. There was an inspiration. I turned over the deck chair, put my foot on the side of it, and tore away the side rail. It happened that a nail came away with the wood, and, projecting, gave a touch of danger to an otherwise petty weapon. I heard a step outside, and incontinently flung open the door and found Montgomery within a yard of it. He meant to lock the outer door. I raised the nailed stick of mine and cut at his face, but he sprang back. I hesitated a moment, then turned and fled round the corner of the house. "Pedrick, man!" I heard his astonished cry. "Don't be a silly ass, man!" Another minute, thought I, and he would have had me locked in, and as ready as a hospital rabbit for my fate. He emerged behind the corner, for I heard him shout, "Pedrick!" Then he began to run after me, shouting things as he ran. This time, running blindly, I went northeastward, in a direction at right angles to my previous expedition. Once, as I went running headlong up the beach, I glanced over my shoulder and saw his attendant with him. I ran furiously up the slope, over it, then turning eastward along a rock valley fringed on either side with jungle. I ran for perhaps a mile altogether, my chest straining, my heart beating in my ears, and then hearing nothing of Montgomery or his man, and feeling upon the verge of exhaustion, I doubled sharply back towards the beach, as I judged, and lay down in the shelter of a canebrake, which is another thing with a number on it, so let's learn. A canebrake is a patch of ground overgrown with cane grass or similar. I don't know what cane grass is. I'm assuming it's reed-like. There I remained for a long time, too fearful to move, and indeed too fearful even to plan a course of action. The wild scene about me lay sleeping silently under the sun, and the only sound near me was the thin hum of some small gnats that had discovered me. Presently, I became aware of a drowsy breathing sound, the soughing of the sea upon the beach. After about an hour, I heard Montgomery shouting my name, far away to the north. That set me thinking of my plan of action. As I interpreted it then, the island was habited only by these two vivisectors and their animalized victims. Some of these, no doubt, they could press into their service against me if need arose. I knew both Moreau and Montgomery carried revolvers, and save for a feeble bar of deal, spiked with a small nail, the merest mockery of a mace, I was unarmed. So I lay still there until I began to think of food and drink. and at that thought of the real hopelessness of my position came home to me. I knew no way of getting anything to eat. I was too ignorant of botany to discover any resort of root or fruit that might lie about me. I had no means of trapping the few rabbits upon the island. It grew blanker the more I turned the prospect over. At last, in the desperation of my position, my mind turned to the animal men I had encountered. I tried to find some hope in what I remembered of them. In turn, I recalled each one I had seen and tried to draw some augury of assistance from my memory. Then suddenly, I heard a staghound bay, and at that I realized a new danger. I took little time to think, or they would have caught me then, but snatched up my nailed stick, rushed headlong from my hiding place towards the sound of the sea. I remember a growth of thorny plants, with spines that stabbed like penknives. I emerged bleeding and with torn clothes upon the lip of a long creek opening northward. I went straight into the water without a minute's hesitation, wading up the creek and presently finding myself knee-deep in a little stream. I scrambled out at last on the westward bank, and with my heart beating loudly in my ears, crept into a tangle of ferns to await the issue. I can do this. I can read. I can read. Reading is it's a thing I can do. I heard the dog, there was only one, draw nearer, and yelp when it came to the thorns. Then I heard no more, and presently began to think I had escaped. The minutes passed. The silence lengthened out, and at last, after an hour of security, my courage began to return to me. By this time, I was no longer very much terrified or very miserable. I had, as it were, passed the limits of terror and despair. I felt now that my life was practically lost, and that persuasion made me capable of daring anything. I had even a certain wish to encounter Moreau face to face, and as I had waded into the water, I remembered that if I were too hard pressed, at least one path of escape from torment, and as I had waded into the water, wait, what? Okay, hold on. Sentences are not making sense to me. My hair is driving me crazy. I am Lobster. Nothing bothers the lobster. The lobster is good. Okay. As I had waded into the water, I remembered that if I were too hard pressed, at least one path to escape from torment still lay open to me. They could not very well prevent They could not very well prevent my drowning myself. I had half a mind to drown myself then, but an odd wish to see the whole adventure out, a queer, impersonal, spectacular interest in myself, restrained me. I stretched my limbs, sore and painful from the pricks of the spiny plants, and stared around me at the trees, and so suddenly that it seemed to jump out of the green tracery about it, my eyes lit upon a black face watching me. I saw that it was the simian creature who had met the launch upon the beach. He was clinging to the oblique stem of a palm tree. I gripped my stick and stood up facing him. He began chattering. You, was all I could distinguish at first. Suddenly he dropped from the tree, and in another moment was holding the fronds apart and staring curiously at me. I did not feel the same repugnance towards this creature which I had experienced in my encounters with the other beast men. You, he said, in the boat. He was a man, then, at least as much of a man as Montgomery's attendant, for he could talk. Yes, I said, I came in the boat, from the ship. Oh, he said, and his bright, restless eyes traveled over me, to my hands, to the stick I carried, to my feet, to the tattered places in my coat and the cuts and scratches I had received from the thorns. He seemed puzzled at something. His eyes came back to my hands. He held out his own hands and counted his digits slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. I did not grasp his meaning then. Afterwards, I was to find that a great proportion of these beast people had malformed hands, lacking sometimes even 3 digits. But guessing this was in some way of greeting, I did the same thing by way of reply. He grinned with immense satisfaction. Then his swift roving glance went round again. He made a swift movement and vanished. The fern fronds he had stood between came swishing together. I pushed out of the break after him, and was astonished to find him swinging cheerfully by one lank arm from a rope of creeper that looped down from the foliage overhead. His back was to me. "Hello," said I. He came down with a twisting jump and stood facing me. "I say," said I, "where can I get something to eat?" "Eat," he said. "Eat man's food now." And his eyes went back to the swing of ropes. "At the huts." "But where are the huts?" "Oh, I'm new, you know." At that he swung round and set off at a quick walk. All his motions were curiously rapid. "Come along," he said. I went with him to see the adventure out. I guessed the huts were some rough shelter where he and some more of the beast people lived. I might perhaps find them friendly, find some handle in their minds to take hold of. I did not know how far they had forgotten their human heritage. My ape-like companion trotted along by my side, with his hands hanging down and his jaw thrust forward. I wondered what memory he might have in him. "How long have you been on this island?" said I. "How long?" he asked, and after having the question repeated, he held up 3 fingers. The creature was little better than an idiot. I tried to make out what he meant by that, and it seemed I bored him. After another question or two, he suddenly left my side and went leaping at some fruit that hung from a tree. He pulled down a handful of prickly husks and went on, eating the contents. I noted this with satisfaction, for here at least was a hint for feeding. I tried him with some other questions, but his chattering, prompt responses were often as not quite at cross purpose. Oh, wait, I see the pacing of this sentence. Okay. This is such a, written in such an old style that I'm not really sure what to expect when I'm reading, if that makes sense. Like my prediction machine is failing constantly. I think that's part of why I'm struggling to read. Okay, let's try that again. I tried him with some other questions, but his chattering, prompt responses were as often as not quite at cross purpose with my questions. Some few were appropriate, others quite parrot-like. I was so intent upon these peculiarities that I scarcely noticed the path we followed. Presently we came to trees, all charred and brown, and so too a bare place covered with a yellow-white incrustation, along which a drifting smoke, pungent in whiffs to nose and eyes, went drifting. On our right, over a shoulder of bare rock, I saw the level blue of the sea. The path coiled down abruptly into a narrow ravine between 2 tumbled and knotty masses of blackish scoriae. I don't know what that word is, and it has a little number next to it, so let's take a peek. Volcanic rocky masses. masses of black volcanic masses. What do you know? Into this we plunged. It was... No, wait. Oh my God, where are we? Oh, what had happened? There we are. Into this we plunged. It was extremely dark, this passage, after the blinding sunlight reflected from the sulphurous ground. Its walls grew steep and approached each other. Blotches of green and crimson drifted across my eyes. My conductor stopped suddenly. "Home," said he, and I stood on the floor of a chasm that was at first absolutely dark to me. I heard some strange noises and thrust the knuckle of my left hand into my eyes. The knuckles of my left hand into my eyes. I became aware of a disagreeable odor, like that of a monkey's cage, ill-cleaned. Beyond, the rock opened again upon a gradual slope of sunlit greenery, and on either hand the light smote down through narrow ways into the central gloom. Chapter 12. Then something cold touched my hand. The title of this chapter. Let me try that again. Chapter 12. The Sayers of the Law. Then something cold touched my hand. I started violently and saw close to me a dim pinkish thing, looking more like a flayed child than anything else in the world. The creature had exactly the mild but repulsive features of a sloth, the same low forehead and slow gestures. As the first shock of the change of light passed, I saw about me more distinctly. The little sloth-like creature was standing and staring at me. My conductor had vanished. The place was a narrow passage between high walls of lava, a crack in the knotted rock, and on either side interwoven heaps of sea mat, palm fans, and reeds leaning against the rock formed rough and impenetrably dark dens. The winding way up the ravine between these was scarcely 3 yards wide, and was disfigured by lumps of decaying fruit pulp and other refuse, which accounted for the disagreeable stench of the place. I do not know what some of these words are, but disfigured? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. All right. Anyhow, it's there's lumps of decaying fruit pulp and other refuse, which accounts for the disagreeable stench of the place. The little pink sloth creature was still blinking at me when my ape-man reappeared at the aperture of the nearest of these dens and beckoned me in. As he did so, a slouching monster wriggled out of one of the places farther up this strange street and stood up in featureless silhouette against the bright green beyond, staring at me. I hesitated, having half a mind to bolt the way I had come, and then, determined to go through with the adventure, I gripped my nailed stick about the middle and crawled into the little evil-smelling lean-to after my conductor. It was a semicircular space shaped like the half of a beehive, and against the rocky wall that formed the inner side of it was a pile of variegated fruits, coconuts among others. Some rough vessels of lava and wood stood about the floor, and one on a rough stool. There was no fire. In the darkest corner of the hut sat a shapeless mass of darkness that grunted, "Hey," as I came in, and my ape-man stood in the dim light of the doorway and held out a split coconut to me as I crawled into the other corner and squatted down. I took it and began gnawing at it as serenely as possible, in spite of a certain trepidation and the nearly intolerable closeness of the den. The little pink sloth creature stood in the aperture of the hut, and something else with a drab face and bright eyes came staring over its shoulder. "Hey," came out of the lump of mystery opposite. "It is a man." "It is a man," gabbled my conductor. A man, a 5-man, like me." "Shut up," said the voice in the dark, and grunted. I gnawed my coconut amid an impressive stillness. I peered hard into the blackness, but could distinguish nothing. "It is a man," the voice repeated. "He comes to live with us." It was a thick voice, with something in it, a kind of whistling overtone. It struck me as peculiar, but the English accent was strangely good. The ape-man looked at me as though he expected something. I perceived the pause was interrogative. "He comes to live with you," I said. "It is a man. He must learn the law." I began to distinguish now a deeper blackness in the black, a vague outline of a hunched-up figure. Then I noticed the opening of the place was darkened by 2 more black heads. My hand tightened on my stick. The thing in the dark repeated in a louder tone, "Say the words." I had missed its last remark. "Not to go on all fours. That is the law," it repeated in a kind of sing-song. I was puzzled. "Say the words," said the ape-man, repeating, and the figures in the doorway echoed this, with a threat in the tone of their words. I realized that I had to repeat this idiotic formula, and then began the insane ceremony. The voice in the dark began intonating a mad litany, line by line, and I and the rest to repeat it. And they did so. They swayed from side to side in the oddest way, and beat their hands upon their knees, and I followed their example. I could have imagined I was already dead, and in another world. That dark hut, these grotesque dim figures, just flecked here and there by a glimmer of light, and all of them swaying in unison and chanting, "Not to go on all fours, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to suck up drink, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to eat fish or flesh, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to claw the bark of trees, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to chase other men, that is the law. Are we not men?" And so, from the prohibition of these acts of folly, on to the prohibition of what I thought then were the maddest, most impossible, and most indecent things one could well imagine, a kind of rhythmic fervor fell on all of us. We gabbled and swayed faster and faster, repeating this amazing law. Superficially, the contagion of these brutes was upon me, but deep down within me, the laughter and disgust struggled together. We ran through a long list of prohibitions, and then came a chant that swung around to a new formula. "His is the house of pain. His is the hand that makes. His is the hand that wounds. His is the hand that heals." And so on for another long series, mostly quite incomprehensible gibberish to me about him, whoever he might be. I could have fancied it was a dream, but never before have I heard chanting in a dream. His is the lightning flash. His is the deep salt sea. A horrible fancy came into my head that Moreau, after animalizing these men, had infected their dwarfed brains with a kind of deification of himself. However, I was too keenly aware of white teeth and strong claws about me to stop my chanting on that account. His are the stars in the sky. At last the song ended. I saw the ape-man's face shining with perspiration, and my eyes being now accustomed to the darkness, I saw more distinctly the figure in the corner, from which the voice came. It was the size of a man, but it seemed covered with a dull gray hair, almost like a sky terrier. What was it? What were they all? Imagine yourself surrounded by all the most horrible cripples and maniacs. It is impossible to conceive, and you may understand a little of my feelings with these grotesque caricatures of humanity about me. He is a 5-man, a 5-man, a 5-man, like me, said the ape-man. I held out my hands. The gray creature in the corner leaned forward. Not to run on all fours, that is the law. Are we not men? He said. He put out a strangely distorted talon and gripped my fingers. The thing was almost like the hoof of a deer produced into claws. I could have yelled with surprise and pain. His face came forward and peered at my nails, came forward into the light of the opening of the hut, and I saw with a quivering disgust that it was like the face of neither man nor beast, but a mere shock of gray hair with 3 shadowy overarchings that mark the eyes and mouth. He has little nails, said this grisly creature in his hairy beard. It is well. He threw my hands down, and instinctively I gripped my stick. Eat roots and herbs. It is his will, said the ape-man. I am the sayer of the law, said the gray figure. Here come all that be new to learn the law. I sit in the darkness, and I say the law. It is even so, said one of the beasts in the doorway. Evil are the punishments for those who break the law. None escape. None escape, said the beast folk, glancing furtively at one another. None, said the ape-man. None escape. See, I did a little thing, a wrong thing once. I jabbered, stopped talking. None could understand. I am burnt, branded on the hand. He is great, he is good. None escape, said the gray creature in the corner. None escape, said the beast people, looking askance at one another. For everyone, the want is bad, said the gray sayer of the law. What you will want, we do not know. We shall know. Some want to follow things that move, to watch and slink and wait and spring, to kill and bite deep and rich, sucking the blood. It is bad. Not to chase other men, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to eat flesh or fish, that is the law. Are we not men? None escape, said a dappled brute standing in the doorway. For everyone the want is bad, said the gray sayer of the law. Some want to go tearing with teeth and hands into the roots of things, snuffing into the earth. It is bad. None escape, said the men in the door. Some go clawing trees, some go scratching at the graves of the dead, some go fighting with foreheads or feet or claws, some bite suddenly, none giving occasion, some love uncleanness. None escape, said the ape-man, scratching his calf. None escape, said the little pink sloth creature. Punishment is sharp and sure. Therefore learn the law, say the words. And incontinently he began again the strange litany of the law, and again I and all the creatures began singing and swaying. My head reeled with this jabbering and the close stench of the place, but I kept on, trusting to find presently some chance of a new development. Not to go on all fours, that is the law. Are we not men? We were making such a noise that I noticed nothing of a tumult outside until someone, who I think was one of the 2 swine men I had seen, thrust his head over the little pink sloth creature and shouted something excitedly, something I did not catch. Incontinently, those at the opening of the hut vanished. My ape-man rushed out. The thing that had sat in the dark followed him. I only observed that it was big and clumsy and covered with silvery hair. And I was left alone. Then, before I reached the aperture, I heard the yelp of a staghound. In another moment I was standing outside the hovel, my chair rail in my hand, every muscle of me quivering. Before me were the clumsy backs of perhaps a score of the beast people, their misshapen heads half hidden by their shoulder blades. They were gesticulating excitedly. Other half-animal faces glared interrogation out of the hovels. Looking in the direction in which they faced, I saw coming through the haze under the trees beyond the end of the passage of dens the dark figure and awful white face of Moreau. He was holding the leaping staghound back, and close behind him came Montgomery, revolver in hand. For a moment I stood horror-struck. I turned and saw the passage behind me blocked by another heavy brute, with a huge gray face and twinkling light eyes, advancing towards me. I looked round and saw to the right of me, and a half-dozen yards in front of me, a narrow gap in the wall and rock, through which a ray of light slanted into the shadows. "Stop!" cried Moreau as I strode towards this, and then, "Hold him!" At that, first one face turned towards me, and then others. Their bestial minds were happily slow. I dashed my shoulder into a clumsy monster who was turning to see what Moreau meant, and flung him forward into another. I felt his hand fly round, clutching at me and missing me. The little pink sloth creature dashed at me, and I gashed down its ugly face with the nail in my stick, and in another minute was scrambling up a steep side pathway, a kind of sloping chimney out of the ravine. I heard a howl behind me and cries of "Catch him! Hold him!" and the gray-faced creature appeared behind me and jammed his huge bulk into the cleft. "Go on! Go on!" they howled. I clambered up the narrow cleft in the rock and came out upon the sulphur on the westward side of the village of the beast-men. The gap was altogether fortunate for me, for the narrow chimney, slanting obliquely upwards, must have impeded the nearer pursuers. I ran over the wide space and down a steep slope through the scattered growth of trees, and came to a low-lying stench of tall reeds. Not stench, stretch. Oh my God. Came to a low-lying stretch of tall reeds, through which I pushed into the dark, thick undergrowth that was black and succulent underfoot. As I plunged into the reeds, my foremost pursuers emerged from the gap. I broke my way through this undergrowth for some minutes. The air behind me and about me was soon full of threatening cries. I heard the tumult of my pursuers in the gap of the slope, then the crashing of the reeds, and every now and then the crackling crash of a branch. Some of the creatures roared like excited beasts of prey. A staghound yelped to the left. I heard Moreau and Montgomery shouting in the same direction. I turned sharply to the right. It seemed to me even then that I heard Montgomery shouting for me to run for my life. Presently the ground gave rich and oozy under my feet, but I was desperate and went heading into it, struggling through knee-deep, and so came to a winding path among tall canes. The noise of my pursuers passed away to my left. In one place, 3 strange, pink, hopping animals, about the size of cats, bolted before my footsteps. This pathway ran uphill across another open sparse covered with white incrustation, and plunged into canebrake again. Then suddenly it turned parallel with the edge of a steep walled gap, which came without warning, like the ha-ha of an English park, which has a number next to it. Ha-ha? Doesn't, which I don't know what means, but the ha-ha. Oh, it's okay. The ha-ha of an English park is a ditch walled on either side to serve as a concealed fence. We are learning so much today. Okay, so a ditch, a concealed fence, basically. Okay. Without warning, like a concealed fence, like the ha-ha of an English park, turned with an unexpected abruptness. I was still running with all my might, and I never saw this drop until I was flying headlong through the air. I fell on my forearms and head among thorns, and rose with a torn air and bleeding face. I had fallen into a precipitous ravine, rocky and thorny, full of hazy mist, which drifted about me in wisps, and with a narrow streamlet from which this mist came meandering down the center. I was astonished at this thin fog in the full blaze of daylight, but I had no time to stand wandering then. I turned to my right, downstream, hoping to come to the sea in that direction, and so have my way open to drown myself. It was only later I found that I had dropped my nailed stick in my fall. Presently the ravine grew narrower for a space, and carelessly I stepped into the stream. I jumped out again pretty quickly, for the water was almost boiling. I noticed, too, there was a thin sulphurous scum dripping upon its coiling water. Almost immediately came a turn into the ravine, and the indistinct blue horizon. The nearer sea was flashing the sun from myriad facets. I saw my death before me, but I was hot and panting, with the warm blood oozing out of my face and running pleasantly through my veins. I felt more than a touch of exultation, too, and having distanced my pursuers, it was not in me then to go out and drown myself yet. I stared back the way I had come. I listened, save for the hum of the gnats and the chirp of some small insects that hopped among the thorns. The air was absolutely still. Then came the yelp of a dog, very faint, and chattering and gibbering, the snap of a whip, and voices. They grew louder, then fainter again. The noise receded up the stream and faded away. For a while the chase was over, but I knew now how much hope of help for me lay in the beast people. Boy, oh boy. We are into chapter 13. And the chapter is called A Parlay. Oh boy. Okay. So, within this story, we have how many chapters? I wonder how far into it we are. Does it have a list of chapters after the introduction? I think it does. There are roughly 6 chapters, including this one, left. Oh boy. Here we go. Yeah. A parlay. I turned again and went towards the sea. I found the hot stream broadened out to a shallow, weedy sand, in which an abundance of crabs and long-bodied, many-legged creatures started from my footfall. I walked to the very edge of the salt water, and then I felt I was safe. I turned and stared. Oh my God. Why was that so hard to read? I turned and stared, arms akimbo, at the thick green behind me, into which the steamy ravine cut like a smoking gash. I hope you all are less frustrated at my misspeakings and misreadings than I am. It's kind of crazy how much it bothers me that I can't read the words out loud that I'm reading. It's okay, though. Perfection is not what this is about. This is a cozy reading. We're going to be cozy. We're being cozy, everybody. We're being cozy. Okay. Into which the steamy ravine cut like a smoking gash. But, as I say, I was too full of excitement and, a true saying, though those who have never known danger may doubt it, too desperate to die. Then it came into my head that there was one chance before me yet, while Moreau and Montgomery and their beastly rabble chased me through the island. Might I not go round the beach until I came to their enclosure? Might a flank march upon them, in fact, and then with a rock lugged out of their loosely built wall, perhaps smash in the lock of the smaller door and see what I could find, knife, pistol, or whatnot, to fight them when they returned? It was, at any rate, something to try, so I turned westward and walked along the water's edge. The setting sun flashed his blinding heat into my eyes. The slight Pacific tide was running in with a gentle ripple. Presently, the shore fell away southward, and the sun came round upon my right hand. Then suddenly, far from me, I saw first one and then several figures emerging from the bushes. Moreau with his grey staghound, then Montgomery and 2 others. At that I stopped. They saw me, and began gesticulating and advancing. I stood watching them approach. The 2 beastmen came running forward to cut me off from the undergrowth inland. Montgomery came, running also, but straight towards me. Moreau followed more slowly with the dog. At last I roused myself from my inaction, and turning seaward, walked straight into the water. The water was very shallow at first. I was 30 yards out before the waves reached my waist. Dimly I could see the intertidal creatures darting away from my feet. "What are you doing, man?" cried Montgomery. I turned, standing waist deep, and stared at them. Montgomery stood panting. Montgomery stood panting at the margin of the water. His face was bright red with exertion, his long flaxen hair blown about his head, and his dropping nether lip showed his irregular teeth. Moreau was just coming up, his face pale and firm. The dog at his hand barked at me. Both men had heavy whips. Further up the beach stared the beastmen. "What am I doing? I am going to drown myself," said I. Montgomery and Moreau looked at each other. "Why?" asked Moreau. "Because that is better than being tortured by you." "I told you so," said Montgomery, and Monroe said something in a low tone. "What makes you think I shall torture you?" asked Moreau. "What I saw," I said, "and those yonder." "Hush," said Moreau, and held up his hand. "I will not," said I. "They were men. What are they now? I, at least, will not be like them." I looked past my interlocutors up the beach where milling Montgomery's attendant and one of the white-swathed brutes from the boat. Farther up, in the shadow of the trees, I saw a little ape-man, and behind him some other dim figures. "Who are these creatures?" said I, pointing to them and raising my voice more and more that it might reach them. "They were men like yourselves, whom you have infected with some bestial taint, men whom you have enslaved and whom you still fear. You who listen," I cried, pointing now to Moreau and shouting past him to the beast men. "You who listen, do you not see these men still fear you, go in dread of you? Why then do you fear them? You are many. For God's sake," cried Montgomery, "stop that, Prendrick." "Prendrick!" cried Moreau. They both shouted together, as if to drown my voice, and behind them lowered the staring faces of the beastmen, wondering, their deformed hands hanging down, their shoulders hunched up. They seemed, as I fancied, to be trying to understand me, to remember, I thought, something of their human past. I went on shouting. I scarcely remember what. That Moreau and Montgomery could be killed, and that they were not to be feared. That was the burden of what I put in the heads of the beast people. I saw the green-eyed man in the dark rags who had met me on the evening of my arrival come out from among the trees, and others followed him to hear me better. At last, for want of breath, I paused. "Listen to me for a moment," said the steady voice of Moreau, "and then say what you will." "Well?" said I. He coughed, thought, then shouted, "Latin, Prendrick." "Bad Latin, schoolboy Latin, but try and understand. He non sunt homines, sunt animalia qui son habemus, vivisected." So, let's find out what that Latin meant, because that's definitely in here. Translates as, "These are not men, they are animals which we have vivisected. A humanizing process. I will explain. Come ashore. The water just beyond where you stand is deep and full of sharks. That's my way, said I, short and sharp, presently. Wait a minute. He took something out of his pocket that flashed back at the sun and dropped the object at his feet. That's a loaded revolver, said he. Montgomery here will do the same. Now we are going up the beach until you are satisfied the distance is safe. Then come and take the revolvers. Not I. You have a third between you. I want you to think over things, Prendrick. In this first place, I never asked you to come upon this island. If we vivisected men, we should import men, not beasts. In the next, we had you drugged last night, had we wanted to work you any mischief. And in the next, now you first panic it over. Now your first... Wait, what? I skipped a line, I think. Hold on. I'm a professional. Okay. All right. In the first place, I never asked you to come upon this island. If we vivisected men, we should import men, not beasts. In the next, we had you drugged last night, had we wanted to work you any mischief. And in the next, now your first panic is over and you can think a little. Is Montgomery here quite up to the character you give him? We have chased you for your good, because this island is full of inimical phenomena. Inimical. That word is not, doesn't have a little star. They think that I know what that word means. Inimical? Hold on. Thank goodness for the internet. Inimical. Let's find out what that word means before we continue. Inimical definition. Actions inimical to our interests, tending to obstruct or harm, unfriendly or hostile. An inimical alien power. All right. It's hostile. Hostile with the intent is not good, is a bad place. Okay. Also, as much as I like to think I'm going to edit this, I know I'm not. So that's staying in. Now you all know what inimical means. Let's continue. Because this island is full of inimical phenomena. Besides, why should we want to shoot you when you have just offered to drown yourself? Why did you set your people on me when I was in the hut? We felt sure of catching you and bringing you out of danger. Afterwards, we drew away from the scent for your good. I mused. It seemed just possible. Then I remembered something. Again. But I saw, said I, in the enclosure. That was the puma. Look here, Prendrick, said Montgomery. You're a silly ass. Come out of the water and take these revolvers and talk. We can't do anything more than we could do now. I will confess that then, and indeed always, I distrusted and dreaded Moreau. But Montgomery was a man I felt I understood. Go up the beach, said I, after thinking, and added, holding your hands up. Can't do that, said Montgomery, with an explanatory nod over his shoulder, undignified. Go up to the trees, then, said I, as you please. It's a damn silly ceremony, said Montgomery. Both turned and faced the 6 or 7 grotesque creatures who stood there in the sunlight, solid, casting shadows, moving, and yet so incredibly unreal. Montgomery cracked his whip at them, and forthwith they all turned and fled helter-skelter into the trees. And when Montgomery and Moreau were at a distance I judged sufficient, I waded ashore and picked up and examined the revolvers. To satisfy myself against the subtlest trickery, I discharged one at a round lump of lava and had the satisfaction of seeing the stone pulverized and the beach splashed with lead. Still I hesitated for a moment. I'll take the risk, said I at last, and with a revolver in each hand, I walked up the beach towards them. That's better, said Moreau, without affectation. Jeez. As it is, you have wasted the better part of my day with your confounded imagination. And with a touch of contempt, which humiliated me, he and Montgomery turned and went on in silence before me. The knot of beastmen, still wondering, stood back among the trees. I passed them as serenely as possible. One started to follow me, but retreated again when Montgomery cracked his whip. The rest stood silent, watching. They may once have been animals, but I never before saw an animal trying to think. Chapter 14. Dr. Moreau explains. Stretch time. Okay. And now, Prendrick, I will explain, said Dr. Moreau, as soon as we had eaten and drunk. I must confess that you are the most dictatorial guest I have ever entertained. I warn you that this is the last I shall do to oblige you. The next thing you threaten to commit suicide about, I shan't do even at some personal inconvenience. He sat in my deck chair, a cigar half consumed in his white, dexterous-looking fingers. The light of the swinging lamp fell on his white hair. He stared through the little window out of the starlight. I sat as far away from him as possible, the table between us, and the revolvers to hand. Montgomery was not present. I did not care to be with the two of them in such a little room. You admit that the vivisected human being, as you called it, is, after all, only a puma? Said Moreau. He had made me visit the horror in the inner room to assure myself of its inhumanity. It is the puma, I said, still alive, but so cut and mutilated as I pray I may never see living flesh again. Of all vile, never mind that, said Moreau. At least spare me those youthful horrors. Montgomery used to be just the same. You admit that it is the puma. Now be quiet while I reel off my psychological lecture to you. Physiological. I feel like he could do with a couple of psychological lectures. I'm glad he's not giving them. Oh boy, okay. And forthwith, beginning... Why am I yawning so much? Oh my god. It's the middle of the day while I'm recording this. You would think I wouldn't be yawning so badly. Okay. And forthwith, in the tone of a man supremely bored, but presently warming a little, he explained his work to me. He was very simple and convincing. Now and then there was a touch of sarcasm in his voice. Presently I found myself hot with shame at our mutual positions. The creatures I had seen were not men, had never been men. They were animals, humanized animals, triumphs of vivisection. You forget all that a skilled vivisector can do with living things, said Moreau. For my own part, I'm puzzled why the things I have done here have not been done before. Small efforts, of course, have been made. Amputation, tongue-cutting, excisions. Of course, you know, a squint may be induced or cured by surgery. Then, in the case of excisions, you have all kinds of secondary changes, pigmentary disturbances, modifications of the passions, alterations of the secretion of fatty tissue. I have no doubt you have heard of these things. Of course, said I, but these foul creatures of yours. All in good time, said he, waving his hand at me. I am only beginning. Those are trivial cases of alteration. Surgery can do better things than that. There is building up as well as breaking down and changing. You have heard, perhaps, of the common surgical operation resorted to in the cases where the noise has been destroyed. A flap of skin is cut from the forehead, turned down on the nose, and heals in the new position. This is a kind of grafting in a new position of part of an animal upon itself. Grafting of freshly obtained material from another animal is also possible. The case of teeth, for example. The grafting of skin and bone is done to facilitate healing. The surgeon places in the middle of the wound pieces of skin snipped from another animal, or fragments of bone from a victim's freshly killed. Hunter's cockspur, possibly you've heard of that. We haven't. We're going to go to 40. Also, from my understanding, putting foreign material, including other animals, generally real bad. That's an immune system nightmare. But okay, Hunter's cockspur, experiment by anatomist John Hunter, in which a cockerel's spur was successfully transplanted onto its own head. So they took like its a chicken's they kind of like an extra finger kind of up their leg, sort of. They took that and stuck it on its head. That's wild. Okay, I mean, science had to start somewhere, I guess. Okay. Possibly you've heard of that. Flourished on the bull's neck, and the rhinoceros rats of the Algerian zouaves are also to be thought of. That is another number. Let's go. We are really learning a lot here today. Algerian zouaves. Algerian French Light Infantry Corps. Okay. The rhinoceros rats of the Algerian zouaves are also to be thought of, monsters manufacturing by transferring a slip from the tail of an ordinary rat to its snout and allowing it to heal in that position. Monsters manufactured, said I. Then you mean to tell me, yes, these creatures you have seen are animals, carven and wrought into new shapes, to the study of the plasticity of living forms, my life has been devoted. I have studied for years, gaining in knowledge as I go. I see you look horrified, and yet I am telling you nothing new. It all lay in the surface of practical anatomy years ago, but no one had the temerity to touch it. It's not simply the outward form of an animal which I can change. The physiology, the chemical rhythm of the creature may also be made to undergo an enduring modification, of which vaccination and other methods of inoculation with living or dead matter are examples that will, no doubt, be familiar to you. A similar operation is the transfusion of blood, with which subject, indeed, I began. These are all familiar cases. Less so, and probably far more extensive, were the operations of those medieval practitioners who made dwarfs and beggar cripples, show monsters, some vestiges of whose art still remains in the preliminary manipulation of the young mountebank or contortionist. Victor Hugo gives an account of them in Il Homme qui rit. Victor Hugo's Il Homme qui rit, The Man Who Laughs, an 1869 novel by French author Victor Hugo. Okay. Okay. Victor Hugo gives an account of them in Le Homme qui rit, but perhaps my meaning grows plain now. You begin to see that it is a possible thing to transplant tissue from one part of an animal to another, or from one animal to another, to alter its chemical reactions and methods of growth, to modify the articulations of its limbs, and, indeed, to change it in its most intimate structure. And yet this extraordinary branch of knowledge has never been sought at as an end, and systemically by modern investigators until I took it up. Some of such things have been hit upon in the last resort of surgery. Most of the kindred evidence that will recur to your mind has been demonstrated as it were by accident, by tyrants, by criminals, by the breeders of horses and dogs, by all kinds of untrained, clumsy-handed men working for their own immediate ends. I was the first man to take up this question armed with antiseptic surgery and with a really scientific knowledge of the laws of growth. Yet one would imagine it must have been practiced in secret before. Such creatures as the Siamese twins, and in the vaults of Inquisition, no doubt their chief aim was artistic torture. But some at least of the inquisitors must have had a touch of scientific curiosity. But, said I, these animals talk. He said that was so, and proceeded to point out that the possibility of vivisection does not stop at a mere physical metamorphosis. A pig may be educated. The mental structure is even less determinate than the bodily. In our growing science of hypnotism, we find the promise of possibility of superseding old, inherent instincts by new suggestions, grafting upon or replacing the inherited fixed ideas. Very much indeed of what we call moral education, he said, is such an artificial modification and perversion of instinct. Pugnacity is trained into courageous self-sacrifice, and suppressed sexuality into religious emotion. And the great difference between man and monkey is in the larynx, he continued, in the incapacity to frame delicately different sound symbols by which thought could be sustained. In this I failed to agree with him, but with a certain incivility he declined to notice my objection. He repeated that the thing was so, and continued his account of his work. I asked him why he had taken the human form as a model. There seemed to me then, and there still seems to be now, a strange wickedness in that choice. He confessed that he had chosen that form by chance. I might just as well have worked to form sheep into llamas and llamas into sheep, I suppose. There is something in the human form that appeals to the artistic turn of mind more powerfully than any animal shape can. But I'm not confined myself to man-making. Once or twice. He was silent for a minute, perhaps. These years, how they have slipped by. And here I have wasted a day saving your life, and am now wasting an hour explaining myself. But, said I still do not understand. Where is your justification for inflicting all this pain? The only thing that could excuse vivisection to me would be some application. Precisely, he said. But you see, I am differently constituted. We are on different platforms. You are a materialist. I am not a materialist, I began hotly. In my view, for it is just this question of pain that parts us. So long as visible or audible pains turn you sick, so long as your own pain drives you, so long as pain underlies your propositions about sin, so long, I tell you, you are an animal, thinking a little less obscurely what an animal feels. This pain. I gave an impatient shrug at such sophistry. Oh, but it is such a little thing. A mind truly opened to what science has to teach must see that it is a little thing. It may be that, save in this little planet, this speck of cosmic dust, invisible long before the nearest star could be attained, it may be, I say, that nowhere else does this thing called pain occur. But the laws we feel our way towards, why, even on this earth, even among living things, what pain is there? As he spoke, he drew a little penknife from his pocket, opened the smaller blade, and moved his chair so I could see his thigh. Then, choosing the place deliberately, he drove the blade into his leg and withdrew it. No doubt, he said, you have seen that before. It does not hurt a pinprick. But what does it show? The capacity for pain is not needed in the muscle, and it is not placed there. It is but little needed in the skin, and only here and there over the thighs in a spot capable of feeling pain. Pain is simply our intrinsic medical advisor to warn us and stimulate us. Not all living flesh is painful, nor is all nerve, not even all sensory nerve. There is no taint of pain, real pain, in the sensations of the optic nerve. If you wound the optic nerve, you merely see flashes of light, just as disease of the auditory nerve merely means a humming in our ears. Plants do not feel pain, nor the lower animals. It's possible that such animals as the starfish and crayfish do not feel pain at all. Then, with men, the more intelligent they become, the more intelligently they will see after their own welfare, and the less they will need to goad to keep them out of danger. I never yet heard a useless thing that was not ground out of existence by evolution sooner or later. Did you? And pain gets needless. There's actually a condition that you can be born with where you do not feel pain. And as an infant and as a young child, it's incredibly, incredibly dangerous and easy to mutilate yourself. I do believe, I know I don't want to get gruesome about it, but I do believe there are some like documentaries and stories about it. And if that sort of intrigues you, that's something very real to look at. And I do think some levels of pain are definitely needless, but I definitely think it's important to know when you get hurt. That is a very important thing. Although I suppose flashes of light would be a much nicer heads up, but it wouldn't give you the location, I suppose. All right, let's see. Where were we? Then I am a religious man, Prendrick, and every sane man must be. It may be, I fancy, that I have seen more in the ways of the world's maker than you, for I have sought his laws in my way all my life, while you, I understand, have been collecting butterflies. And I tell you, pleasure and pain have nothing to do with heaven or hell. Pleasure and pain, bah! What is your theologian's ecstasy but Mahomet's houri? What is a houri? Mahomet's houri? There's a number there. Back to the book we go. Mahomet's houri, a beautiful young woman in the Muslim paradise. Okay. In case you didn't know what that was, there we go. What is your theologian's ecstasy but Mahomet's houri in the dark? This store which men and women set on pleasure and pain, Prendrick, is the mark of the beast upon them, the mark of the beast from which they came. Pain and pleasure, they are for us only so long as we wriggle in the dust. You see, I went on with this research just the way it led me. That is the only way I ever heard of true research going. I asked a question, devised some methods of obtaining an answer, and got a fresh question. Was this possible or that possible? You can not imagine what this means to an investigator, what an intellectual passion grows upon him. You cannot imagine the strange, colorless delight of these intellectual desires. The thing before you is no longer an animal, a fellow creature, but a problem, sympathetic pain. All I know of it I remember as a thing I used to suffer from years ago. It was the one thing I wanted, to find out the extreme limit of plasticity in a living shape. But, said I, the thing is an abomination. To this day I have never troubled about the ethics of the matter, he continued. The study of nature makes a man at last as remorseless as nature. I have gone on, not heeding anything but the question I was pursuing, and the material has dripped and the material has dripped into the huts yonder. It is nearly 11 years since we came here. I and Montgomery and 6 Kanakas? What are Kanakas? South Sea Islanders. Okay. I remember the green stillness of the island and the empty oceans about us as though it was yesterday. The place seemed waiting for me. The stores were landed and the house was built. The Kanakas founded some huts near the ravine. I went to work here upon what I had brought with me. There were some disagreeable things that happened at first. It began with the sheep and killed it after a day and a half by a slip of the scalpel. I took another sheep and made a thing of pain and fear and left it bound up to heal. It looked quite human to me when I had finished it, but when I went to it, I was discontented with it. It remembered me and was terrified beyond imagination. It had no more than the wits of a sheep. The more I looked at it, the clumsier it seemed, until at last I put the monster out of its misery. These animals without courage, these fear-hunted, pain-driven things, without a spark of pugnacious energy to face torment, they are no good for man-making. Then I took a gorilla I had, and upon that, working with infinite care and mastering difficulty after difficulty, I made my first man. All the week, night and day, I molded him. With him it was chiefly the brain that needed molding, which much had to be added, much changed. I thought him a fair specimen of the negroid type when I had finished him, and he lay bandaged, bound, and motionless before me. It was only when his life was assured that I left him and came into this room again, and found Montgomery much as you are. He had heard some of the cries as the thing grew human, cries like those that disturbed you so. I didn't take him completely into my confidence at first, and the Kanakas, too, had realized something of it. They were scared out of their wits by the sight of me. I got Montgomery over to me, in a way, but I and he had the hardest job to prevent the Kanakas deserting. Finally they did, and so we lost the yacht. I spent many days educating the brute. Altogether I had him for 3 or 4 months. I taught him the rudiments of English, gave him ideas of counting, even made the thing read the alphabet. But at that he was slow, though I've met with idiots slower. He began with a clean sheet mentally, had no memories left in his mind of what he had been. When his scars were quite healed, and he was no longer anything but painful and stiff, and able to converse a little, I took him yonder, and introduced him to the Kanakas as an interesting stowaway. They were horribly afraid of him at first, somehow, which offended me rather, for I was conceited about him, but his way seemed so mild, and he was so abject, that after a time they received him and took his education in hand. He was quick to learn, very imitative and adaptive, and built himself a hovel rather better, it seemed to me, than their own shanties. There was one among the boys, a bit of a missionary, and he taught the thing to read, or at least to pick out letters, and gave him some rudimentary ideas of morality. But it seems the beast's habits were not all that desirable. I rested from work for some days after this, and was in a mind to write an account of the whole affair, to wake up English physiology. Then I came upon the creature squatting up in a tree and gibbering at 2 of the Kanakas who had been teasing it. I threatened him, told him the inhumanity of such a proceeding, aroused his sense of shame, and came home resolved to do better before I took my work back to England. I have been doing better, but somehow the things drift back again. The stubborn beast flesh grows day by day back again. But I mean to do better but things still. I mean to conquer that. This puma. But that's the story. All the Kanaka boys are dead now. One fell overboard from the launch, and one died of a wounded heel that he poisoned in some way with plant juice. 3 went away in the yacht, and I suppose and hope were drowned. The other one was killed. Well, I replaced them. Montgomery went on much as you are disposed to at first, and then what became Of the other one, I said sharply. The other Kanaka who was killed. The fact is, after I had made a number of human creatures, I made a thing, he hesitated. Yes, said I, it was killed. I don't understand, said I. You mean to say, it killed the Kanaka. Yes, it killed several other things that it caught. We chased it for a couple of days. It only got loose by accident. I never meant it to get away. It wasn't finished. It was purely an experiment. It was a limbless thing with a horrible face that writhed along the ground in a serpentine fashion. Oh, my God. It was immensely strong and in infuriating pain. It lurked in the woods for some days until we hunted it, and then it wriggled into the northern part of the island. And we divided the party to close in on it. Montgomery insisted upon coming with me. The men had a rifle, and when his body was found, one of the barrels was curved into the shape of an S and was nearly bitten through. Montgomery shot the thing. After that, I stuck to the ideal of humanity, except for little things. He became silent. I sat in silence, watching his face. So for 20 years altogether, counting the 9 years in England, I have been going on. There is still something in everything I do that defeats me, makes me dissatisfied, challenges me to further effort. Sometimes I rise above my level, sometimes I fall below it, but always I fall short of the things I dream. The human shape I can get now, almost with ease, so that it is lithe and graceful, or thick and strong, but often there is trouble with the hands and the claws, painful things that I dare not shape too freely. But it is in the subtle grafting and reshaping one must needs do to the brain that my trouble lies. The intelligence is often oddly low, with unaccountable black ends. I don't know what that means. Like they lose their memory? Unexpected gaps. At least satisfactory of all is something that I cannot touch somewhere. I cannot determine where, in the seat of the emotions, cravings, instincts, desires that harm humanity, a strange hidden reservoir liable to burst forth suddenly and inundate the whole being of the creature with anger, hate, or fear. These creatures of mine seem strange and uncanny to you as soon as you began to observe them, but to me, just after I make them, they seem to be indisputably human beings. It's afterwards, as I observe them, that the persuasion fades. First one animal trait, then another, creeps to the surface and stares out at me. But I will conquer yet. Each time I dip a living creature into the bath of burning pain, I say, this time I will burn out all the animal. This time I will make a rational creature of my own. After all, what is 10 years? Men have been 100,000 in the making. He thought darkly, but I am drawing near the fastness, this puma of mine. After a silence, and they revert. As soon as my hand is taken from them, and the beast begins to creep back, begins to assert itself again. Another long silence. Then you take the things you make into those dens, said I. They go. I turn them out when I begin to feel the beast in them, and presently they wander there. They all dread this house and me. There's a kind of travesty of humanity over there. Montgomery knows about it, for he interferes in their affairs. He has trained 1 or 2 of them to our service. He's ashamed of it, but I believe he half likes some of those beasts. It's his business, not mine. They only sicken me with a sense of failure. I take no interest in them. I fancy they follow in the lines of the Kanaka missionary, marked out, and have a kind of mockery of a rational life. Poor beasts. There's something they call the law. They sing hymns about it, all thine. They build themselves their dens, gather fruits, pull herbs, marry even. But I can see through it all, see into their very souls, and see there's nothing but the soul of beasts that perish, anger, and the lust to live and gratify themselves. Yet they're odd, complex, like everything else alive. There's a kind of upward striving in them, part vanity, part waste sexual emotion, part waste curiosity. It only mocks me. I have some hope of this puma. I have worked hard at her head and brain. And now, said he, standing up after a long gap of silence, during which we had each pursued our own thoughts, what do you think? Are you in fear of me still? I looked at him and saw but a white-faced, white-haired man with calm eyes. Save for his serenity, the touch almost of beauty that resulted from his set tranquillity, and his magnificent build, he might have passed muster among 100 other comfortable old gentlemen. Then I shivered. By way of answer to his second question, I handed him a revolver with either hand. Keep them, he said, and snatched at a yawn. He stood up, stared at me for a moment, and smiled. You have had 2 eventful days, said he. I should advise some sleep. I'm glad it's all clear. Good night. He thought me over for a moment, then went out by the inner door. I immediately turned the key in the outer door one. I sat down again, for a time in a kind of stagnant mood, so weary, emotionally, mentally, and physically, that I could not think beyond the point at which he had left me. The black window stared at me like an eye. At last, with an effort, I put out the light and got into the hammock. Very soon I was asleep. Posture check. Are you comfy? A little hydration check. Are you thirsty? Do you need some food? Are you taking care of yourself? You better be taking care of yourself, or I'll come at you with my claws. There's just a few more chapters. Oh boy. Here we go. I woke early. Moreau's explanation stood before my mind, clear and definite from the moment of my awakening. Oh, wait. Right. Chapter 15, Concerning the Beast Folk. That's the name of the chapter. There we go. That's how you read a book. Silly lobster, Alix. I woke early. Moreau's explanation stood before my mind, clear and definite from the moment of my awakening. I got out of the hammock and went to the door to assure myself that the key was turned. Then I tried the window bar and found it firmly fixed. That these man-like creatures were in truth only bestial monsters, mere grotesque travesties of men, filled me with a vague uncertainty of their possibilities, which was far worse than any definite fear. A tapping came at the door, and I heard the glutinous accents of Meling speaking. I pocketed one of the revolvers, keeping one hand upon it, and opened to him. Good morning, sire, he said, bringing in addition to the customary herb breakfast, an ill-cooked rabbit. Montgomery followed him. His roving eye caught the position of my arm, and he smiled askew. The puma was resting to heal that day, but Moreau, who was singularly solitary in his habits, did not join us. I talked with Montgomery to clear my ideas of the way in which the beast folk lived. In particular, I was urgent to know how these inhuman monsters were kept from falling upon Moreau and Montgomery, and from rending one another. He explained to me that the comparative safety of Moreau and himself was due to the limited mental scope of these monsters. In spite of their increased intelligence and the tendency of their animal instincts to reawaken, they had certain fixed ideas implanted by Moreau in their minds which absolutely bound their imagination. They were really hypnotized, had been told that certain things were impossible and that certain things were not to be done, and these prohibitions were woven into the texture of their minds beyond any possibility of disobedience or dispute. Certain matters, however, in which old instinct was at war with Moreau's convenience, were in a less stable condition. A series of propositions, called the law, which I had already heard recited, battled in their minds with the deep-seated, ever-rebellious cravings of their animal natures. The law they were ever repeating, I found, and ever breaking. Both Montgomery and Moreau displayed particular solitude to keep them ignorant of the taste of blood. They feared the inevitable suggestion of that flavor. Montgomery told me that the law, especially among the feline beast people, became oddly weakened about nightfall, that then the animal was at its strongest, that the spirit of adventure sprang into them at the dusk, when they would dare things they would never seem to dare about the day. To that I owed my stalking by the leopard man on the night of my arrival. But during these earlier days of my stay, they broke the law only furtively and after dark. In the daylight, there was a general atmosphere of respect for its multifarious prohibitions. And here, perhaps, I may give a few general facts about the island and the beast people. The island, which was of irregular outline and lay low upon the wide sea, had a total area, I suppose, of 7 or 8 square miles. It was volcanic in origin, and was now fringed on 3 sides by coral reefs, some fumaroles, which we are going to have to check out. What is a fumarole? Volcanic events that emit hot vapor. Ooh, that's cool. Geologists, you probably know that. I did not. Fumaroles. Okay. It is volcanic in origin, is now fringed on 3 sides by coral reefs, some fumaroles to the northward, and a hot spring were the only vestiges of the forces that had long since granted it. Now and then a faint quiver of earthquake would be sensible, and sometimes the ascent of the spire of smoke would be rendered tumultuous by gusts of steam. But that was all. The population of the island, Montgomery informed me, now numbered rather more than 60 of these strange creations of Moreau's art, not counting the smaller monstrosities which lived in the undergrowth, and were without human form. Altogether he had made nearly 120, but many had died, and others, like the writhing footless thing of which he had told me, had come by violent ends. In answer to my question, Montgomery said that they actually bore offspring, but that they generally died. When they lived, Moreau took them and stamped the human form upon them. There was no evidence of the inheritance of their acquired human characteristics. The females were less numerous than the males, and liable to much furtive persecution in spite of the monogamy the law enjoined. It would be impossible for me to describe these beast people in detail. My eye had no training in details, and unhappily I cannot sketch. Most striking, perhaps, is their general appearance, was the disproportion between the legs of these creatures and the length of their bodies, and yet so relative in our idea of grace. My eyes became habituated to their forms, and at last I even fell in with their persuasion that my own long thighs were ungainly. Another point was the forward carriage of the head and the clumsy and inhuman curvature of the spine. Even the ape-man lacked that inward sinuous curve of the back which makes a human figure so graceful. Most had their shoulders hunched clumsily, and their short forearms hung weakly at their sides. Few of them were conspicuously hairy, at least until the end of my time upon the island. The next most obvious deformity was in their faces, among all of which were prognathous, malformed about the ears, with large and protuberant noses, very furry or very bristly hair, and often strangely colored or strangely placed eyes. None could laugh, though the ape-man had a chittering titter. Beyond these general characteristics, their heads had little in common. Each preserved the quality of its particular species. The human mark distorted, but did not hide the leopard, the ox, or the sow, or other animals. or animals from which the creature had been molded. The voices, too, varied exceedingly. The hands were always malformed, and though some surprised me by their unexpected human appearance, almost all were deficient in the number of digits, clumsy about the fingernails, and lacking any tactile sensibility. The two most formidable animal men were my leopard man and a creature made of hyena and swine. Larger than these were the three bull creatures who pulled in the boat. Then came the silvery, hairy man, who was also the sayer of the law, Miling, and a satyr-like creature of ape and goat. There were 3 swine men and a swine woman, a mare rhinoceros creature, and several other females whose sources I did not ascertain. There were several wolf creatures, a bear bull, and a Saint Bernard man. That sounds like a superhero, just a little bit. Saint Bernard man. Oh. There were several wolf creatures, a bear bull, and a Saint Bernard man. I had already described the ape man, and there was a particularly hateful and evil-smelling old woman made of vixen and bear, whom I hated from the beginning. She was said to be a passionate votary of the law. Smaller creatures were certain dappled youths and my little sloth creature, but enough of this catalogue. At first I had a shivering horror of the brutes, felt all too keenly that they were still brutes, but insensibly I became a little habituated in the idea of them, and moreover, I was affected by Montgomery's attitude towards them. He had been with them so long that he had come to regard them as almost normal human beings. His London days seemed a glorious impossible past to him. Only once in a year or so did he go to Arica to deal with Moreau's agent, a trader in animals there. He hardly met the finest type of mankind in that seafaring village of Spanish mongrels. The men aboard ship, he told me, seemed at first just as strange to him as the beast men seemed to me. Unnaturally long in leg, flat in face, prominent in forehead, suspicious, dangerous, and cold-hearted. In fact, he did not like men. His heart had warmed to me, he thought, because he had saved my life. I fancied even then that he had a sneaking kindness for some of these metamorphosed brutes, a vicious sympathy with some of their ways, but that he attempted to veil it from me at first. Miling, the black-faced man, Montgomery's attendant, the first of the beast folk I had encountered, did not live with the others across the island, but in a small kennel at the back of the enclosure. The creature was scarcely so intelligent as the ape-man, but far more docile, and the most human-looking of all the beast folk, and Montgomery had trained it to prepare food, and indeed to discharge all the trivial domestic offices that were required. It was a complete trophy of Moreau's horrible skill. A bear, tainted with dog and ox, and one of the most elaborately made of all his creatures. It treated Montgomery with a strange tenderness and devotion. Sometimes he would notice it, pat it, call it half-mockingly, half-jocular names, and so make it caper with extraordinary delight. Sometimes he would ill-treat it, especially after he had been at the whiskey, kicking it, beating it, pelting it with stones, or light fusses. But whether he treated it well or ill, it loved nothing so much as to be near him. Yikes. I say I became habituated to the beast people, that 1,000 things which had seemed unnatural and repulsive speedily became natural and ordinary to me. I suppose everything in existence takes its color from the average hue of our surroundings. Montgomery and Moreau were too peculiar and individual to keep my general impression of humanity well defined. I would see one of the clumsy bovine creatures who worked the launch treading heavily through the undergrowth, and find myself asking, trying hard to recall, how he differed from some really human yokel trudging home from his mechanical labors. Or I would meet the fox-bear woman's vulpine, shifty face, strangely human in its speculative cunning, and even imagine I had met it before in some city byway. Yet every now and then the beast would flash out upon me beyond doubt or denial. An ugly-looking man, a hunchbacked human savage in all appearance, squatting in the aperture of one of the dens, would stretch his arms and yawn, showing with startling suddenness scissor-edged incisions and saber-like canines. Incisors, with his yawn. So open mouth. I understand. I got this. Let me try that again. Okay. An ugly-looking man, a hunchbacked human savage to all appearance, squatting in the aperture of one of the dens, would stretch his arms and yawn, showing with startling suddenness scissor-edged incisors and saber-like canines, keen and brilliant as knives, or in some narrow pathway, glancing with a transitory daring into the eyes of some lithe, white-swathed female figure, I would suddenly see, with a spasmodic revulsion, that she had slit-like pupils. Glancing, note the curving nails with which she held her shapeless wrap about her. It is a curious thing, by the by, for which I am quite unable to account, that these weird creatures, the females I mean, had in the early days of my stay an instinctive sense of their own repulsive clumsiness, and displayed it in consequence a more than human regard for the decency and decorum of extensive costume. Chapter 16. How the Beast Folk Taste Blood. My inexperience as a writer betrays me, and I wander from the thread of my story. After I had breakfast with Montgomery, he took me across the island to see the fumarole and the source of the hot springs into whose scalding waters I had blundered on the previous day. Both of us carried whips and loaded revolvers. While going through a leafy jungle on our road thither, we heard a rabbit squealing. We stopped and listened, but we heard no more, and presently we went on our way, and the incident dropped out of our minds. Montgomery called my attention to certain little pink animals with long hind legs that went leaping through the undergrowth. He told me they were creatures made of the offspring of the beast people, and that a Moreau had invented. He had fancied they might serve for meat, but a rabbit-like habit of devouring their young had defeated this intention. I had already encountered some of these creatures, once during the moonlight flight from the leopard man, and once during my pursuit by Moreau on the previous day. By chance, one hopped to avoid us, leapt into the hole caused by the uprooting of a wind-blown tree. Before it could extricate itself, we managed to catch it. It spat like a cat, scratched and kicked vigorously with its hind legs, and made an attempt to bite, but its teeth were too feeble to inflict that of more than a painless pinch. It seemed to me rather a pretty little creature, and as Montgomery stated, they had never destroyed the turf by burrowing. It was very cleanly in its habits. It should imagine it might prove a convenient substitute for the common rabbit in gentlemen's parks. We also saw on our way the trunk of a tree barked in long strips and splintered deeply. Montgomery called my attention to this. Not to claw bark of trees, that is the law, he said. Much some of them care for it. It was after this, I think, that we met the satyr and the ape-man. The satyr was a gleam of classical memory on the part of Moreau, his face ovine in expression, like the coarser Hebrew type, his voice a harsh bleat, his nether extremities satiric. He was gnawing the husk of a pod-like fruit as he passed us. Both of them saluted Montgomery. "Hail," they said, "to the other with the whip." There's a third with the whip now, said Montgomery, so you'd better mind. Was he not made? Said the ape-man. He said he was made. The satyr man looked curiously at me. The third with the whip, he that walks weeping into the sea, has a thin white face. He has a thin long whip, said Montgomery. Yesterday he bled and wept, said the satyr. You never bleed nor weep. The master does not bleed or weep. Allendorfian beggar, said Montgomery. Let's see what that one means. Claw. Allendorfian beggar. Heinrich Allendorf, 1803 to 1865, was a German grammarian. Allendorfian describes stilted speech like that of a phrase book. So a poorly spoken beggar, I guess. Okay. You'll bleed and weep if you don't look out. But he has 5 fingers. He is a 5-finger man like me, said the ape-man. Come along, Prendrick, said Montgomery, taking my arm, and I went on with him. The satyr and the ape-man stood watching us and making other remarks to each other. He says nothing, said the satyr. Men have voices. Yesterday he asked me of things to eat, said the ape-man. He did not know. Then they spoke inaudible things, and I heard the satyr laughing. It was on our way back that we came upon the dead rabbit. The red body of the wretched little beast was rent to pieces, many of the ribs stripped white, and the backbone indisputably gnawed. At that Montgomery stopped. Good God, he said, stooping down, and picked up some of the crushed vertebrae to examine them more closely. Good God, he repeated, what could this mean? Some carnivores of yours have remembered its old habits, I said, after a pause. The backbone has been bitten through. He stood staring, face white and his lips pulled askew. I don't like this, he said slowly. I saw something of the same kind, said I, the first day I came here. The devil you did. What was it? A rabbit with its head twisted off. The day you came here? The day I came here, in the undergrowth at the back of the enclosure. When I went out in the evening, the head was completely wrung off. He gave a long, low whistle. And what is more, I have an idea which of your brutes did the thing. It's only a suspicion, you know. Before I came on the rabbit, I saw one of your monsters drinking in the stream. Sucking his drink? Yes. Not to suck your drink, that is the law. Much of the brutes care for the law, when Moreau's not about. It was the brute who chased me. Of course, said Montgomery. It's just the way with carnivores. After a kill, they drink. It's the taste of blood, you know. What was the brute like? He continued. Would you know him again? He glanced about us, standing astride over the mess of dead rabbit, his eyes roving among the shadows and screens of greenery, the lurking places and ambuscades of the forest that bound us in. The taste of blood, he said again. He took out his revolver, examining the cartridges in it, and replaced it. Then he began to pull at his dropping lip. I think I should know the brute again, I said. I stunned him. He ought to have a handsome bruise on that forehead of him. But then we have to prove that he killed the rabbit, said Montgomery. I wish I'd never brought the thing here. I should have gone on, but he stayed there thinking over the mangled rabbit in a puzzle-headed way. As it was, I went to such a distance that the rabbit's remains were hidden. Come on, I said. Presently he woke up and came towards me. You see, he said almost in a whisper, they are all supposed to have a fixed idea against eating anything that runs on land. If some brute has by accident tasted blood, he went on some way in silence. I wonder what can have happened, he said to himself. Then, after a pause again, I did a foolish thing the other day. That servant of mine, I showed him how to skin and cook a rabbit. It's odd. I saw him licking his hands. It never occurred to me. Then we must put a stop to this. I must tell Moreau. He could think of nothing else on our homeward journey. Moreau took the matter even more seriously than Montgomery, and I need scarcely say that I was affected by their evident consternation. We must make an example, said Moreau. I have no doubt in my own mind that the leopard man was the sinner, but how can we prove it? I wish, Montgomery, you had kept your taste for meat in hand and gone without these exciting novelties. We may find ourselves in a mess yet through it. I was a silly ass, said Montgomery, but the thing's done now. And you said I might have them, you know. We must see the thing at once. I suppose if anything should turn up, Mei Ling can take care of himself. I'm not so sure of Mei Ling, says Montgomery. I think I ought to know him. In the afternoon, Moreau, Montgomery, myself, and Mei Ling went across the island to the huts in the ravine. We three were armed. Mei Ling carried a little hatchet he used for chopping wood, and some coils of wire. Moreau had a huge crow-herd's horn slung over his shoulder. You will see a gathering of the beast people, said Montgomery. It is a pretty sight. Moreau said not a word on the way, but the expression of his heavy, white-fringed face was grimly set. We crossed the ravine, down which smoked the stream of hot water, and followed the winding pathway through the canebrakes until we reached a wide area, covered over with a thick, powdery yellow substance, which I believe was sulphur. Above the shoulder of the weedy bank the sea glittered. We came to a kind of shallow, natural amphitheater, and here the four of us halted. Then Moreau sounded the horn and broke the sleeping stillness of the tropical afternoon. He must have had strong lungs. The hooting note rose and rose amidst its echoes, to at last an ear-penetrating intensity. Ah, said Moreau, letting the curved instrument fall to his side again. Immediately there was a crashing through the yellow canes, and a sound of voices from the dense green jungle that marked the morass, though I had run on the previous day. Marked the morass through which I had run on the previous day. Then, at 3 or 4 points on the edge of the sulphurous area, appeared the grotesque forms of the beast people, hurrying towards us. I could not help a creeping horror as I perceived first one and then another trot out from the trees or reeds and come shambling along over the hot dust. But Moreau and Montgomery stood calmly enough, and, perforce, I stuck beside them. First to arrive was the satyr, strangely unreal for all that he cast a shadow and tossed the dust with his hooves. After him, from the brake came a monstrous lout, a thing of horse and rhinoceros, chewing a straw as it came. Then appeared the swine woman and 2 wolf women, then the fox bear witch with her red eyes and her peaked red face, and then others, all hurrying eagerly. As they came forward, they began to cringe towards Moreau and chant, quite regardless of one another, fragments of the latter half of the litany of the law. His is the hand that wounds, his is the hand that heals, and so forth. As soon as they had approached within a distance of perhaps 30 yards, they halted, and, bowing on knees and elbows, began flinging the white dust upon their heads. Imagine the scene if you can. We 3 blue-clad men, with our misshapen, black-faced attendant, standing in a wide expanse of sunlit, yellow dust under the blazing blue sky, and surrounded by this circle of crouching, gesticulating monstrosities, some almost human save in their subtle expression and gestures, some like cripples, some so strangely distorted as to resemble nothing but the denizens of our wildest dreams, and beyond, the reedy lines of the canebrake in one direction, a dense tangle of palm trees in the other, separating us from the ravine with the huts, and to the north the hazy horizon of the Pacific Ocean. 62, 63, counted Moreau. There are 4 more. I do not see the leopard man, said I. Presently Moreau sounded the great horn again, and the sound of all the beast people writhed and groveled in the dust. Then, slinking out of the canebrake, stooping near the ground and trying to join the dust-throwing circle behind Moreau's back, came the leopard man. The last of the people to arrive was the little ape man. The earlier animals, hot and wary, with their groveling, shot vicious glances at him. Cease, said Moreau in his firm, loud voice, and the beast people sat back upon their hams and rested from their worshipping. Where is the sayer of the law? Said Moreau, and the hairy gray monster bowed his face in the dust. Say the words, said Moreau. Forthwith, all in the kneeling assembly, swaying from side to side and dashing up the sulphur with their hands, first the right hand and a puff of dust, then the left, began once more to chant their strange litany. When they reached not to eat fish or flesh, that is the law. Moreau held up his lank white hand. Stop, he cried, and then fell absolute silence upon them all. I think they all knew and dreaded what was coming. I looked round at their strange faces. When I saw their wincing attitudes and their furtive dread in their bright eyes, I wondered that I had ever believed them to be men. The law has been broken, said Moreau. None escape from the faceless creature with the silvery hair. None escape, repeated the kneeling circle of beast people. Who is he? Cried Moreau, and looked round at their faces, cracking his whip. I fancied the hyena swine looking dejected. So too did the leopard man. Moreau stopped, facing this creature, who cringed towards him with the memory of dread of infinite torment. Who is he? Repeated Moreau in a voice of thunder. Evil is he who breaks the law, chanted the sayer of the law. Moreau looked into the eyes of the leopard man and seemed to be dragging the very soul out of the creature. Who breaks the law? Said Moreau, taking his eyes off his victim and turning towards us. It seemed to me there was a touch of exultation in his voice. Who breaks the law goes back to the house of pain, they all clamored. Goes back to the house of pain, O master. Back to the house of pain, back to the house of pain, gabbled the ape-man, as though the idea was sweet to him. Do you hear? Said Moreau, turning back to the criminal. My friend. Hello. For the leopard man, released from Moreau's eyes, had risen straight from his knees, and now, with eyes aflame and his huge feline tusks flashing out from under his curling lip, leapt towards his tormentor. I am convinced that only the madness of unendurable fear could have prompted this attack. The whole circle of 80 monsters seemed to rise about us. I drew my revolver. The 2 figures collided. I saw Moreau reeling back from the leopard man's blow. There was a furious yelling and howling all about us. Everyone was moving rapidly. For a moment I thought it was a general revolt. The furious face of the leopard man flashed by mine. With Miling close in pursuit, I saw the yellow eyes of the hyena swine blazing with excitement, his attitude as if it were half resolved to attack me. The satyr, too, glared at me over the hyena swine's hunched shoulders. I heard the crack of Moreau's pistol and saw the pink flash dart across the tumult. The whole crowd seemed to swing round in the direction of the glint of fire. I, too, was swung round by the magnetism of the movement. In another second I was running, one of the tumultuous shouting crowd, in pursuit of the escaping leopard man. That is all I can tell definitely. I saw the leopard man strike Moreau, and then everything spun about me until I was running headlong. Ling was ahead, close in pursuit of the fugitive. Behind, their tongues already lolling out, ran the wolf woman in great leaping strides. The swine folk followed, squealing with excitement, and the 2 bull men in their swathings of white. Then came Moreau in a cluster of the beast people, his wide-brimmed straw hat blown off, his revolver in hand, and his lank white hair streaming out. The hyena swine ran beside me, keeping pace with me and glancing furtively at me out of his feline eyes, and the others came pattering and shouting behind us. The leopard man went bursting his way through the long canes, which sprang back as he passed, and rattled in Milling's face. We others in the rear found a trampled path for us when we reached the break. The chase lay through the break for perhaps a quarter of a mile, and then plunged into a dense thicket, which retarded our movements exceedingly, though we went through it in a crowd together, fronds flicking at our faces, ropey creepers catching up under the chin or gripping our ankles, thorny plants hooking into and tearing cloth and flesh together. "He has gone on all fours through this," panted Moreau, now just ahead of me. "None escape," said the wolf bear, laughing into my face with this exultation of hunting. We burst out again among rocks and saw the quarry ahead, running lightly on all fours and snarling at us over his shoulder. At that the wolf folk howled with delight. The thing was still closed, and at a distance its face still seemed human, but the carriage of its four limbs was feline, and the furtive droop of its shoulder was distinctly that of a hunted animal. It leapt over some thorny, yellow, flowering bushes, and was hidden. Mei Ling was halfway across the space. Most of us now had lost the first speed of the chase, and had fallen into a longer and steadier stride. I saw, as we traversed the open, that the pursuit was now spreading from a column into a line. The hyena swine still ran close to me, watching me as it ran, every now and then puckering its muzzle with a snarling laugh. At the edge of the rocks, the leopard man, realizing that he was making for a projecting cape upon which he had stalked me on the night of my arrival, had doubled in the undergrowth. But Montgomery had seen the maneuver and turned him again. So, panting, tumbling against rocks, torn by brambles, impeded by ferns and reeds, I helped to pursue the leopard man, who had broken the law, and the hyena swine ran, laughing savagely, by my side. I staggered on, my head reeling and my heart beating against my ribs, tired almost to death, and yet not daring to lose sight of the chase, lest I should be left alone with this horrible companion. I staggered on in spite of infinite fatigue and the dense heat of the tropical afternoon. At last the fury of the hunt slackened. We had pinned the wretched brute into a corner of the island. Moreau, whip in hand, marshaled us all in an irregular line, and we advanced now slowly, shouting to one another as we advanced, and tightening the cordon about our victim. He lurked, noiseless and invisible, in the bushes through which I had run from him during the midnight pursuit. "Steady!" cried Moreau. "Steady!" as the end of the line crept round the tangle of undergrowth and hemmed the brute in. "Where a rush?" came the voice of Montgomery from beyond the thicket. I was on the slope above the bushes. Montgomery and Moreau beat along the beach beneath. Slowly we pushed in among the fretted network of branches and leaves. The quarry was silent. "Back to the house of pain, back to the house of pain, the house of pain," yelped the voice of the ape-man, some 20 yards to the right. When I heard that, I forgave the poor wretch all the fear he had inspired in me. I heard the twigs snap and the boughs switch aside before the heavy tread of the horse rhinoceros upon my right. Then suddenly, through a polygon of green, in the half-darkness under the luxuriant growth, I saw the creature we were hunting. He was crouched together in the smallest possible compass, a luminous green eyes turned over his shoulder regarding me. It may seem a strange contradiction in me. I cannot explain the fact, but now, seeing the creature there in a perfectly animal attitude, with the light gleaming in its eyes, and its imperfectly human face distorted with terror, I realized again the fact of its humanity. In another moment, other of its pursuers would see it, and it would be overpowered and captured. to experience once more the horrible tortures of the enclosure. Abruptly, I slipped out my revolver, aimed between its terror-struck eyes, and fired. As I did so, the hyena swine saw the thing and flung itself upon it with an eager cry, thrusting thirsty teeth into its neck. All about me, the green masses of the thicket were swaying and cracking as the beast people came rushing together. One face and then another appeared. "Don't kill it, Prendrick!" cried Moreau. "Don't kill it!" And I saw him stopping as he pushed through the under fronds of the big ferns. In another moment, he had beaten off the hyena swine with the handle of his whip, and he and Montgomery were keeping away the excited carnivorous beast people, and particularly Miling, from the still quivering body. The hairy gray thing came sniffing at the corpse under my arm. The other animals, in their animal ardor, jostled me to get a nearer view. "Confound you, Prendrick!" I wanted him. "I'm sorry," said I, though I was not. It was the impulse of the moment. I felt sick with exertion and excitement. Turning, I pushed my way out of the crowding beast people and went on alone up the slope towards the higher part of the headland. Under the shouted directions of Moreau, I heard the 3 white-swathed bullmen begin dragging the victim down towards the water. It was easy now for me to be alone. The beast people manifested a quite human curiosity about the dead body, and followed it in a thick knot, sniffing and growling at it as the bullmen dragged it down the beach. I went to the headland and watched the bullmen, black against the evening sky, as they carried the weighted dead body out to sea, and like a wave across my mind came the realization of the unspeakable aimlessness of things upon the island. Upon the beach, among the rocks beneath me, were the ape-men, the hyena swine, and several others of the beast people, standing about Montgomery and Moreau. They were all still intensely excited, and all overflowing with noisy expressions of their loyalty to the law. Yet I felt an absolute assurance in my own mind that the hyena swine was implicated for the rabbit killing. A strange persuasion came upon me that, save for the grossness of the line, the grotesqueness of the forms, I had here before me the whole balance of human life in miniature, the whole interplay of instinct, reason, and fate in its simplest form. The leopard man had happened to go under. That was all the difference. Poor brute. Poor brutes. I began to see the viler aspect of Moreau's cruelty. I had not thought before of the pain and trouble that came to these poor victims after they had passed from Moreau's hand. I had shivered only at the days of actual torment in the enclosure, but now that seemed to me the lesser part. Before, they had been beasts, their instincts fitly adapted to their surroundings, and happy as living things may be. Now they stumbled in the shackles of humanity, lived in fear that never died, fretted by a law they could not understand. Their mock-human existence, begun in an agony, was one long internal struggle, one long dread of Moreau. And for what? It was the wantonness of it that stirred me. Had Moreau had any intelligible object, I could have sympathized at least a little with him. I am not so squeamish about pain as that. I could have forgiven him even a little had his motive been only hate. But he was so irresponsible, so utterly careless. His curiosity, his mad, aimless investigations drove him on, and the things were thrown out to live a year or so, to struggle and blunder and suffer, and at last to die painfully. They were wretched in themselves. The old animal hate moved them to trouble one another. The law held them back from a brief hot struggle and a decisive end to their natural animosities. In those days of fear of the beast people, in those days my fear of the beast people went the way of my personal fear of Moreau. I fell indeed into a morbid state, deep, enduring, and alien to fear, which has left permanent scars upon my mind. I must confess that I lost faith in the sanity of the world when I saw it suffering the painful disorder of this island. A blind fate, a vast, pitiless mechanism, seemed to cut and shape the fabric of existence, and I, Moreau by his passion for research, Montgomery by his passion for drink, and the beast people, with their instincts and mental restrictions, were torn and crushed, ruthlessly, inevitably, amid the infinite complexity of its incessant wheels. But this condition did not come all at once. I think, indeed, that I anticipated a little in speaking of it now. End of the chapter. We're almost at the end. I think there's 2 more chapters after this. Here we go. Scarcely 6 weeks passed before I had lost every feeling but dislike and abhorrence for this infamous experiment of Moreau's. My one idea was to get away from these horrible creatures of my Maker's image, back to the sweet and wholesome intercourse of men. My fellow creatures, from whom I was thus separated, began to assume idyllic virtue and beauty in my memory. My first friendship with Montgomery did not increase. His long separation from humanity, his secret vice of drunkenness, his evident sympathy with the beast people, tainted him for me. Several times I let him go alone among them. I avoided intercourse with them in every possible way. I spent an increasing proportion of my time upon the beach, looking for some liberating sail that never appeared, until one day there fell upon us an appalling disaster, which put an altogether different aspect upon my strange surroundings. It was about 7 or 8 weeks after my landing, rather more, I think, though I had not troubled to keep account of the time, when this catastrophe occurred. It happened in the early morning, I should think about 6. I had risen and breakfasted early, having been aroused by the noise of 3 beastmen carrying wood into the enclosure. After breakfast, I went to the open gateway of the enclosure, and stood there smoking a cigarette and enjoying the freshness of the early morning. Moreau presently came around the corner of the enclosure and greeted me. He passed me by, and I heard him behind me unlock and enter his laboratory. So indurated was I at the time of the abomination of this place, that I heard without a touch of emotion the puma victim begin another day of torture. It met its persecutor with a shriek almost exactly like that of an angry virago. Virago? That one's not explained. I don't know what that is. Then suddenly something happened. I do not know what it was this day. I heard a short, sharp cry befall me, a fall, and turning, saw an awful face rushing upon me, not human, not animal, but hellish, brown, seamed with red branching scars, red drops starting out upon it, and the lidless eyes ablaze. I threw up my arms to defend myself from the blow that flung me headlong with a broken forearm, and the great monster, swathed in lint and with red-stained bandages fluttering about it, leapt over me and passed. I rolled over and over down the beach, tried to sit up, and collapsed upon my broken arm. Then Moreau appeared, his massive white face all the more terrible for the blood that trickled from his forehead. He carried a revolver in one hand. He scarcely glanced at me, but rushed off at once in pursuit of the puma. I tried the other arm and sat up. The muffled figure in front ran in great striding leaps along the beach, and Moreau followed her. She turned her head and saw him, then, doubling abruptly, made for the bushes. She gained upon him at every stride. I saw her plunge into them, and Moreau, running slantingly to intercept her, fired and missed as she disappeared. Then he too vanished in the green confusion. I stared after them, and then the pain in my arm flamed up, and with a groan I staggered to my feet. Montgomery appeared in the doorway, dressed and with his revolver in his hand. Great God, Prendrick, he said, not noticing that I was hurt. That Bruce tore the fetter out of the wall. Have you seen them? Then, sharply, seeing I gripped my arm, what's the matter? I was standing in the doorway, said I. He came forward and took my arm. Blood on the sleeve, said he, and rolled back the flannel. He pocketed his weapon, felt my arm about painfully, and led me inside. Your arm is broken, he said. And then, tell me exactly how it happened. What happened? I told him what I had seen, told him in broken sentences with gasps of pain between them, and very dexterously and swiftly he bound my arm meanwhile. He slung it from my shoulder, stood back, and looked at me. You'll do, he said. And now? He thought. Then he went out and locked the gates of the enclosure. He was absent some time. I was chiefly concerned about my arm. The incident seemed merely one more of many horrible things. I sat down in the deck chair, and I must admit swore heartily at the island. The first dull feeling of injury in my arm had already given way to a burning pain when Montgomery reappeared. His face was rather pale, and he showed more of his lower gums than ever. I can neither see nor hear anything of him, he said. I've been thinking he may want my help. He stared at me with his expressionless eyes. That was a strong brute, he said. It simply wrenched the fetter out of the wall. He went to the window, then to the door, and there turned to me. I shall go after him, he said. There's another revolver I can leave with you. To tell you the truth, I feel anxious somehow. He obtained the weapon, put it readily to my hand on the table, then went out, leaving a restless contagion in the air. I did not sit long after he left, but took the revolver in hand and went to the doorway. The morning was as still as death. Not a whisper of wind was stirring. The sea was like polished glass, the sky empty, the beach desolate. In my half-excited, half-feverish state, the stillness of things oppressed me. I tried to whistle, and the tune died away. I swore again, the second time that morning. Then I went to the corner of the enclosure and stared inland at the green bush that had swallowed up Moreau and Montgomery. When would they return, and how? Then, far away up the beach, a little gray beast man appeared, ran down to the water's edge, and began splashing about. I strolled back to the doorway, then up to the corner again, and so began pacing to and fro like a sentinel upon duty. Once I was arrested by the distant voice of Montgomery bawling, "Cooey! Moreau!" My arm became less painful, but very hot. I got feverish and thirsty. My shadow grew shorter. I watched the distant figure until it went away again. Would Moreau and Montgomery never return? 3 seabirds began fighting for some stranded treasure. Then, from far away behind the enclosure, I heard a pistol shot. A long silence, and then came another. Then a yelling cry nearer, and long silence, and then came another. Then a yelling... No, wait. Oh, my God. I just read the same line twice. Okay. A long silence, and then came another. Then a yelling cry nearer, and another dismal gap of silence. My unfortunate imagination set to work to torment me. Then suddenly a shot close by. I went to the corner, startled, and saw Montgomery, his face scarlet, his hair disordered, and the knee of his trousers torn. His face expressed profound consternation. Behind him slouched the beastman, Meling, and round Meling's jaws were some queer dark stains. "Has he come?" said Montgomery. "Moreau?" said I. "No." My God! The man was panting, almost sobbing. "Go back in," he said, taking my arms. "They're mad. They're all rushing about mad. What can have happened? I don't know. I tell you, when my breath comes. Where's some brandy?" Montgomery limped before me into the room and sat down in the deck chair. Meling flung himself down just outside the doorway and began panting like a dog. I got Montgomery some brandy and water. He sat staring in front of him at nothing, recovering his breath. After some minutes he began to tell me what had happened. He had followed their track. He had followed their track for some way. It was plain enough at first, on account of the crushed and broken bushes, white rags torn from the puma's bandages, and occasional smears of blood on the leaves. But he did lose track, however, on the stony ground beyond the stream where I had seen the beastmen drinking, and went wandering aimlessly westward, shouting Moreau's name. Then Mei Ling had come to him, carrying a light hatchet. Mei Ling had seen nothing of the puma affair, and had been felling wood, and heard him calling. They went out shouting together. 2 beastmen came, crouching and peering at them through the undergrowth, with gestures and furtive carriage that alarmed Montgomery by their strangeness. He hailed them, and they fled guiltily. He stopped shouting after that, and after wandering some time farther in an undecided way, determined to visit the huts. He found the ravine deserted. Growing more alarmed every minute, he began to retrace his steps. Then it was he encountered the 2 swinemen I had seen dancing on the night of my arrival. Blood-stained they were about the mouth, and intensely excited. They came crashing through the ferns and stopped with fierce faces when they saw him. He cracked his whip in some trepidation, and forthwith they rushed at him. Never before had a beastman dared to do that. One he shot through the head. Mei Ling flung himself upon the other, and the 2 rolled, grappling. Mei Ling got his brute under, with his teeth in its throat, and Montgomery shot that too, as it struggled in Mei Ling's grip. He had some difficulty in inducing Mei Ling to come on with him. Thence he had hurried back to me. On the way, Mei Ling had suddenly rushed into a thicket, and driven out an undersized ocelot man, also blood-stained and lame through a wound on the foot. This brute had run a little way, and then turned savagely at bay, and Montgomery, with a certain wantonness, I thought, had shot him. "What does it all mean?" said I. He shook his head, and turned once more to the brandy. Ooh, strange things are afoot. Another hydration and posture check. All right. There's only 2 chapters left. Chapter 18, The Finding of Moreau. When I saw Montgomery swallow a 3rd dose of brandy, I took it upon myself to interfere. He was already more than half fuddled. I told him that some serious thing must have happened to Moreau by this time, or he would have returned before this, and that it behooved us to ascertain what that catastrophe was. Montgomery raised some feeble objections, but at last agreed. We had some food, and then all 3 of us started. It is possibly due to the tension of my mind at the time, but even now that start into the hot stillness of the tropical afternoon is a slightly vivid impression. Mei Ling went first, his shoulder hunched, his strange black head moving with quick starts as he peered first on the side of the way and then on that. He was unarmed. His axe he had dropped when he encountered the swineman. Teeth were his weapon when it came to fighting. Montgomery followed with stumbling footsteps, his hands in his pockets, his face downcast. He was in a state of muddled sullenness with me on account of the brandy. My left arm was in a sling. It was lucky it was my left, and I carried my revolver in my right. Soon we traced a narrow path through the wild luxuriance of the island, going northwestward, and presently Mei Ling stopped and became rigid with watchfulness. Montgomery almost staggered into him, and then stopped too. Then, listening intently, we heard coming through the trees the sound of voices and footsteps approaching. "He is dead," said a deep, vibrating voice. "He is not dead. He is not dead," jabbered another. We saw," said several voices. "Hello!" suddenly shouted Montgomery. "Hello there!" "Confound you," said I, and I gripped my pistol. There was a silence, and then a crashing among the interlacing vegetation, first here, then there, then half a dozen faces appeared, strange faces lit by a strange light. Mei Ling made a growling noise in his throat. I recognized the ape-man. I had indeed already identified his voice, and two of the white-swathed, brown-featured creatures I had seen in Montgomery's boat. With these were the two dappled brutes and the gray, horribly crooked creature who said the law, with gray hair streaming down its cheeks, heavy gray eyebrows, and gray locks pouring off from a central parting upon its sloping forehead, a heavy, faceless thing with strange red eyes, looking at us curiously from amid the green. For a space no one spoke. Then Montgomery hiccuped. "Who said he was dead?" The monkey man looked guiltily at the hairy gray thing. "He is dead," said the monster. "They saw." There was nothing threatening about this detachment, at any rate. They seemed awe-stricken and puzzled. "Where is he?" said Montgomery. "Beyond," said the gray creature, pointed. "Is there a law now?" asked the monkey man. "Is it still to be this and that? Is he dead indeed?" "Is there a law?" repeated the beast man in white. "Is there a law, thou other with the whip?" "He is dead," said the hairy gray thing, and they all stood watching us. "Prendrick," said Montgomery, turning his dull eyes to me. "He's dead, evidently." I've been standing behind him during this colloquy. I began to see how things lay with them. I suddenly stepped in front of Montgomery and lifted up my voice. "Children of the law," I said, "he is not dead." Mei Ling turned his sharp eyes on me. "He has changed his shape. He has changed his body," I went on. "For a time you will not see him. He is there," I pointed upward, where he can watch you. You cannot see him, but he can see you. Fear the law." I looked at them squarely. They flinched. "He is great, he is good," said the ape-man, peering fearfully upward among the dense trees. "And the other thing?" I demanded. "The thing that bled and ran screaming and sobbing? That is dead too," said the gray thing, still regarding me. "That's well," grunted Montgomery. "The other with the whip," began the gray thing. "Well?" said I. "Said he was dead." But Montgomery was still sober enough to understand my motive in denying Moreau's death. "He is not dead," he said slowly. "Not dead at all. No more dead than I am. Some," said I, "have broken the law. They will die. Some have died. Show us now where his body lies, the body he cast away because he had no more need of it." "It is this way, man who walked in the sea," said the gray thing. And with these 6 creatures guiding us, we went through the tumult of ferns and creepers and tree stems toward the northwest. Then came a yelling, a crashing among the branches, and a little pink homunculus rushed by us shrieking. Immediately after appeared a feral monster in headlong pursuit, blood bedabbled, who was among us almost before he could stop his career. The gray thing leapt aside. Mei Ling, with a snarl, flew at it and was struck aside. Montgomery fired and missed, bowed his head, threw up his arm, and turned to run. I fired, and the thing still came on. Fired again, point blank, into its ugly face. I saw its features vanish in a flash. Its face was driven in, yet it passed me, gripped Montgomery, and holding him, fell headlong beside him, and pulled him sprawlingly upon itself in its death agony. I found myself alone with Mei Ling, the dead brute, and the prostrate man. Montgomery raised himself slowly and stared in a muddled way at the shattered beast-man beside him. It was more than half sobered him. He scrambled to his feet. Then I saw the gray thing returning cautiously through the trees. "See," said I, pointing to the dead brute, "is the law not alive? This came of breaking the law." He peered at the body. "He sends the fire that kills," said he in his deep voice, repeating part of the ritual. The others gathered round and stared for a space. At last we drew near the westward extremity of the island. We came upon the gnawed and mutilated body of the puma, its shoulder bone smashed by a bullet, and perhaps 20 yards further found at last what we sought. Moreau lay face down in a trampled space in a canebrake. One hand was almost severed at the wrist, and his silvery hair was dabbled in blood. His head had been battered in by the fetters of the puma. The broken canes beneath him were smeared with blood. His revolver we could not find. Montgomery turned him over, resting at intervals, and with help from the 7 beast people, for he was a heavy man, we carried Moreau back to the enclosure. The night was darkening. Twice we heard unseen creatures howling and shrieking past our little band, and once the little pink sloth creature appeared and stared at us and vanished again. But we were not attacked again. At the gates of the enclosure, our company of beast people left us, Mei-Ling going with the rest. We locked ourselves in, and then took Moreau's mangled body into the yard and laid it upon a pile of brushwood. Then we went to the laboratory and put an end to all we found living there. Chapter 19. Montgomery's Bank Holiday. When this was accomplished, and we had washed and eaten, Montgomery and I went into my little room and seriously discussed our position for the first time. It was then near midnight. He was almost sober, but greatly disturbed in his mind. He had been strangely under the influence of Moreau's personality. I do not think it had ever occurred to him that Moreau could die. This disaster was the sudden collapse of the habit that had become part of his nature in the 10 or more monotonous years he had spent on the island. He talked vaguely, answered my questions crookedly, wandered into general questions. "This silly ass of a world," he said. "What a muddle it all is. I haven't had any life. I wonder when it's going to begin. 16 years being bullied by nurses and schoolmasters at their own sweet will. 5 in London grinding hard at medicine, bad food, shabby lodgings, shabby clothes, shabby vice, a blunder. I didn't know any better, and hustled off to this beastly island. 10 years here. What's it all for, Prendrick? Are we bubbles blown by a baby?" It was hard to deal with such ravings. "The things we have to think of now," said I, "is how to get away from this island." "What is the good of getting away? I'm an outcast. Where am I to join on? It's all very well for you, Prendrick. Poor old Moreau. We can't leave him here to have his bones picked as it is, and besides, what will become of the decent part of the beast folk?" "Well," said I, "that will do tomorrow. I've been thinking we might make that brushwood into a pyre and burn his body and those other things. But what will happen with the beast folk?" "I don't know. I suppose those that were made of beasts of prey will make silly asses of themselves sooner or later. We can't massacre the lot, can we? I suppose that's what your humanity would suggest. But they'll change. They are sure to change." He talked thus inconclusively until at last I felt my temper going. "Damnation!" he exclaimed at some petulance of mine. "Can't you see I'm in a worse hole than you are?" And he got up and went to the brandy. "Drink," he said, returning. "Your logic-chopping, chalky-faced saint of an atheist, drink." "Not I," said I, and sat grimly watching his face under the yellow paraffin flare as he drank himself into a garrulous misery. I have a memory of infinite tedium. He wandered into a maudlin defense of the beast people and of Mei-Ling. Mei-Ling, he said, was the only thing that had ever really cared for him, and suddenly an idea came to him. "I'm damned," he said, staggering to his feet and clutching the brandy bottle. By some flash of intuition I knew what it was he was intending. "You don't give drink to the beast," I said, rising and facing him. "Beast?" said he. "You're the beast. He takes his liquor like a Christian. Come out of the way, Prendrick. Oh, for God's sake, said I. Get out of the way, he roared, and suddenly whipped out his revolver. Very well, said I, and stood aside, half-minded to fall upon him as he put his hand upon the latch, but deterred by the thought of my useless arm. You've made a beast of yourself. To the beasts you may go. He flung the doorway open and stood half facing me between the yellow lamplight and the pallid glare of the moon. His eye sockets were blotched of black under his stubby eyebrows. You're a solemn prig, Prendrick, a silly ass. You're always fearing and fancying. We're on the edge of things. I'm bound to cut my throat tomorrow. I'm going to have a damn bank holiday tonight. He turned and went out into the moonlight. Maling, he cried. Maling, old friend. 3 dim creatures in the silvery light came along the edge of the wan beach. One, a white-wrapped creature, the other 2 blotches of blackness following it. They halted, staring. When I saw Mayling's hunched shoulders as he came round the corner of the house. Drink! Cried Montgomery. Drink, you brutes! Drink and be men! Damn, I'm the cleverest. Moreau forgot this. This is the last touch. Drink, I tell you. And waving the bottle in his hand, he started off at a kind of quick trot to the westward, Milling ranging himself between him and the 3 dim creatures who followed. I went to the doorway. They were already indistinct in the midst of the moonlight, before Montgomery halted. I saw him administer a dose of the raw brandy to Milling, and saw the 5 figures melt into one vague patch. Sing! I heard Montgomery shout. Sing all together! Confound old Prendrick! That's right, now and again. Confound old Prendrick! The black group broke up into 5 separate figures, and wound slowly away from me along the band of shining beach. Each went howling at his own sweet will, yelping insults at me, or giving whatever other vent this new inspiration of brandy demanded. Presently I heard Montgomery's voice shouting, Right turn! And they passed with their shots and howls into the blackness of the landward tree. Slowly, very slowly, they receded into silence. The peaceful splendor of the night healed again. The moon was now past the meridian and traveling down the west. It was at its full and very bright, riding through the empty blue sky. The shadow of the wall lay, a yard wide and of inky blackness at my feet. The eastward sea was a featureless gray, dark and mysterious. And between the sea and the shadow, the gray sands of volcanic glass and crystals flashed and shone like a beach of diamonds. Behind me, the paraffin lamp flared hot and ruddy. Then I shut the door, locked it, and went into the enclosure where Moreau lay beside his latest victims, the staghounds and the llama, and some other wretched brutes, with his massive face calm even after his terrible death, and with the hard eyes open, staring at the dead white moon above. I sat down upon the edge of the sink, and with my eyes upon the ghastly pile of silvery light and ominous shadows, began to turn over my plans. In the morning, I would gather some provisions in the dinghy, and after setting fire to the pyre before me, push out onto the desolation of high sea once more. I felt that Montgomery there was no help, that he was, in truth, half akin to these beast folk, and unfit for human kindred. I do not know how long I sat there scheming. Must have been an hour or so. Then my planning was interrupted by the return of Montgomery to my neighborhood. I heard a yelling from many throats, a tumult of exultant cries passing down towards the beach, whooping and howling and excited shrieks that seemed to come to a stop nearer the water's edge. The riot rose and fell. I heard heavy blows and the splintering smash of wood, but it did not trouble me then. A discordant chanting began. My thoughts went back to my means of escape. I got up, brought the lamp, and went into the shed to look at some kegs I had seen there. Then I became interested in the contents of some biscuit tins, and opened one. I saw something out of the tail of my eye. Out of the corner of your eye, perhaps? I've never heard that term. Interesting. I saw something out of the tail of my eye, a red flicker, and turned sharply. Behind me lay the yard, vivid black and white in the moonlight, and the pile of wood and sticks in which Moreau and his mutilated victims lay, one over another. They seemed to be gripping one another in one last revengeful grapple. His wounds gaped, black as night, and the blood that had dripped lay in black patches upon the sand. Then I saw, without understanding the cause of my phantom, a ruddy glow that came and danced and went upon the wall opposite. I misinterpreted this, fancied it as a reflection of my flickering lamp, and turned again to the stores in the shed. I went on rummaging among them, as well as a one-armed man could, finding this convenient thing and that, and putting them aside for tomorrow's launch. My movements were slow, and the time passed quickly. Insensibly, the daylight crept upon me. The chanting died down, giving place to a clamor. Then it began again, and suddenly broke into a tumult. I heard cries of more, a sound of quarreling, and like a sudden wild shriek. The quality of the sounds changed so greatly that it arrested my attention. I went out into the yard and listened. Then, cutting like a knife across the confusion, came the crack of a revolver. I rushed at once through my room to the little doorway. As I did so, I heard some of the packing cases behind me go sliding down and smash together with a clatter of glass on the floor of the shed. But I did not heed these. I flung the door open and looked out. Up the beach by the boathouse, a bonfire was burning, raining up sparks into the indistinctness of the dawn. Around this struggled a mass of black figures. I heard Montgomery call my name. I began to run at once towards the fire, revolver in hand. I saw the pink tongue of Montgomery's pistol lick out once, close to the ground. He was down. I shouted with all my strength and fired into the air. I heard someone cry, "The master!" The knotted black struggle broke into scattered units, and fire leapt and sank down. A crowd of beast people fled in sudden panic before me, up the beach. In my excitement, I fired at their retreating backs as they disappeared among the bushes. Then I turned to the black heaps upon the ground. Montgomery lay on his back, with the hairy gray thing sprawling across his body. The brute was dead, but still gripping Montgomery's throat with its curving claws. Nearby lay Meling, on his face, and quite still, his neck bitten open, and the upper part of the smashed brandy bottle in his hand. 2 other figures lay near the fire, the one motionless, the other groaning fitfully, every now and then raising its head slowly and dropping it again. I caught hold of the gray thing and pulled it off Montgomery's body. Its claws drew down the torn coat reluctantly as I dragged it away. Montgomery was dark in the face and scarcely breathing. I splashed seawater on his face and pillowed his head on my rolled-up coat. Meling was dead. The wounded creature by the fire, it was a wolf brute with a bearded gray face. It was a wolf brute with a bearded gray face. The wounded creature by the fire, the wolf brute with a bearded gray face, lay, I found, with the fore part of its body upon the still glowing timber. The wretched thing was injured so dreadfully that in mercy I shot it at once. Some of these words I don't feel comfortable reading, and I'm just replacing. I apologize. The other brute was one of the bullmen, swathed in white. He too was dead. The rest of the beast people had vanished from the beach. I went to Montgomery again and knelt beside him, cursing my ignorance of medicine. The fire beside me had sunk down, and only charred beams of timber, glowing at the central ends and mixed with gray ash of brushwood, remained. I wondered casually where Montgomery had gotten his wood. Then I saw that the dawn was upon us. The sky had grown brighter. The setting moon was becoming pale and opaque in the luminous blue of the day. The sky to the eastward was brimming with red. Suddenly I heard a thud and hissing behind me, and, looking round, sprang to my feet with a cry of horror. Against the warm dawn, great tumultuous masses of black smoke were billowing out of the enclosure, and through their stormy darkness shot flickering threads of blood-red flame. Then the thatch roof caught. I saw the curving charge of the flames across the sloping straw. A spurt of fire jetted from the window of my room. I knew at once what had happened. I remembered the crash I had heard when I rushed out to Montgomery's assistance. I had overturned the lamp. The hopelessness of saving any of the contents of the enclosure stared me in the face. My mind came back to my plan of flight, and turning swiftly, I looked to see where the 2 boats lay upon the beach. They were gone. 2 axes lay upon the sand beside me. Chips and splinters were scattered broadcast, and the ashes of the bonfire were blackening and smoking under the dawn. Montgomery had burnt the boats to revenge himself upon me and prevent our return to mankind. A sudden convulsion of rage shook me. I was almost moved to batter his foolish head in as he lay there helpless at my feet. Then suddenly his hand moved, so feebly, so pitifully, that my wrath vanished. He groaned and opened his eyes for a minute. I knelt down beside him and raised his head. He opened his eyes again, staring silently at the dawn, and then they met mine. The lids fell. "Sorry," he said presently, with an effort. He seemed trying to think. "The last," he murmured, "the last of this silly universe. What a mess!" I listened. His head fell helplessly to one side. I thought some drink might revive him, but there was neither drink nor vessel in which to bring drink at hand. He seemed suddenly heavier. My heart went cold. I bent down to his face, put my hand through the rent in his blouse. He was dead, and even as he died, a line of white heat, the limb of the sun, rose eastward beyond the projection of the bay, splashing its radiance across the sky and turning the dark sea into a weltering tumult of dazzling light. It fell like a glory upon his death-shrunken face. I let his head fall gently upon the rough pillow I had made for him, and stood up. Before me was the glittering desolation of the sea, the awful solitude upon which I had already suffered so much. Behind me, the island, hushed under the dawn, its beast people silent and unseen. The enclosure, with all its provisions and ammunition, burnt noisily, with sudden gusts of flame, a fitful cracking, and now and then a crash. The heavy smoke drove up the beach away from me, rolling low over the distant tree-tops towards the huts in the ravine. Beside me were the charred vestiges of the boats and these 4 dead bodies. Then out of the bushes came 3 beast people, with hunched shoulders, protruding heads, misshapen hands awkwardly held, and inquisitive, unfriendly eyes, and advanced towards me with hesitating gestures. Chapter 20. Alone with the Beast Folk. Posture check. Are you comfy? You better be comfy. Oh, I should point at you with my claw. You better be comfy. I faced these people, facing my fate in them, single-handed now, literally single-handed, for I had a broken arm. In my pocket was a revolver with 2 empty chambers. Among the chips scattered about the beach lay the 2 axes that had been used to chop up the boats. The tide was creeping in behind me. There was nothing for it but courage. I looked squarely into the... Oh God, I lost my spot somehow. I looked squarely into the faces of the advancing monsters. They avoided my eyes, and their quivering nostrils investigated the bodies that lay beyond me on the beach. I took 6 steps, picked up the blood-stained whip that laid beneath the body of the wolfman, and cracked it. They stopped and stared at me. "Salute," said I. "Bow down." They hesitated. One bent his knees. I repeated my command, with my heart in my mouth, and advanced upon them. One knelt, then the other two. I turned and walked towards the dead bodies, keeping my face towards the 3 kneeling beastmen, very much as an actor passing up the stage faces the audience. They broke the law, said I, putting my foot on the sayer of the law. They have been slain, even the sayer of the law, even the other with the whip. Great is the law. Come and see. None escape, said one of them, advancing and peering. None escape, said I. Therefore hear and do as I command. They stood up, looking questioningly at one another. Stand there, said I. I picked up the hatchets and swung them by their heads from the sling in my arm. I turned Montgomery over, picked up his revolver, still loaded in 2 chambers, and bending down to rummage, found 6 cartridges in his pocket. Take him, said I, standing up again and pointing with the whip. Take him and carry him out and cast him into the sea. They came forward, evidently still afraid of Montgomery, but still more afraid of my cracking red whiplash. And after some fumbling and hesitation, some whip cracking and shouting, they lifted him gingerly, carried him down to the beach, and went splashing into the dazzling welter of the sea. On, said I, on, carry him far. They went in up to their armpits and stood regarding me. Let go, said I, and the body of Montgomery vanished with a splash. Something seemed to tighten across my chest. Good, said I, with a break in my voice, and they came back, hurrying and fearful, to the margin of the water, leaving long wakes of black in the silver. At the water's edge they stopped, turning and glaring into the sea, as though they presently expected Montgomery to arise therefrom and extract vengeance. Now these, said I, pointing to the other body. They took care not to approach the place where they had thrown Montgomery into the water, but instead carried the 4 dead beast people slantingly across the beach for perhaps 100 yards before they waded out and cast them away. As I watched them disposing of the mangled remains of Maling, I heard a light footfall behind me, and turning quickly, saw the big hyena swine perhaps 12 yards away. His head was bent down, his bright eyes were fixed upon me, his stubby hands clenched and head close by his sides. He stopped in his crouching attitude when I turned, his eyes a little averted. For a moment we stood eye to eye. I dropped the witch and snatched the pistol from my pocket, for I meant to kill this brute, the most formidable of any left upon the island, and at the first excuse. It may seem treacherous, but so I was resolved. I was far more afraid of him than of any of the other beast folk. His continued life was, I knew, a threat against mine. I was perhaps 12 seconds collecting myself. Then I cried, "Salute! Bow down!" His teeth flashed upon me in a snarl. "Who are you that I should?" Perhaps a little too spasmodically, I drew my revolver, aimed quickly, and fired. I heard him yelp, saw him run sideways and turn. I knew I had missed, and clicked back the cock with my thumb for the next shot, but he was already running headlong, jumping from side to side, and I dared not risk another miss. Every now and then he looked back at me over his shoulder. He went slanting along the beach and vanished beneath the driving masses of dense smoke that were still pouring out from the burning enclosure. For some time I stood staring after him. I turned to my 3 obedient beast folk again and signaled them to drop the body they still carried. Then I went back to the place by the fire where the bodies had fallen, and kicked the sand until all the brown bloodstains were absorbed and hidden. I dismissed my 3 serfs with a wave of my hand and went up the beach into the thickets. I carried my pistol in my hand, my whip thrust with the hatchets in the sling in my arm. I was anxious to be alone, to think out the position in which I was now placed. A dreadful thing that I was only beginning to realize was that over all the island there was now no safe place where I could be alone and secure to rest or sleep. I had recovered strength amazingly since my landing, but I was still inclined to be nervous and to break down under any great stress. I felt that I ought to cross the island and establish myself with the beast people, and make myself secure in their confidence, but my heart failed me. I went back to the beach, and turning eastward, past the burning enclosure, made for a point where a shallow spit of coral sand ran out towards the reef. Here I could sit down and think, my back to the sea and my face against any surprise. And there I sat, chin on knees, the sun beating down upon my head and unspeakable dread in my mind, plotting how I could live on against the hour of my rescue, if ever rescue came. I tried to review the whole situation as calmly as I could, but it was difficult to clear the thing of emotion. I began turning over in my mind the reason of Montgomery's despair. They will change, he said. They are sure to change. And Moreau, what has Moreau said? Stubborn beast flesh grows day by day back again. Then I came round to the hyena swine. I felt sure that if I did not kill that brute, he would kill me. The sayer of the law was dead. Worse luck. They knew now that we of the whips could be killed, even as they themselves were killed. Were they peering at me already out of the green masses of ferns and ponds over yonder, watching until I came within their spring? Were they plotting against me? What was the hyena swine telling them? My imagination was running away with me into a morass of unsubstantial fears. My thoughts were disturbed by a crying of seabirds hurrying towards some black object that had been stranded by the waves on the beach near the enclosure. I knew what the object was, but I had not the heart to go back and drive them off. I began walking along the beach in the opposite direction, designing to come round the eastern corner of the island and so approach the ravine of the huts without traversing the possible ambuscades of the thicket. Perhaps half a mile along the beach, I became aware of one of my 3 beast folk advancing out of the landward bushes towards me. I was now so nervous at my own imaginings that I immediately drew my revolver. Even the propitiatory gestures of the creature failed to disarm me. Propitiatory. My apologies. I can't read. Look, why are they proprietary? Well, that doesn't make sense. Because it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Even the propitiatory gestures of the creature failed to disarm me. He hesitated as he approached. "Go away," cried I. There was something very suggestive of a dog in the cringing attitude of the creature. It retreated a little, like a dog being sent home, and stopped, looking at me imploringly with canine brown eyes. "Go away," said I. "Do not come near me." "May I not come near you?" it said. "No, go away," I insisted, and snapped my whip. Then, putting my whip in my teeth, I stooped for a stone, and with that threat drove the creature away. So in solitude I came round by the ravine of the beast people, and hiding among the weeds and reeds that separated the crevice from the sea, I watched such of them as appeared, trying to judge from their gestures and appearance how the death of Moreau and Montgomery and the destruction of the House of Pain had affected them. I knew now the folly of my cowardice. Had I kept my courage up to the level of the dawn, had I not allowed it to ebb away in solitary thought, I might have grasped the vacant scepter of Moreau and ruled over the beast people. As it was, I lost the opportunity, and sank to the position of a mere leader among my fellows. Towards noon, certain of them came and squatted, basking in the hot sand. The imperious voice of hunger and thirst prevailed over my dread. I came out of the bushes, and, revolver in head, walked down towards these seated figures. One, a wolf-woman, turned her head and stared at me, and then the others did the same. I came out of the bushes, and, revolver in hand, walked down towards those seated figures. One, a wolf-woman, turned her head and stared at me, and then the others did the same. None attempted to rise or salute me. I felt too faint and weary to insist, and let the moment pass. I want food, said I, almost apologetically, and drawing nearer. There is food in the huts, said the Oxmoor man, drowsily, and looking away from me. I passed them and went down into the shadow and odors of the almost deserted ravine. In an empty hut I feasted on some speckled and half-decayed fruit, and then after I had propped some branches and sticks about the opening, and placed myself with my face towards it and my hands upon my revolver, the exhaustion of the last 30 hours claimed its own, and I let myself fall into a light slumber, trusting that the flimsy barricade I had erected would cause sufficient noise in its removal to save me from surprise. I think this might be the last chapter. Oh no, there's... Ooh. We are on page 97, and it ends in 108. We have 10 pages left. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we go. In this way, oh right, Chapter 11, The Reversion of the Beast Folk. In this way, I became one among the beast people on the island of Dr. Moreau. When I awoke, it was dark about me. My arm ached in its bandages. I sat up, wondering at first where I might be. I heard coarse voices talking outside. Then I saw that my barricade had gone, and that the opening of the hut stood clear, my revolver still in my hand. I heard something breathing, saw something crouched together close beside me. I held my breath, trying to see what it was. It began to move slowly, interminably. Then something soft and warm and moist passed across my hand. All my muscles contracted. I snatched my hand away. A cry of alarm began and was stifled in my throat. Then I realized what had happened, sufficiently to stay my fingers on the revolver. "Who is that?" I said in a hoarse whisper. The revolver still pointed. "I, master." "Who are you?" "They say there is no master now, but I know. I carried the bodies into the sea, O walker of the sea, the bodies of those you slew. I am your slave, master." "Are you the one I met on the beach?" I asked. "The same, master." The thing was evidently faithful enough, for it might have fallen upon me as I slept. "It is well," I said, extending my hand for another licking kiss. I began to realize what its presence meant, and the tide of my courage flowed. "Where are the others?" I asked. "They are mad, they are fools," said the dog man. "Even now they talk together beyond there. They say the master is dead, the other with the whip is dead. The other who walked in the sea is as we are. We have no masters, no whips, no house of pain any more. There is an end. We love the law, and we keep it, but there is no pain, no master, no whips for ever again. So they say, but I know, master, I know." I felt in the darkness and patted the dog man's head. "It is well," I said again. "Presently you will slay them all," said the dog man. "Presently," I answered, "I will slay them all, after certain days and certain things have come to pass. Every one of them, save those you spare, every one of them shall be slain." "What the master wishes to kill, the master kills," said the dog man with a certain satisfaction in his voice. "And that their sins may grow," I said, "let them live in their folly until their time is ripe. Let them not know that I am the master." "The master's will is sweet," said the dog man, with the ready tact of his canine blood. "But one has sinned," said I. "Him I will kill, whenever I may meet him. When I say to you, that is he, see that you fall upon him. And now I will go to the men and women who are assembled together." For a moment the opening of the hut was blackened by the exit of the dog man. Then I followed and stood up almost in the exact spot where I had been when I had heard Moreau and his staghound pursuing me. But now it was night, and all the miasmatic ravine about me was black. And beyond, instead of a green sunlit slope, I saw a red fire, before which hutched grotesque figures moved to and fro. Farther were the upper branches. The moon was just riding up on the edge of the ravine, and like a bar across its face drove the spire of vapor that was forever streaming from the fumaroles of the island. "Walk by me," said I, nerving myself, and side by side we walked down the narrow way, taking little heed of the dim things that peered at us out of the huts. None about the fire attempted to salute me. Most of them disregarded me, ostentatiously. I looked round for the hyena swine, but he was not there. Altogether, perhaps 20 of the beast folk squatted, staring into the fire, or talking to one another. "He is dead, he is dead, the master is dead," said the voice of the ape-man to the right of me. "The house of pain, there is no house of pain." "He is not dead," said I in a loud voice. "Even now he watches us." This startled them. 20 pairs of eyes regarded me. "The house of pain is gone," said I. "It will come again. The master you cannot see, yet even now he listens among you." "True, true," said the dog-man. They were staggered at my assurance. An animal may be ferocious and cunning enough, but it takes a real man to tell a lie. I couldn't say that with a straight face. I'm sorry. It takes a real man to tell a lie. "The man with the bandaged arm speaks a strange thing," said one of the beast folk. "I tell you it is so," I said. "The master and the house of pain will come again. Woe be to him who breaks the law." They looked curiously at one another. With an affectation of indifference, I began to chop idly at the ground in front of me with my hatchet. They looked, I noticed, at the deep cuts I made in the turf. Then the satyr raised a doubt. I answered him. Then one of the dappled things objected, and an animated discussion sprang up round the fire. Every moment I began to feel more convinced of my present security. I talked now without the catching in my breath, due to the intensity of my excitement that had troubled me at first. In the course of about an hour, I had really convinced several of the beast folk of the truth of my assertions. Oh my God, brain. Okay. And talked most of the others into a dubious state. I kept a sharp eye for my enemy, the hyena swine, but he never appeared. Every now and then a suspicious movement would startle me, but my confidence grew rapidly. Then, as the moon crept down from the zenith, one by one the listeners began to yawn, showing the oddest teeth in the light of the sinking fire. And first one, then another retired towards the dens in the ravine. And I, dreading the silence and darkness, went with them, knowing I was safer with several of them than I was alone. Than with one alone. Oh, the dog guy. In this manner began the longer part of my sojourn upon this island of Dr. Moreau. But from that night until the end came, there was but one thing happened to tell, save a series of innumerable small, unpleasant details and the fretting of an incessant uneasiness, so that I preferred to make no chronicle for the scap of time, to tell you only one cardinal incident in those 10 months I spent as an intimate of these half-humanized brutes. There is much that sticks in my memory that I could write, things that I would cheerfully give my right hand to forget, but they do not help the telling of the story. In the retrospect, it is strange to remember how soon I fell in with these monsters' ways and gained my confidence again. I had my quarrels with them, of course, and could show some of their teeth marks still, but they soon gained a wholesome respect for my trick of throwing stones and for the bite of my hatchet, and my St. Bernard man's loyalty was of infinite service to me. I found their simple scale of honor was based mainly on the capacity for inflicting trenchant wounds. Indeed, I may say, without vanity, I hope, that I held something like preeminence among them. One or two, whom in a rare access of high spirits I had scarred rather badly, bore me a grudge, but it vented itself cheaply behind my back, and as a safe distance from my missiles, in grimaces. The hyena swine avoided me, and I was always on the alert for him. My inseparable dog-man hated and dreaded him intensely. I really believed that was at the root of the brute's attachment to me. It was soon evident to me that the former monster had tasted blood and gone the way of the leopard man. He formed a lair somewhere in the forest and became solitary. Once I tried to induce the beast folk to hunt him, but I lacked the authority to make them cooperate for one end. Again and again I tried to approach his den and come upon him unawares, but always he was too acute for me, and saw or winded me and got away. He too made every forest pathway dangerous for me and my ally with his lurking ambuscades. Dogman scarcely dared to leave my side. In the first month or so, the beast folk, compared with their latter condition, were human enough, and for one or two, besides my canine friend, I even conceived a friendly tolerance. The little pink sloth creature displayed an odd affection for me, and took to following me about. The monkey man bored me, however. He assumed, on the strength of his 5 digits, that he was my equal, and was forever jabbering at me. Jabbering the most errant nonsense. One thing about him entertained me a little. He had a fantastic trick of coining new words. He had an idea, I believe, that to gabble about names that mean nothing was the proper use of speech. He called it big thinks to distinguish it from little thinks, the sane everyday interests of life. If ever I make a remark he did not understand, he would praise it very much, ask me to say it again, learn it by heart, and go off repeating it, with a word wrong here or there, to all the milder of the beast people. He thought nothing of what was plain and comprehensible. I invented some very curious big things for his especial use. I think now that he was the silliest creature I ever met. He had developed in the most wonderful way the distinctive silliness of man without losing one jot of the natural folly of a monkey. This, I say, was in the earlier weeks of my solitude among these brutes. During that time they respected the usage established by the law, and behaved with general decorum. Once I found another rabbit torn to pieces, by the hyena swine, I am assured, but that was all. It was about May when I first distinctly perceived a growing difference in their speech and carriage, a growing coarseness of articulation, a growing disinclination to talk. We're almost through. Oh my gosh. How is this going to end? All right. A growing... Where am I? A growing disinclination to talk. My monkey man's jabber multiplied in volume, but grew less and less comprehensible, more and more simian. Some of the others seemed altogether slipping their hold upon speech, though they still understood what I said to them at the time. Can you imagine language once clear-cut and exact, softening and guttering, losing shape and import, becoming mere limps of sound again? And they walked erect with an increasing difficulty, though they evidently felt ashamed of themselves. Every now and then I would come upon one or another running on toes and fingertips, and quite unable to recover the vertical attitude. They held things more clumsily. Drinking by suction, feeding by gnawing, grew commoner every day. I realized more keenly than ever what Moreau had told me about the stubborn beast flesh. They were reverting, and reverting very rapidly. Some of them, the pioneers in this, I noticed with some surprise, were all females, began to disregard the injunction of decency, deliberately for the most part. Others even attempted public outrages upon the institution of monogamy. The tradition of the law was clearly losing its force. I cannot pursue this disagreeable subject. My dog man imperceptibly slipped back to the dog again. Day by day he became dumb, quadrupedal, hairy. I scarcely noticed the transition from the companion on my right hand to the lurching dog at my side. As the carelessness and disorganization increased from day to day, the lane of dwelling places, at no time very sweet, became so loathsome that I left it, and going across the island made myself a hovel of boughs amid the black ruins of Moreau's enclosure. Some memory of pain, I found, still made that place the safest from the beast folk. It would be impossible to detail every step of the lapsing of these monsters, to tell how, day by day, the human semblance left them, how they gave up bandaging and wrappings, abandoned at last every stitch of clothing, how their hair began to spread over the exposed limbs, and how their foreheads fell away and their faces projected, how the quasi-human intimacy I had permitted myself with some of them in the first month of my loneliness became a shuddering horror to recall. The change was slow and inevitable. For them and for me it came without any definite shock. I still went among them in safety, because no jolt in the downward glide had resulted in an increasing charge of explosive animalism that ousted the human day by day. But I began to fear that soon now that shock must come. My St. Bernard brute followed me to the enclosure every night, and his vigilance enabled me to sleep at times in something like peace. The little pink sloth thing became shy and left me, to crawl back to its natural life once more among the tree branches. We were in just the state of equilibrium that would remain in one of those happy family cages where animal tamers exhibit if the tamer were to leave forever. We were in just the state of equilibrium that would remain in one of those happy family cages which animal tamers exhibit if the tamer were to leave it forever. I guess a happy family cage would be like mixed creatures in one enclosure, I guess. That's new to me. Of course, these creatures did not decline into such beasts as the reader has seen in zoological gardens, into ordinary bears, wolves, tigers, oxen, swine, and apes. There was still something strange about each. In each, Moreau had blended that animal with that. One, perhaps, was ursine chiefly, another feline chiefly, another bovine chiefly, but each was tainted with other creatures, a kind of generalized animalism appearing through the specific dispositions. And the dwindling shreds of the humanity still startled me every now and then, a momentary recrudescence of speech, perhaps, an unexpected dexterity of the forefeet, a pitiful attempt to walk erect. I, too, must have undergone strange changes. My clothes hung about me as yellow rags, though whose rents showed the tan skin. My hair grew long and became matted together. I am told that even now my eyes have a strange brightness, a swift alertness of movement. At first I spent the daylight hours on the southward beach watching for a ship, hoping and praying for a ship. I counted on the Ipecanumbra returning as the year wore on, but she never came. 5 times I saw sails, and thrice smoke, but nothing ever touched the island. I always had a bonfire ready, but no doubt the volcanic reputation of the island was taken into account for that. It was only about September or October that I began to think of making a raft. By that time my arm had healed, and both my hands were at my service again. At first I found my helplessness appalling. I had never done any carpentry or such like work in my life, and I spent day after day in experimental chopping and binding among the trees. I had no ropes, and could hit on nothing wherewith to make ropes. None of the abundant creepers seemed limber or strong enough, and with all my litter of scientific education I could not devise any way of making them so. I spent more than a fortnight grubbing among the black ruins of the enclosure and on the beach where the boats had been burnt, looking for nails and other stray pieces of metal that might prove of service. Now and then some beast creature would watch me and go leaping off when I called to it. There came a season of thunderstorms and heavy rain, which greatly retarded my work, but at last the raft was completed. I was delighted with it, but with a certain lack of practical sense which had always been my bane. I had made it a mile or more from the sea, and before I had dragged it down to the beach, the thing had fallen to pieces. Perhaps it is as well that I was saved from launching it, but at the time my misery at my failure was so acute that for some days I simply moped on the beach and stared into the water and thought of death. I did not, however, mean to die, and an incident occurred that warned me unmistakably of the folly of letting the days pass so, for each fresh day was fraught with increasing danger from the beast people. I was lying in the shade of the enclosure wall, staring out to sea, when I was startled by something cold touching the skin of my heel, and starting round, found the little pink sloth creature blinking into my face. He had long since lost speech and active movement, but the lank hair of the little brute grew thicker every day, and his stumpy claws more askew. He made a moaning noise. When he saw he had attracted my attention, went a little way towards the bushes and looked back at me. At first I did not understand, but presently it occurred to me that he wished for me to follow him, and this I did at last, slowly, for the day was hot. When we reached the trees, he clambered into them, for he could travel better among their swinging creepers than on the ground, and suddenly, in a trampled space, I came upon a ghastly group. My Saint Bernard creature lay on the ground dead, and near his body crouched the hyena swine, gripping the quivering flesh with its misshapen claws, gnawing at it and snarling with delight. As I approached, the monster lifted its glaring eyes to mine. Its lips went trembling back from its red-stained teeth, and it growled menacingly. It was not afraid and not ashamed. The last vestige of the human taint had vanished. I advanced a step farther, stopped, and pulled out my revolver. At last I had him face to face. The brute made no sign of retreat, but its ears went back, its hair bristled, and its body crouched together. I aimed between the eyes and fired. As I did so, the thing rose straight at me in a leap, and I was knocked over like a ninepin. It clutched at me with its crippled hand and struck me in the face. Its spring carried it over me. I fell under the hind part of its body, but luckily I had hit as I meant, and it had died even as it had leapt. I crawled out from under its unclean weight and stood up trembling, staring at its quivering body. The danger at least was over, but this, I knew, was only the first in the series of relapses that must come. I burnt both bodies on a pyre of brushwood. But after that I saw that unless I left the island, my death was only a question of time. The beast people by that time had, with one or two exceptions, left the ravine and made themselves lairs according to their taste among the thickets of the island. Few prowled by day, most of them slept, and the island might have seemed deserted to a newcomer. But at night the air was hideous with their calls and howling. I had half a mind to make a massacre of them, to build traps, to fight them with my knife. Had I possessed sufficient cartridges, I should not have hesitated to begin the killing. There could now be scarcely a score left of the dangerous carnivores. The braver of these were already dead. After the death of this poor dog of mine, my last friend, I too adopted to some extent the practice of slumbering in the daytime, in order to be on my guard at night. I rebuilt my den in the wall of the enclosure, with such a narrow opening that anything attempting to enter must necessarily make a considerable noise. The creature had lost the art of fire, too, and recovered their fear of it. I turned once more, amidst almost passionately now, to hammering together stakes and branches to form a raft for my escape. I found 1,000 difficulties. I am an extremely unhandy man. My schooling was over before the days of slöjd. What is that? 40. It's got like the little umlauts or whatever those are called, the little 2 dots over the O. Okay, and what are you? Before the days of slöjd, or anglicized as slöjd, was a Scandinavian craft-based education system. Learning how to make ships. Gotcha. But most of the requirements of a raft I met at last in some clumsy circuitous way or other, and this time I took care of the strength. The only insurmountable obstacle was that I had no vessel to contain the water I should need if I floated forth upon the untraveled seas. I would have even tried pottery, but the island contained no clay. I used to go moping about the island, trying with all my might to solve this one last difficulty. Sometimes I would give way to wild outbursts of rage and hack and splinter some unlucky tree at an intolerable vexation, but I could think of nothing. And then came a day, a wonderful day, which I spent in ecstasy. I saw a sail to the southwest, a small sail like that of a little schooner, and forthwith I lit a great pile of brushwood, and stood by it in the heat of the midday sun, watching. All day I watched that sail, eating or drinking nothing, so that my head reeled, and the beasts came and glared at me, and seemed to wonder, and went away. It was still distant when night came and swallowed it up, and all night I toiled to keep my blaze bright and high, and the eyes of the beasts shone out of the darkness, marveling. In the dawn the sail was nearer, and I saw it was the dirty lug sail of a small boat, but it sailed strangely. My eyes were weary with watching, and I peered and could not believe them. 2 men were in the boat, sitting low down, one by the bows, the other by the rudder. The head was not kept in the wind, it yawed and fell away. As the day grew brighter, I began waving the last rag of my jacket to them, but they did not notice me, and sat still, facing each other. I went to the lowest point of the low headland and gesticulated and shouted. There was no response, as the boat kept on her aimless course, making slowly, very slowly, for the bay. Suddenly a great white bird flew up out of the boat, and neither our men stirred nor noticed it. It circled round, then came sweeping overhead, with strong wings outspread. Then I stopped shouting and sat down on the headland and rested my chin on my hands and stared. Slowly, slowly, the boat drove past towards the west. I would have swum out to it, but something, a cold, vague fear, kept me back. In the afternoon, the tide stranded the boat and left it 100 yards or so westward of the ruins of the enclosure. The men in it were dead, had been dead so long they fell to pieces when I tilted the boat on its sides and dragged them out. One had a shock of red hair, like the captain of the Penumbra, and a dirty white cap lay on the bottom of the boat. As I stood beside the boat, 3 of the beasts came slinking out of the bushes and sniffing towards me. One of my spasms of disgust came upon me. I thrust the little boat down the beach and clambered on board her. 2 of the brutes were wolf beasts, and came forward with quivering nostrils and glistening eyes. The third was the horrible nondescript of bear and bull. When I saw them approaching, those wretched remains, heard them snarling at one another, and caught the gleam of their teeth, a frantic horror succeeded my repulsion. I turned my back upon them, stuck the lug, and began paddling out to sea. I could not bring myself to look behind me. I lay, however, between the reef and the island that night, and the next morning went round to the stream and filled the empty keg aboard with water. Then, with such patience as I could command, I collected a quantity of fruit and waylaid and killed 2 rabbits with my last 3 cartridges. While I was doing this, I left the boat moored on an inward projection of the reef, for fear of the beast people. Final chapter. Chapter 22. The Man Alone. In the evening, I stared and drove out to the sea. In the evening, I started. I cannot read. Why am I doing this if I can't read? In the evening, I stared and drove out to sea before a gentle wind from the southwest, slowly, steadily, and the island grew smaller and smaller, and the lank spire of smoke dwindled to a finer and finer line against the hot sunset. The ocean rose up around me, hiding that low, dark patch from my eyes. The daylight, the trailing glory of the sun, when streaming out of the sky, was drawn aside in some luminous curtain, and at last I looked into the blue gulf of immensity with which the sunshine hides, and saw the floating hosts of the stars. The sea was silent, the sky was silent. I was alone with the night and silence. So I drifted for 3 days, eating and drinking sparingly, and meditating upon all that had happened to me, not desiring very greatly then to see men again. One unclean rag was about me, my hair a black tangle. No doubt my discoverers thought me a madman. It is strange, but I felt no desire to return to mankind. I was only glad to be quit of the foulness of the beast people, and on the third day I was picked up by a brig from Apia to San Francisco. Apia. A Samoan port. Okay. Neither the captain nor the mate would believe my story, judging the solitude and danger had made me mad, and fearing their opinion might be that of others, I refrained from telling my adventure further, and professed to recall nothing that had happened to me between the loss of the Lady Vane and the time when I was picked up again, the space of a year. I had to act with the utmost circumspection to save myself from the suspicion of insanity. My memory of the law, of the 2 dead sailors, of the ambuscades in the darkness, of the body in the canoe break, haunted me, and unnatural as it seems, my return to mankind came, instead of that confidence and sympathy I had expected, a strange enhancement of the uncertainty and dread I had experienced during my stay upon the island. No one would believe me. I was almost as queer to men as I had been to the beast people. I may have caught something of the natural wildness of my companions. They say that terror is a disease, and anyhow I can witness that for several years now a restless fear has dwelt in my mind, such a restless fear as a half-tamed lion cub may feel. My trouble took the strangest form. I could not persuade myself that men and women I met were not also another, still passably human beast people, animals half wrought into the outward image of human souls, and that they would presently begin to revert, to show first this bestial mark, and then that. But I had confided my case to a strangely able man, a man who had known Moreau, and seemed half to credit my story, a mental specialist, and he had helped me mightily, though I do not expect that the terror of that island will ever altogether leave me. At most times it lies far in the back of my mind, a mere distant cloud, a memory and a faint distrust. But there are times when the little cloud spreads until it obscures the whole sky. Then I look about me at my fellow men, and I go in fear. I see faces keen and bright, others dull or dangerous, others unsteady, insincere, none that have the calm authority of a reasonable soul. I feel as though the animal was surging up through them, that presently the degradation of the islanders will be played over again on a larger scale. I know this is an illusion, that these seeming men and women about me are indeed men and women, desires and tender solicitude, emancipated from instinct and the slave of no fantastic law, being altogether different from the beast folk. Yet I shrink from them, from their curious glances, their inquiries and assistance, and long to be away from them and alone. For that reason I live near the broad, free downland, and can escape thither when this shadow is over my soul, and very sweet is the empty downland then, under the wind-swept land. When I lived in London, the horror was well nigh insupportable. I could not get away from men. Their voices came through windows, locked doors were flimsy safeguards. I would go out into the streets to fight with my delusion, and prowling women would mew after me, furtive, craving men glanced jealously at me, wary, pale workers go coughing by me with tired eyes and eager paces, like wounded deer dripping blood. Old people, bent and dull, pass murmuring to themselves, and, all unheeding, a ragged tale of gibbering children. Then I would turn aside to some chapel, and even there, such was my disturbance, it seemed that the preacher gibbered big thinks, even as the ape-men had done, or into some library, and there the intent faces over the books seemed but patient creatures waiting for prey. Particularly nauseous were the blank, expressionless faces of people in trains and omnibuses. They seemed no more my fellow creatures than dead bodies would be, so that I did not dare to travel unless I was assured of being alone. And even it seemed that I too was not a reasonable creature, for only an animal tormented with some strange disorder in its brain which sent it to wander alone, like a sheep stricken with gid. What is gid? Let's learn more things. One last final lesson, perhaps? Oh, brain disease. An ovine brain disease. Okay. This is a mood, however, that comes to me now, I thank God, more rarely. I have withdrawn myself from the confusion of cities and multitudes, and spend my days surrounded by wise book, bright windows in this life of ours, lit by the shining souls of men. I see few strangers, and have but a small household. My days I devote to reading and to experiments in chemistry. I spend many of the clear nights in the study of astronomy. There is, though I do not know how there is, or why there is, a sense of infinite peace and protection in the glittering hosts of heaven. There it must be, I think, in the vast and eternal laws of matter, and not in the daily cares and sins and troubles of men, that whatever is more than animal within us must find its solace and its hope. I hope, or I could not live, and so, in hope and solitude, my story ends. Edward Prendrick. And then there's a little note at the end. This is the last part. The substance of the chapter entitled Dr. Moreau Explains, which contains the essential idea of the story, appeared as a middle article in the Saturday Review in January of 1895. This is the only portion of this story that has been previously published, and it has been entirely recast to adapt it to the narrative form. Oh, interesting. So there is a Dr. Moreau Explains text from earlier than this book was published. That's fascinating. Well, everybody, thank you for joining Lobster Alix for the reading of The Island of Dr. Moreau. There are a couple of short stories in here still, but I think we just needed to finish that story today. I hope you enjoyed this. And I guess that's it. So long. Bye. Wow.